Peggy 16.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello everyone and welcome to the HCS EU Pro Series. We are back and we're going to be delivering some of the best Halo Infinite Europe has to offer. My name is Lottie Van Prague and I'm going to be hosting so far today, but I do have an actual plethora of wonderful analysts and casters who are going to be joined alongside me today to actually get this one underway. I do have Gaskin, Sherzy and Clutch on the mics. Gentlemen, it is so good to see your faces once again. I have missed you so much, but we are back at the business of Halo Infinite and Europe as well. So I'm really excited to see where these guys are at, because we had the opportunity to take a look at where they're at in this season on the world stage back in Kansas City. And Gaskin, how did Europe perform from your perspective?
Now, Lottie, I can't actually hear a word you said, but I'm presuming you were going to be talking about Kansas City because, you know, it was an amazing event.
You know what? That's my bad. I was muted on Discord because I am an idiot. But who aren't idiots, so my cast is here, but Gaskin, I was indeed talking about Kansas City.
I don't know, I'm pretty idiotic.
And how Europe actually did in Kansas City from your perspective. I'm so sorry, lads.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there was a lot of kind of words and phrases thrown around about Europe after the first event when we saw Na'Vi get top 8, and people were like, yeah, well, they placed another top 8 team in a European side that they were able to beat. Are they going to be able to recreate that when it comes to Kansas City? And we had 2 European squads managing to push their way into that top 8. They both looked incredible in Ascend and Quadrant. It really was a performance that I think Europe can be very proud of. Still not quite good enough to get into that top 6 just yet, but I do think like Europe is getting closer and closer to that achievement.
They certainly are, and I think in respect to what you're saying there with the top 8 finishes, you know, really pushing the boundaries of the top 8 as well. You know, margins are getting further than that, especially Quadrant. You looked at them versus Sentinels, and that was just such a close game. So really exciting to see how they're kind of going from strength to strength here. Shez, you know, in terms of Kansas City, any disappointments there from Europe that you're expecting a little bit more out of?
I think we can't go any further than talk about Na'Vi, right? I think they went to Kansas City. We expected big things from them. They were the highest placing team in Rally, so we expected them to go bigger and better. And what happened was they didn't win a single series, so they ended up finishing top 32, I think. And just massive disappointment for them, a massive disappointment for, you know, the only partner team in Europe. So things had to change, and things have changed.
They certainly have indeed, and Clutch, changes have been made. We're going to be talking a little bit about Rostermania later on, but from the perspective of Na'Vi, they've made a change. It was, I think, critical at this point in time in the season. But the question is, have they made the right change? Do you think that question will be answered for you today?
I don't know if it's a today answer. I don't know how much practice they have with this new addition in Mighties, but I am interested to see how this player plays. Not necessarily the first person I would have looked at it to who Na'Vi may have been able to replace Respectful with on this roster, but the fact that they were focused on picking him up and look confident in doing so, they've done solid in scrims coming up to this point. It maybe bodes well for his future, and Mighty's placed well in the free-for-all, and a lot of the times we talk about those free-for-all stories where these players that have so much individual talent, they get their opportunity in the 4v4 realm, and all of a sudden they're the next snipe down or the next Pistola. We'll see if that's the case here. I'm not sold on it just yet, but it's not the only team change a lot that one of these top European teams made. Quadrant getting top 8 wasn't enough, right? They made a change and they replaced Fragger with Nurix, and I'm very excited to see how Quadrant's playing with their new replacement as well.
I think, speaking on Mighties, I think what Na'Vi have done, they've done something that's very brave. Instead of picking up players that have been there and done that, have the experience, they've gone with a young gun has raw talent, like we spoke about. He's done really well in the HCS FFAs. He made it all the way to Kansas City, qualified and finished in the top 5. So I mean, you can't look no further, and that's good pedigree for a player. And like Wes speaks on, players like Pistola, they've come from the free-for-all scene. I think these players need opportunities to shine, because it can be very hard for these young players, like these up-and-coming players, to get noticed and get onto those top squads. So like I say, Na'Vi being very brave, picking up a player who's, you know, a real diamond in the rough.
A real diamond in the rough, and like you said, Jersey, as well, you know, this is the moment, this is the chance to prove exactly what you've got. And being picked up by Navi, that's a pretty big opportunity as well. But folks, we have actually started the season off pretty strongly. We've gone through the season strength by strength. We've had a ton of different events. We've had obviously supers, we've had qualifiers, we've gone into lands. It's been absolutely magical, but it doesn't end there. Let's have a look at the roadmap, see where we are at. As you can see, we've had Kansas City already. Coming up next, though, we do have our regional in Valencia. This is Europe. This is what we're gunning for. I'm really excited to get to that LAN and see what some of Europe have to offer. See if things start to shift in terms of the pegging order there as well in Europe. We do have Mexico City happening as well, that MX regional happening shortly after that. But of course, you know, after all of our splits, we are heading to the Halo World Championship. This is exactly what it's all about. This is where we do the business, and this is where we see who is going to be crowned the best in the world by the end of the season. So a lot to look forward to, and I hope you guys are going to join us for the ride as well. Now, we need to talk about how it works today. And of course, we do have our brackets. Things have been happening behind the scenes already. And Gaskin, I know that there have been a couple of little upsets happening already as we take a look at this upper bracket.
So we had a matchup already of Na'Vi versus Online Warriors. Online Warriors is now featuring Respectful, who got dropped from Na'Vi or was replaced by Mighties, and they were able to topple Na'Vi there. So that's Respectful back with Mo's long-lasting teammates back in the day alongside Snakey and Flux. So they've been able to best Na'Vi, knock them down into that lower bracket. Aside from that, our semi-finals are probably looking how we'd expect them to do. Ascend making sure they get their way through. Quadrant and Jaylings also finding themselves in the semi-finals, guaranteeing top 6. You've got a new look Blackhand roster there that did go down to Quadrant, but I'm expecting them to do something in the lower bracket. And BDR's Big Daddy Riot's squad, he's managed to put together a few players, some familiar faces that we'll go over later, but certainly this bracket and this whole top 8 has been really shaken up by this roster mania.
It really hasn't. Rostermania will do it to you. Let's take a look at the lower bracket right now as well. And I'm excited to see how Blackhand also perform as well, because Jersey, Lunny is the only player on Blackhand to remain originally from this roster, but he's picked up Mr. Ebby and Glory as well. How do you expect them to kind of go through this lower bracket? Obviously already having a pretty difficult time in the upper.
Yeah, I think this team can go through a lot of teething problems. I think they're only just thrown together these last little while. I think Ebby is a really good player that I've had an eye on for a long time, and Glory as well. Also another player that qualified for Kansas City to the FFAs, and he's Irish, so he's got my heart already. So I'm expecting big things from this team, and they're another squad that, you know, on their day, they could really be a handful for any team.
Really can indeed, and you notice as well in the lower bracket we saw Na'Vi going to have to face Vexed as well, which is going to be an interesting one to see how this Na'Vi roster with their new addition can bounce back, already having such a difficult start to the EU Pro Series in this week, but hopefully they can show us what they're made of a little bit here with resilience as well. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, so I've got a little bit of news for you. If you haven't already seen, we do have our Season 2 skins out, and they are looking mighty fine, and if you haven't already caught how they look on the spawns, then check this out. They are looking damn fine. I mean, the vehicles look so sharp with the right spawns in there as well, everything matching. Gaskin, have you got anything on at the moment? Have you had a little dabble in the Season 2 skins?
You know, usually I'm supporting Na'Vi because, you know, European kind of have to. But to the performance in Kansas City, I was like, there is no way I can support them just yet. But You know, I did make sure I bought as many as I could, trying to support every single organization. It's amazing that we do have the opportunity to do so. But at the moment, Optic, you know, I still have a little bit of a soft spot for those skins. They are really quite something. But I'm not, you know, Wes Clutch. I don't support the winners, apparently. And we know what Wes has done. And he doesn't even need to go into it. He's probably got a Sentinel skin on at the moment because they won.
I did.
you
You can understand why, right?
Do you?
Absolutely. Yeah, I
course.
said it at the first broadcast. I was like, you know what? Out of respect to the winners and the current holders of the belt, I'll throw on whatever skin is the most recent winner at the LAN events. So Sentinels rightfully taking back their throne. Had to throw the Sin skin on the Cloud9 one. It went away, and I honestly thought there may be a chance I had to rock that Cloud9 one for the entire year. So it's a good thing that I got to change the wardrobe up, you know, add a little spice to my life.
It's getting a little samey, huh? Getting a little samey. Just
It was.
spice it up just a little bit, which season 2 definitely does. So you guys at home as well, you can actually support all of your favorite teams right now by grabbing those season 2 skins. Or if you just want to be one of those guys that's a collector and just wants everything, hey, look, I'm not judging. Go for it. Get everything. Get your hands on all of those season 2 skins as well. Well, gentlemen, we need to talk about a couple of things before we head into the game. While we're waiting for the game to get ready, I'm excited to talk about a couple of new additions, not just Rostermania, but things that we have in the game as well. Of course, we have a brand new map Catalyst, and we also have a new game type. New for some, I suppose. It is played a little differently in Halo Infinite, but it is one of the ages as well. We do love King of the Hill, and I kind of want to get, you know, your kind of feelings on it in terms of what we've seen already. I'm sure we've seen a couple of scrims being played. A lot of the pros have been streaming, so we've kind of seen, you know, their thoughts and feelings on it. But Gaskin, you know, talking about this brand new map Catalyst, obviously very asymmetrical looking map, could do lots of things with the grapple as well, which I'm really excited to see maybe happening in real time here in the competition, of course. So talk to me about your thoughts and feelings on it and how it's going to be playing.
I have to say the team has done an amazing job on Catalyst. I mean, I don't have to say that. I'm not paid to say that, but I do love the map. Wes, hats off to you as well and the rest of the team who's been able to put that together. Somehow a skewer ended up on that map. I still question it, but you know, it's okay. We'll get into that later on. It is making sure that my life is a living hell on the map when someone's just blasting me from the other side. But I tell you what, it is very fun. Great to have King of the Hill as well, featuring on other maps. But Capture the Flag Catalyst, probably my favorite game type to play right now. And I'm really excited to see how the best players in Europe are able to touch it as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. And talking about Capture the Flag on Catalyst as well, in particular, Shurs, I mentioned it just very, very briefly before, but with the grapple, there's a lot of opportunity there. And I think there's going to be a lot of eyeballs in terms of clips and getting some crazy reaction from the audience happening at LAN as well with the grapple, because obviously you can grapple around the base, literally to another person's base, whether that's you want to pull a flag or get back to your base if there's danger there as well. But there's also the slingshot opportunity that you can have as well with the grapple on the flag, which totally takes away the line of sight. There's a lot of opportunity, I think, to show off here for some of the pro players. Do you think we're going to be seeing that today?
I expect to see a lot of like nutty and nerdy stuff from some of our top players in Europe, particularly players like Shady, who's really good with movement, Chick and SLG. These players will no doubt they've been in the training grounds, they've been practicing all the little nerdy stuff they need to do. Particularly grappling the flag across top middle is something I've seen being very effective, like you say, away from those lines of sight. So I expect to see some of the players play, you know, a little bit out of the box, and it's going to be good to watch.
It's going to be very, very good to watch. I think also, obviously, having King of the Hill back into Halo and having that now in rotation, obviously, the game types and modes, it pushes it to a large 17. So pro players need to be really keyed in here as well. Clutch, King of the Hill, are you excited about this one being back into Halo and having a game type we know and love back in the mix here?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to kind of change the meta. You know, what we've been watching for the past 6 months has started to hit its wall, I feel like, as far as how players are currently playing the certain map mode game types. So it's a refreshing opportunity for a change of pace, a change of focus and prioritization and skills that these players are going to have to adapt to quickly. So teams that are putting in work since the new update, they're going to have such a strong benefit when it comes to Catalyst, when it comes to King of the Hill on all these new or on all the maps in general. And I think that grind as a competitor, that should drive you and motivate you to get back on, to get better and find an opportunity to get better than your opponents. And we'll see who's able to take advantage of that today.
Indeed. And just to remind everybody at home, it's Live Fire, Recharge and Streets. We'll be seeing King of the Hill on if you guys aren't already teed up with that one as well. But we actually need to move on to our first match of the day, and it's going to be our winner semifinals. And we're going to actually be seeing Online Warriors versus Ascend. Now, this is going to be really exciting because I think this is where a true test for Online Warriors comes in. And Gaskin, they've already done the upset earlier today. They upset Na'Vi. Does that kind of put a little bit more of an emphasis on how good this Online Warriors team is, or really the fact that Na'Vi just still haven't quite clicked yet and haven't worked out what they need to do as a team?
I think it's an element of both, as well as game types coming into the equation. King of the Hill featured, as it is going to quite a lot throughout the tournament today, and some teams are going to adjust to it better than others. And I think there would have been a lot more of a drive for Online Warriors to win that series against Na'Vi because, you know, Respectful's just been dropped. There's all these players trying to prove a point as to why maybe they weren't on the big teams to begin with, and now they deserve to be on a bigger and better team. And against Ascend, I do think it's probably going to be one task too many, and I think they will know that as well. However, they have nothing to lose. You know, you can go into this, attack Ascend, try and bring them down, be the first team to ever take Ascend down in what is years now in online EU competition. So there is a lot to do, but I'm not going to put it out of the realms of possibility. But Ascend still the favorites, of course.
All right, Ascend still the favorites. We're going to get into game right now, but Clutch, as we do, I want to hear what you think of this Ascend roster, where they're at. They haven't made a change. They're staying strong. They're coming up against a new hungry team, Online Warriors, who have a little bit of bad blood from being dropped. They've come together looking pretty good so far. So what do you think the odds are for this Online Warriors team as we head into this first winners semifinals?
Yeah, I think Ascend's obviously the team to beat over here in the EU scene. The only team that really didn't make a change that was at the top of this scene. And from me, Ascend still leaves you wanting more when they go over towards the Kansas City lands and whatnot. So I'm pretty sure they've got to be a little disappointed with their performance. They've got to be a little fired up to once again dominate their region and continue to get better, especially with the new maps, modes, introductions. But it's concerning to me that they're almost hitting that wall when they come over to the NA scene. So it's like, what can Ascend do to elevate their game even further to potentially get top 6, top 4, things that we know that these guys are capable of when we take a look at their individual skill. Now, Dan, as we get into game 1 here, we got Online Warriors, which is a brand new squad formed together. We talked about it yesterday, Dan. A lot of individual skill on this team. We'll see very quickly if they can keep up with the teamwork of Ascend, though. Already trying to get off to a hot start here, and unfortunately, Respectful getting taken down, and Ascend off to an early numbers advantage could bode well for Ascend fans.
You are completely right. I mean, a team full of highly individually skilled players when it comes to not just Halo Infinite, but previous Halos as well. But how's it going to work when you put all that together? They've done job number 1. They've beaten Na'Vi in a best of 3. I will reiterate, best of 3 is very different to best of 5s, but that's all that was asked of them. That's all that was required of them. Now it's a very different story here against Ascend. An Ascend roster will be looking to continue their dominance of European Halo Online, and already in this game, it started out well. 23 points to start off with. Online Warriors trying to fight back into things, but they're not able to do so when Shady's doing stuff like that.
Shady with the drop shot with the snipe. Not often do you see how fast that drop shot snipe battle rifle combo can be, and Shady showing you it's Apex here at the start of this match. He picks back up that snipe, relocates top tower, and all of a sudden Ascend with total control for the moment, jumping off to a very early lead. It's up to 40 points right now, and I love this positioning by Shady. He's gonna take an aggro position to try and deny the exit of house control, but unfortunately he's backed up. He loses Stika as well, so this could be Online Warriors' opportunity to get out of this one.
And I will say that when you look at, you know, series layouts and you look at what Online Warriors played previously, this is a game type now, strongholds here on live fire, that Ascend will know very well. They're going to be so well practiced. Whether Online Warriors, they're a new team, they wouldn't be able to play it as much as a squad, so you'd naturally be thinking that they should struggle in game types that have been around a little bit longer. But when Catalyst comes into the equation, when King of the Hill comes into the equation, I do think Online Warriors have a great chance there because they're on a level playing field with some of these teams. But just as I'm speaking, they're scoring points, they're trying to go for total control at the same time. They are really taking this game to Ascend.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Online Warriors, I mean, after beating Na'Vi, which was such a grudge match for these guys, right? Respectful gets dropped. He ends up beating them the first time they come around. It was a best of 3. We can always caveat it with that, like you said, Dan. But I mean, they've got to be riding some momentum from that series. How far can that momentum take them is the big question, because right now they've taken 3 members down of Ascend. They've got control of their own, and with a little bit of wherewithal in this setup. They're going to be able to hold this one and eventually take the lead. They look to be aggressive on tower now and still respectful. Had a very nice series against Navi. Looking to be aggressive here, finds himself an assist. Heat wave in hand. Knows that there's a player around tower. I love the repulsor. I love the heat wave combination. And because of that, Respectful has now earned himself some seat control as well.
And just to pick up on something you said earlier about Ascend and them trying to break into the top 6 of North America and where are their heads at, I do think that they see European competition as almost a guaranteed victory at this point. So how much have they been practicing since Kansas City? How much have they been putting into the game? Against an online Warrior squad who are newly formed, they're going to be driven, they're going to be getting on every day, they're going to be scrimming, they're going to be playing matchmaking, they're going to be wanting to get better because they have a target in Europe. And that's
absolutely.
Ascend are that target.
Nice Legend with the double kill, and I like it. I love that point. Can he get the triple? Just a narrow miss on Respectful, but the aggressiveness out of Legend still stands true. Oh, the nice body shot as well. Legend, just one of those players that can impress you, but I love that point, Dan. As new maps and modes come in, as you continue to force yourself to adapt to change, to the meta evolving, to further masterization of different maps and modes and whatnot, you need to be able to find motivation there, because for Ascend, there's not a lot of motivation up until Orlando comes around, because they have dominated this scene, like you're saying, for a long time. But will that continue? Because everyone else in this scene, they're not content, right? They want that first place. Online Warriors know that they have a lot of potential here, already beating Navi. They've shown us a little bit of it today, but we'll see if they're able to come back in this game, because, I mean, you blink, Dan, and all of a sudden Ascend are up to a 100-point lead on the back of that Legend play with the snipe. He's already 10-2-7, and it looks like the old Ascend is starting to rear its ugly head again.
That's what Ascend is so good at. They are ruthless. They just push in, ensure that trip cap, and they will really throttle their opponents to the point where that point difference was very close, but suddenly becomes a huge gap. Probably one that is too difficult now to overturn for Online Warriors, who are not going to be a squad who are prepared for comebacks like this just yet. If it was a close, scrappy game, you have to imagine they could probably take Ascend quite far. But as soon as now you see a golfing difference like this, Online Warriors are probably already thinking about game number 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's moments away from game number 2 if they're not able to stop this trip cap right now. Sika trying to defend A. A big kill by Mose is going to potentially delay this trip cap, but Shady's right there to pick up a kill of his own, make it 3 dead for Online Warriors again, and Ascend with total control if they can get a reset onto A with pretty much in this game. But Snaky finds himself 1, finds himself 2 with a nice death nade, and momentum kills like that can maybe give you some confidence going into game 2, because we'll be headed there shortly.
Yeah, we're going to be heading there 246 to 247. B is going to be contested, so Online Warrior is going to delay probably the inevitable at this point for a short amount of time, and Ascend just going to have to reset, reevaluate how they want to take the rest of this game. But Online Warriors, they can be proud of how they started, right? They took Ascend to a point where they were struggling a little bit. They got all 4 dead. They had control at one point, and they forced Ascend to play at a level that we expect. Ascend can't just have this as a walk in the park. They need to be on their A game.
Yeah, you wondered coming into this series, was Ascend going to walk, like kind of sleepwalk their way through this series? It doesn't look like that's the case at all. They are looking to dominate, looking to continue their domination here in the EU scene. And after game 1 of this best of 3, they have shown us a very dominant performance once again. And it's no surprise out of those guys. You know, they left Kansas City wanting more on the table, wanting to prove themselves. It looks like they haven't lost their motivation as of yet, because game 1, if that showed us anything, that was the best of Ascend that I've seen.
And I do think that game type just didn't really go in the way of Online Warriors. They probably looked at it and said, oh, well, I mean, we know how good Ascend are at strongholds. Historically, not just against European teams, but North Americans as well. They've performed so well as we look at some of the stats. And I mean, really, when you look at stronghold stats in terms of like captures and occupation time, there's not really too much to read into that from everyone. People have been doing their jobs. People have been getting into it. But when you look at damage dealt, I mean, actually, a few players stepping up on the side of the Online Warriors. Snaky, who has been one of the biggest damage dealers prior to Kansas City in online tournaments. Everyone on that side trying to do what they can to out-damage the side of Ascend. But it was the teamwork, it was the coordination that won that game for the French roster. And that's what we've known to expect from them. We expect just perfection every single time they get into a game. It's very rare you see them making mistakes, especially in European online competition.
Yeah, these guys, they swarm, they play as a pack, and when they are starting to click, things get dangerous, and the pace that they play at is so difficult, especially for a new team, Dan, like you're talking about. It's so difficult with a map like live fire strongholds. It's very small, it's very easy to rotate and be with your teammates very quickly. Ascend specializes when things like that are needed from their skill sets, and with that we see that dominant performance. And for Online Warriors, they need to figure out ways to find their footing in this series if they want to be able to compete with the likes of Ascend. Very difficult to do because of the pace that Ascend play at, but I feel like as we move into game 2 and we take a look at Catalyst Slayer, that's a major opportunity to be able to slow the game down, to be able to say, hey, like, we're not as pressured off our spawns because it's a larger map. It's more segmented as far as the different sections of the map. And because of that, I think that we'll be looking at a completely different storyline in game 2, but they need to do a better job of controlling the power on the map. Throughout that game 1, we saw how dominant and how quickly Ascend would be able to deal damage with the sniper, with the overshields, how impactful Legend was with that snipe, even in just brief moments. Although they weren't headshots, the fact that you're dealing that much damage that quickly when you're not missing like Legend doesn't, it's very easy for Ascend to capitalize on that damage. We'll see if Online Warriors can get control of the skewer, get control of the overshield, and if that can change the storyline here in a game 2 Slayer.
Well, this is our first chance to see some of the top European teams compete on the brand new map in Halo Infinite. Straight for the overshield as well is Respectful, and that's one way to go about things. There's been a lot of questions. How do you get the overshield? It's a difficult place to grab it. But if you get enough support from the rest of the team, like Respectful just has, you can quickly swoop in, grab it, but now you've got to do something with it here.
Yeah, we'll see what he's able to do. He spots one player, he gets him weak, but unfortunately, Ascend's teamwork stands true. It backs down Respectful from being able to finish up that kill. His overshield, it's melted away, but Mo's here. He's found 2 kills of his own to keep this one tied up. Make it 3 for Online Warriors, and already a little bit of a different story here. I know we're just 5 kills into the game, but Online Warriors at least with an advantage for now.
This is what we said in game 1. This was the best chance, if any, that Online Warriors are going to have on a brand new map where practice maybe hasn't been as much on the side of Ascend. What can Online Warriors do? What have they learned in their more practice time in most recent weeks over this Ascend roster? And what we've learned is starting strategy has worked out for them.
Right.
And there's the skewer being put into action. So powerful on this map. It's got a slow reload time, of course, but when it hits, it does hit hard.
High risk, high reward is the skewer. You got to hit that shot. It may not be too difficult compared to the S7, but much longer reload time, like you said, Dan. So if you catch yourself in bad positioning and you miss that shot, you're going to pay for it with your life, unfortunately. Ascend doesn't have an answer yet. We'll see what Respectful is able to do. He has a flank under this player that's low. I love the aggressiveness out of him. He pulls out the BR to make sure it's guaranteed damage. The melees come through, and Online Warriors now 9-6 and a much slower game than game 1. Look at this. Respectful just holding down this main ramp, doing a lot of observation for his team. Not too much BR damage, but I love this. He peeks, gets the killing spree, and Respectful 5-0-1 to start this one off.
And the good thing, if a Banshee or a Ghost somehow appears on the map, you know, you've got a way to deal with it, with the skewer being there as well, especially if Respectful's hitting shots like that. Overshield is going to be in the hands of Ascend, you'd have to imagine, after the frags they've just been able to pick up. So maybe this is their ticket back into the game. They've got a 1-kill lead. Ascend did go down. They were behind. Online Warriors were looking very much on top, but that's how quickly things can change when this Ascend roster gets going.
Yeah, that was a big moment for me in this game too, and even in this series. Online Warriors got that kill, got the killing spree out of Respectful. Overshield was coming up. You have to transition that into overshield control if you're Online Warriors. Unfortunately, Ascend was able to get that overshield, win a few fights of their own, and now Sika's starting to heat up as well. So this score line, it's all tied up, Dan. Ascend and Online Warriors are figuring it out along the way. And Online Warriors, like I said, they controlled the overshield and the skewer early on in this game. They built up a lead, but unfortunately, that first time they give up an overshield, their lead, it's evaporated just like that.
And I'm trying to keep an eye on these teams, how they're playing this map, right? We've been trying to study who's going to be playing Catalyst well, watching scrims wherever we can, but seeing it in a pro environment where teams, you know, there's more on the line, it's a competitive environment. Does that change anything? How are they able to control the spawns? Which areas are they going to be pushing? Do you commit to overshield? These are all the questions I've been looking for and slowly getting the answers to. You'll see the sword often in the back pocket of one of the players as well. So important when you're going around these narrow corridors that you have the ability just to strike an opponent down if you are able to find that sword in your hands.
Now that some of the power is dismissed from the map for now, Online Warriors continuing to keep the lead here. That bodes well for their future. Big shots out of Snaky. Those are going to be rewarded with the kill. Unfortunately, he loses all 3 teammates, and Snaky forced to try and stay alive. Unfortunately, the nade, it just nicks him as he gets taken down as well, stuns his shield timer, and because of that, Snipe Drone picks up an easy kill. And not only that, we're looking at an Ascend lead here for the first time in game 2.
The Snipe Drone has always been such a powerhouse, but it's Seeker who's the player who's been able to pick up the overshield, and now you've got to do some damage with it. Since the overshield's had its changes, you are more powerful than you were previously. Mose is going to be the first player to be tested here, but unfortunately no help, as instead tries to take down Respectful. And one thing I want to say about Respectful as well, looking at him, he's got 10 kills at the moment. Being dropped from a roster or being removed from a roster or leaving a roster, whatever happened on the side of Na'Vi, that is going to drive you as a player to perform at your very best, to make sure you are improving so that you can prove a point to your old team. And certainly in this tournament so far, statistically, Respectful has been such a powerhouse for Online Warriors. And it does feel like, you know, that fire has been lit beneath him once more. And is it going to turn him into the Respectful that we saw back in Halo 5? Because he really was one of the best players in Europe.
Yeah, that was something we were talking about yesterday, Dan. It's like there's 2 ways that Respectful can react after being dropped like that from Na'Vi, right? He can either like, woe is me, and collect whatever paycheck he can get and get on whatever team and perform at a solid rate, or he can step up and it can motivate him to find his new ceiling, to re-energize him, right? Maybe that Na'Vi team wasn't what he needed either, rather than what Na'Vi needed out of him. Looks like Respectful has woken up here today, to your point. Had a great series against Na'Vi earlier, having a good game 2 here against the Sin. Gonna need to have a better game 2 if they want to come out with a win here, though, because already reaching the 30 kill mark first is Ascend. Online Warriors just shortly behind him, but Shady extending that lead 1 more up to 2.
Snipe Drone's got the skewer as well. Never good news when the Snipe Drone has any sort of sniper related weapon. Misses that final shot, but he did connect with a few before. Now it's 34 to 30, and if Ascend start to run away with it, I think if they get a 6-7 kill lead, maybe that's going to be game, set, and match. So if you're Online Warriors here, you've got to make sure you stay within a few kills. You can't allow Ascend to run away with it, just as they did in game 1.
This is the moment. Overshield, Skewer, they're both coming up right now. You need to figure out a way to get control, and what better way to do that than to get the first pick. Respectful finds one Flux, finds one Mose, finds another, and Legend, he's in no man's land compared to the overshield right now, so it should be a free overshield going to Online Warriors. But somehow, some way, Legend gets a kill, gets another assist, and the respawners for Ascend are able to clean that one up, and all of a sudden Legend has stalled the amount of pressure that Online Warriors would have been able to have here. Where's this overshield player? Was it Mose in the back of this flag? Because Mose, his life is shortly lived, you got to think. But no, teamwork comes through for Online Warriors as Mose plays alive. And I love this position back here. I call this back L town because Sal hit me with that with one of the first times we were playing this map back in the day, and I'll never forget it. I was like, there's no way that corner is that deep. Mo's already figuring out that that corner is that deep, and because of it, plays his life perfect.
You really do have to check your angles on Catalyst. There are so many corners that can be hidden around, and you can surprise opponents, ambush them, but Legends picked up the skewer here, and 38-37, this is a big responsibility. You've got to be hitting your shots. You can't afford to miss any here, and that reload time to punish you, and there we go. All you have to do is go for the body with the skewer. I think everyone knows that by now, but if you are a new watcher, it is just a one-shot kill wherever you're going to be hitting them, torso or head. 39-38, Ascend have got a very minor lead.
All right, Snaky trades one out, able to find a second. Are the Online Warriors? They tie this one up, and game 2 looking a lot different, but Legend finds himself another kill with the skewer, jumps up, stays alive, and I love this by him. He's just going to slow it down. This skewer, it can be so effective in these hallways, but he's going to opt to push low. Going to have Mose right in front of him. Can't hit the skewer shot, and that's a costful one, but no, Legends VR. So strong, so steady, takes down Mose, and with overshield coming up, he still looks to be aggressive. All of Online Warriors stuck on this side of the map, and unfortunately, somehow, some way, they get out of that successfully. 3 dead for Ascend. Overshield in the hands of Sika, however, he's able to take down Snaky. 45-43. Ascend just need 5 more, but Online Warriors doing their best to stay in this one.
So many times it's just been one player from Ascend staying alive and having so much of the focus from the Online Warriors. They get away, they get support from spawners. 46-45, sword in the hand, but goes down 46-46. And this is Online Warriors' chance, right? They have to take advantage of this. They have
47.
to try and take this game off Ascend.
You got swords, you got grapple. Tons of plays can be made here, Flux. What are you going to be able to do? Snaky, he needs to back up. He needs to make sure he's with his team. All of us then looking to try and push this side of the map, and Flux and Snaky, they're together. You have the sword, you choose the BR. He finds the first, Mose finds the second. 49-47. We need one more from Online Warriors.
All they don't do is just push in, get aggressive, but Snipe Drone should be traded out, will be. And Online Warriors take a game off Ascend. It was the game they needed to, the game we thought they might be able to. And it means we do get a game 3 in the winners bracket semifinals. Not something we see often when Ascend are involved in any sort of series. We very rarely go any further than game 2 or game 3, depending on whether it's a best of 3 or best of 5. But hats off to Online Warriors. They performed well there. It was looking a little bit dicey at times, but they made sure they stayed within a few, right? And it was that sword play at the end. It was ensuring the overshields as well, and ensuring they killed the overshields, which really had them in a good stead for the last few kills.
Yeah, honestly, I was very worried when Stika was able to pick up that last overshield and was able to put it to use, even though he was the last player alive for Ascend. The fact that you saw Online Warriors not able to secure that overshield, you thought that that might be a blunder that comes back to bite them, but no, they figure out a way to trade efficiently there towards the end, pick up a few kills, and the teamwork pushing into that left side of the map, into that hallway, was unbelievable from Online Warriors. They were able to bait and switch better than Ascend in those situations, and that's why they come out on top. And Dan, this is what we were talking about coming into the series. This is why when you see new maps and modes added to the game, to the meta, what it will do is create opportunity for the teams that are not as successful, that are not at the top, to find ways to outplay their opponents. They can figure out ways to shift the meta, to play strategically better than the teams that are at the top. And I feel like Online Warriors figured out a little bit of success here in game 2, and that's why they're able to stay in the series a little bit longer. And now all of a sudden it's one game to take the series against the 10 that has been dominant in this region, like Ascend.
Yeah, a team that's never lost a series in HCS online competition in Europe throughout Halo Infinite, and even iterations of this team that hadn't lost in Halo 5 as well. And we always have to say that because it's such an amazing thing, an amazing achievement that Ascend have been able to do, and their dominance throughout this region. So as soon as they do drop a series and drop into that lower bracket, it is a big deal, regardless of whether it's a best of 3 or best of 5, because it hasn't happened before. But going into game 3, it is going to be a game type that they're a little bit more well-versed in. They're going to know it a bit better. It's not going to be King of the Hill. It's not going to be Catalyst, so they should be a little bit more comfortable, you'd imagine. But I wonder whether there's some momentum now behind these Online Warriors, because they're going to be feeling themselves, right? They beat Na'Vi. Respectful beat his old teammate. They've taken a game off the best team in Europe, and now they have the chance here on Oddball Recharge to try and do the unthinkable and knock Ascend into the losers bracket.
Yeah, will they win this game 3? I'm not sure, but will they be able to walk away from this series after beating Na'Vi and after pushing us in the distance, even in a best of 3, like you're saying? Things are looking promising for this Online Warriors squad. They're fairly new, and with that fairly new, you find motivation, you find small wins along the way. The goal is not to win the first EU Pro Series. The goal is to grow as a team, to figure out ways to be able to compete with the likes of Ascend. And if Online Warriors can do that consistently, they'll be very satisfied with their play. This would be a big one. We'll see if they're capable of it, and we'll see what Snipe Drone has to say about that game 2 loss early on here as he makes his way towards this shock rifle. He's got a player to deal with in Pipes, makes slight work of Flux, and with that, you have to think Snipe Drone's going to be aggressive towards that shock rifle, but he wants to push this glass, and unfortunately that ends up costing him his life. Snaky's able to trade that kill out, and what looked like momentary early control for Ascend has now flipped in Online Warriors' favor.
Worth noting that Online Warriors did win a ball game earlier against Na'Vi in the tournament, so it's not like they are terrible at these oddball game types. They know how to do it. They've all played on top teams. They've all featured across top European teams for quite some time now, but now putting them all together, can they get the job done here against Ascend? And so you can make sure that Mose isn't going to have too much fun, and there's ball control now for Ascend. I mean, this isn't something we've not seen before. Ascend have lost Slayers. I think actually the majority of games that they've lost throughout online tournaments have been Slayers. It just seems like Objective is where they are more well-versed, where they are more well-drilled and practiced, and Slayers always have that element of randomness, which some teams can take advantage of. But here they've had a nice start.
Well, Slayers just have a typically less strategical difference in between the two teams, right? Typically Slayers come down to individual players just making plays, getting kills, and less strategy around a potential objective. Right now, when you're having to focus around an oddball, there's several different factors that get added on to the combination of the map and the mode. Right now, Snaky with the shock rifle in hand, trying to defend this elevator position, can't land the headshot onto the first player trying to push catwalk, loses multiple members, needs to figure out a way to create an opening, and unfortunately Snaky, he gets taken down. All 4 dead for Online Warriors. The ball back in the hands of Ascend with the full setup spells bad news bears here in round 1. We'll see how long Ascend can keep this setup, but to your point, Dan, when you're talking about Slayers, that's why you see teams push, worst teams I would say, push the best teams in regions the distance in series is when they win the Slayers. Those Slayers, when you're an underdog, become must-win games, but when you do win them, they create the opportunity for upset. The shock rifle and camo in the hands of Snaky lands that headshot, creates the opening, and all of a sudden, somehow, some way, Online Warriors subside the opportunity for Ascend once again.
Yeah, I was surprised that Online Warriors hadn't been able to play that ball previously in Elevator, and then Ascend also rotates it into Online Warriors, maybe not expecting the camo player to be stood top middle with a shock rifle, but sometimes against these teams you have to expect the unexpected. They do pull out all the stops, a double kill for Flux and a shock rifle looking for more, but he's actually just going to pick up the ball. Flux, a really good player in Europe. He's grown so much, both literally and mentally as well. He's become quite the player. He knows exactly how he wants to play the game, and I think that this team is going to be the perfect blend for what he's been looking for.
Yeah, definitely a player I'm starting to pay more attention to as Halo Infinite continues to take off. I've seen his name around the block, haven't seen too much of his gameplay, but I'll take your word for it when you say he's a good player. We'll see what he's able to provide Online Warriors throughout this series, throughout this tournament. Right now, ball still in hand, just 13 points lead. Just a 13-point lead for Ascend as of now, and I love the rotation into blue to be able to play it when you need to. Shock rifle can be very dangerous on this head glitch back here, making it look easy. The Snaky with the first headshot on the Legend, and that's the opening to keep numbers in their advantage. For now, Online Warriors could take the lead here and now.
And I know Roster Mania is shaking up the top 8, but surely it's not going to have shaken up things to the fact where we might see Ascend drop down to elimination bracket. Is that genuinely a possibility here? Well, looking at the scoreline, I mean, I wouldn't say it's out of the realms of possibility. Online Warriors 49, Ascend on 50. Online Warriors have a very narrow lead now, and all they realistically need is one more setup to take this first round. Ascend struggling to keep up with the pace of which Online Warriors are being able to put into the game right now, which is not something I thought I would ever say, as Ascend have traditionally been one of the quicker teams in Europe, but Online Warriors really playing at a phenomenal pace here.
They didn't go for camo. We'll see if that comes back to bite him. Flux has his eyes on the camo player. Can't hit the sword shot, but great job by Flux to follow up with the battle rifle to find that player, spot him out, reveal him, and not only that, but get the kill. So Flux finding a few kills there to hold this setup true. Just 15 points is all Online Warriors need now to make this reality of round 1 going in their favor. And I love the fact that Flux is being aggressive with this sword, but unfortunately, all of the members from Ascend with it, they've relocated towards Long Haul, and the ball guy, he gets taken down, so the rotation not fast enough for Online Warriors here, and we'll see if that comes back to bite them. All they need is 10 points, though, Dan, so just one more setup break is all they need to take round 1.
And it's good that we're on Respectful. Flux's point of view, excuse me, as he looks across to Respectful, because he has the sword. He's the player who can potentially break this setup, but it was him who left the rest of the team earlier. And it's always that risk. If you go for that aggressive push one way and the other team has been able to somehow sniff you out and they out-rotate you, then you find yourself in this position. But now Respectful getting a kill. Ascend find themselves at least 3-2 up in terms of players. And Ascend know they just need to hold on to this setup now. They can't afford to make any mistakes, otherwise the Online Warriors could come back in. They filter themselves one by one, though. And if Online Warriors keep desperating this ball like this, Ascend will be licking their lips at the prospect of just holding on to this setup and winning this first round.
That's a big kill by Respectful on the Shady. You saw how successful
thank you very much.
was. The ball actually flies out the catwalk, so they're going to have to go get it as Respectful finds a second. Snaky finds another one, but Legend answers it right back. Unfortunately, that ball being on catwalk is such a tough position for Legend to try and defend when he's bottom Mangler pit. Fortunately for him, he's got some teammates with the sword carrier, and Mose finds 2, Respectful finds a 3rd, and it's all up to Snipe Drone to try and get the play. He can't do it though. Respectful locks down blue, picks up that ball, and now 8 points is all Online Warriors need.
And there shouldn't be enough time for Ascend to even get across the map, let alone stop this ball. So round 1 going to Online Warriors, which puts them one round away from knocking Ascend down into the elimination bracket for the first time in EU online competition here in the HCS. Ascend, how do they answer?
Respectful with 16 kills in the first round, absolutely popping off, making himself known here in the EU scene. You thought, how was he going to respond when Navi released him from the roster? Respectful has done nothing but dominate here today. He's trying to make a statement, trying to say, I was not the problem here, as he pops off in round 1, but already Ascend up to a very different start here in round 2. They got ball in hand, early camo control as well. And look at how Snipe Drone wants to play this one. He's got so much information, patiently playing it to a perfect play here as he finds the first one. Good damage onto his second. Unfortunately, he's losing teammates, however, so this information didn't bode well for Ascend. Their setup is broken for now, but they've jumped out to a 20-point lead, and Snipe Drone's still continuing to slay out.
And it looks like Snipe Drone's starting to wake up. The robot is now online, and he said, oh, I guess I have to start playing this game properly, right? He's alive, he's awake, and he has got a sword in his control, which means bad news bears for Flux. I tell you what, Ascend, they needed to wake up. Right after that round 1, that was going to be a major wake-up call. Alarm was ringing, and Online Warriors begged the question of, are you actually going to be turning up today in this online competition, or are we going to be able to get a little bit of a freebie by pushing through to the winners bracket finals? But it looks like Ascend are responding well, 41-0, and Online Warriors now need to find a way to stop this momentum from Ascend.
Yeah, they got to figure it out. That sword being so impactful here in game 3. Respectful finds another one as the ball goes into Snaky's hands. He's got to try and stay alive with it, but unfortunately, Snipe Drone shuts him down. And Snipe Drone tries to play the ball. He does get it off the map. Mose can't catch it, and unfortunately, that could have been maybe some time. And actually, Mose being surrounded there is not the worst thing in the world that that ball gets played, because Ascend was right there in blue to potentially pick that one up. So no harm, no foul. The map gets reset, but a 40-point lead right now for Ascend shows you that they have woken up. Camo just came up as well, and Ascend picking up a few kills. You can almost bet that they're going to control the rest of this game, this round 2, I'm sorry. With this camo control, ball in hand once again, wash, rinse, repeat, and Ascend have ball and pipes.
Nice chance with the shock rifle and camouflage, though, to make some plays once more for Snipe Drone. It does seem like Ascend are really taking the game to Online Warriors now, to the point where Online Warriors really struggling to keep up with just the structure that we're seeing from Ascend. Don't want to be giving away the shock rifle to any of these players on Online Warriors, though, but with 3 down and ball in hand, Ascend are looking far more comfortable in this round.
Good information from Legend. Spots a few players spawning long haul. Gonna want to rotate it towards the elevator. Shady, he's going to pick up this pipes control with the shock. Can he jump over? Can he hit the shot? Can't hit the first. The second one knocks him to no shield, but it's not enough to get the kill. 2 go down for Ascend, make it a 3rd, and now that ball needs to get played. It is, but this is Online Warriors' opportunity to break this setup and get one of their own and potentially try and make this round 2 interesting. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be a perfect setup for quite a few pushes from Ascend, because Online Warriors, they've built themselves such a hole here, 87-11.
One good setup, though, could be enough for Online Warriors to just get back into this game, and Ascend know that. They can't afford to allow Online Warriors to get to the point where they're comfortable, where they're holding the ball in a position which is unachievable to get back into this one. And Flux is again being aggressive here. He's pushing out, he's taking the game to Ascend. We saw it previously working out, maybe not in his favor when he had the sword, but overall, this is getting so much time now for the Online Warriors, because Ascend are having to deal with the aggression that we're seeing from this squad. And every single time someone spawns, there seems to be an Online Warriors player there begging the question of, well, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, I love the fact, like you pointed out, Online Warriors didn't sit back and try and hold like an old Halo 2 classic setup, right? They tried to be aggressive. They tried to approach it with, if we have a numbers advantage, let's continue that numbers advantage, especially extending as far as top elevator and catwalk when your ball guy is in pipes. But how long can they keep that up is the big question, because although you've made a significant dent in the deficit that you've built here in round 2, it could be all for naught, as the setup once again is broken. The ball is in Ascend's hands for now, and Online Warriors may have just one last push to try and break this one and stop a round 3 from coming on.
Round 3 will be arriving, and we're going right down to the wire then between these two sides. I've got to say, I didn't expect this to be happening. Whilst I knew that Online Warriors could make a massive dent in this tournament, I didn't see them taking Ascend all the way to a best of 3 and round 3 of this best of 3. But now this is where you've got to show what you're made of, right? You've taken them to the game 3, the best of 3, and the round 3, but can you actually win this round? Can you actually do the unthinkable, which no one else has been able to do in online competition?
Yeah, this is what we're going to learn a lot about Online Warriors, and they get 4 dead early on. They get camo, they get the ball immediately in the hands, and they get a 5th kill as well. So this setup should be able to be held for at least 20 seconds as of now. Legend going down that quickly. That was a little bit of an overextension, being the first one to come off spawn. Sika, can they continue to stagger the spawns is the question. Respectful can't quite finish Sika bottom BR. Gets good damage onto a second player as well, but these kills not being finished does not bode well for Online Warriors fans. But what I wanted to say at the start of this round was this is where the pressure is going to be felt from Online Warriors. How will they handle this pressure is going to be a big answer into how well they will do here today. Unfortunately, their early setup, it's going to be stopped at 21 points right now. Shady doing so much damage, trying to figure out a way to get this ball into his team's control, but can't quite do it with these players in long haul. And we'll see if Ascend can get the first few kills now that they have a little bit of map control to play around. And there it is, the ball into pipes. And now the push from long haul is going to be Online Warriors' response.
All in hand, pipes in control as well, but Snipe Drone recognizing the pressure from one side, and this is really good movement from a player who's holding the ball, just trying to delay as much as you can, score as many points, whilst also giving that information to the rest of the team, as he knows he was being pushed from one side, but he saw the kills coming from the rest of the squad. So it's just a matter of trying to get that ball towards your team and getting the points at the same time. Granted, it does mean that Online Warriors were able to stop that ball time eventually because he put himself in a risky position. Batteries obviously can be naded and can be shot from several different angles, as Snaky is currently finding out. 21-12 though, and a very nervy round 3.
Yeah, I love how Online Warriors was able to at least just subside the setup for Ascend right there. Momentarily, at the very least, a few kills being traded out here, but no harm, no foul. And if Online Warriors can keep up this recipe for success, they're going to be able to take this round 3. Mose has found himself the camo. Will they be able to expect it, though? No, the ball carrier, he's been trying to rotate this towards that elevator position, and that's allowed Mose to knock him down to no shield, but Mose wisely does not chase that player. Able to relocate top middle, find the opening, find some follow-up damage, and unfortunately, even though it's traded out, they go 2 for 1 in that situation. It's all 4 dead for Online Warriors. On the other side of the map, Ascend reigned true, and they were able to stay up. 3 players from Ascend. Now, in pipes, we'll see how successful Online Warriors can continue to break these setups, because that's the difficult piece. How glued together is this Online Warrior squad? Because Ascend, when they get a full setup, they're going to be strong. But just like that, Dan, another setup is broken, and Ascend seem to be falling short in these setup opportunities, and that could be just what Online Warriors need. Night Drone, he gets taken down. Respectful traded out as well. 30 and 21 for Respectful. 104 seconds of objective time. So continuing to dominate in the statistical category, but 16 assists for both Mose and Flux just show you how much help he's been able to have throughout this game 3. Snipe Drone finding a double is a big one, as the ball is in the hands of Ascend. The lead now in the hands of Ascend here in round 3. The battle for camo ensues, and unfortunately, just a little bit of an overextension from Snipe Drone. Multiple members of Online Warriors, they're going to be able to get it, as they've lost the lead, but they secured the camo, and Respectful, we'll see what he can do now that he's secured it.
49-35. And this camouflage, there's a lot of responsibility here for Respectful. Can you actually stay alive? Needles is not a fun place to be, ever. Even if you've got camouflage or not, but he actually is going to use it to get some ball control here. But does he know Snipe Drone's there? Yes, he does, but Flux is taking him down. And this could be a really important moment for Online Warriors. They've got pipes control, they've got the ball. Now they just need to be checking these spawns. Is there anyone who has tabs on them? Do they know where Ascend are going to be pushing them from? If they can get 1 round of slays here, this could be a very significant amount of time.
He's got a player to deal with here on the bat wedge. Can he find the kill? No, it's actually 2 players for Sin that sandwich him. Online Warriors, they go 3 for 2 here. Sika, last player alive. He's on this plat, and Mose, he spots him out. They're in a 1v1. Mose wisely just stands behind the pillar, waits for teamwork, and that's the teamwork you do not see at a newly formed teams. I love the fact that Mose played his life right there, and it's allowed Online Warriors to potentially get an elevator setup, but Shady grapples the ball into the hallways, and that removes any sort of setup opportunity from Online Warriors with that grapple. And I love that play by Shady because he just saved his team a world of hurt from an elevator setup that was the potential of Online Warriors. And now they've got to figure out a way to get kills because 4 dead for a Sin. Online Warriors saw that as an opportunity to push top middle, get some kills of their own. And this is not something we see honestly, Dan, this is not something we see very often. A Sin being outslayed in one of our longer games here in the EU scene, here on Recharge Oddball. I mean, Online Warriors are bringing it to them, and just like that, a Sin answered back with 4 dead of their own.
But this is the same thing we've seen time and time again, right? Online Warriors are so close, as other teams have been able to get somewhat close to beating Ascend before, but Ascend always seem to clutch up at that final moment, and they're going to have the chance to do here once more what they've done before. 1 minute 21 on the clock, but this last setup could be the setup. The melee doesn't quite come through at first glance, and now Mose and Snaky have been able to push in. They've been able to get a little bit of pipes control here, and Ascend are not going to be able to easily walk away with this one. And Legend recognizing it, playing the ball, 78-71. The clock could be a factor in these final moments.
Yeah, minute 5 on the clock, so pay attention to that time. 78-71. Ascend have just a narrow 7-point lead. Snaky with sword in hand. All they need to do is get the ball into the halls, and this could be it. 3 dead for Ascend. Online Warriors have to get the ball, and I love the fact that they're able to use that grapple like Shady earlier to get that ball into the pipes. And now with sword in control of this pipes area, it's going to be so difficult for Ascend to push, and they have to push now. They've got 20 points. Sword is out of ammo, but it's created the opening to give them numbers advantage. They do lose Respectful, however, so it's a 3-on-3, but 13 points is all Online Warriors need to create the upset, and multiple members of Ascend are trying to push through the elevator side.
Flux manages to play the ball. Respectful in a position to at least watch this ball as well, but unfortunately, I don't think it went off into the middle. It didn't, so Respectful has to get this kill. Can't get the bullets onto it, so Ascend are able to hold on ever so slightly. 33 seconds remaining, 88-83. Online Warriors have the advantage. They know where the ball is. Ascend are moments away from being sent into that elimination bracket, but Legend escapes with the ball just towards blue. If he can get around this corner, which he can, Ascend put themselves in a great position as 3 are dead for Online Warriors.
This is massive from Ascend. They clutch up 1 player to deal with. That player takes down the ball. It gets repulsed off the map. 19 seconds and counting down. The ball gets played. Spawners for Online Warriors are towards pipes. Flux trying to get that ball over towards the pipes, but it's kills that Online Warriors need now. They get 1 on Sniper and they get 2 on the Sika. But that ball is in such a susceptible place. 5 seconds forward. Someone needs to get to it. They get to it. It's down on the batteries. 1 point separates them. You got to pick it up. They get the point. They get the point. 3 seconds. They drop it. Online Warriors have done it. They create the upset against Ascend, and that play ball from the repulsor is going to bite Ascend at the end of the day. Oh my God. Online Warriors coming off spawn there and figuring out a way to get kills, to milk just a few seconds. I mean, Dan, I'm speechless with the amount of action that just happened. Everyone stepping up and making a play there at the end. And Online Warriors showing you, like I tried to talk about at the start of that 3rd round, was this is where the pressure gets felt. Well, guess what? In the last 10 seconds of that game, that pressure, it's multiplied by 100. And Online Warriors thrived in those last 10 seconds. They did everything they needed to. And what a game out of Respectful as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just witnessed history. Ascend have finally lost a series in EU online competition here in Halo Infinite, and they find themselves in the elimination bracket, and it's to a newly formed team. And you're completely right, Respectful is going to be feeling on top of the world right now. It was deemed that he was the problem in Na'Vi. He was the change that was made on that squad after their disappointing time in Kansas City. He forms this new online squad featuring teammates that he's been with before in different iterations of Halo. and they have been able to take down the giants of Ascend, knock them into the elimination bracket, do the unthinkable. Yes, okay, it's a best of 3, things can happen, but it's never happened before for Ascend. And Online Warriors guarantee themselves minimum top 3 in our first return to Pro Series.
Living up to the name. Online Warriors doing it best. Online's all you got for a little bit here in the EU scene, here for the Pro Series, and taking every advantage of every opportunity that they're given so far here today. I mean, what a journey for Respectful in just today alone, to beat Na'Vi after they replaced him, to beat Ascend, a team that he's yet to beat here in this region, for Ascend to get the wake-up call that they needed. It started with the Catalyst Slayer, and you wondered that game went the distance, and you wondered if the new map, the new modes were going to come to be influential and maybe shifting some of the power over in some of these individual scenes. And looks like the answer to that is yes. But that game 3 Oddball recharge, that should be one that Ascend can look at and say, this is a game type we know we're better than, we're well practiced at. But that practice, it did not pay off this time around. Online Warriors came through, and it really was the entire team stepping up and making plays. But Respectful, when he's able to get that many kills and lead his team in kills, but not only that, but have that significant amount of ball time, you can tell how focused and locked in he is to regain his status here in the EU scene, to understand that, hey, my career can go one of 2 ways when I get replaced onto a team. And for him to make that statement early on, I mean, that's big for the talent that he is, and it's great to see him in that final form.
Well, welcome back to the EU Pro Series, everybody. That's exactly what we're serving today. Some crazy, crazy games. Oh my God, you know what? I'm a little bit lost for words right now because, first of all, that final round was as close as you're going to get it in Oddball. What an exceptional game of Oddball we did see. Obviously, you know, first round going the way of Online Warriors, Ascend looking pretty good, back to business in round 2, and then that third round was so close. Shazzy, I have to get your thoughts and feelings at this moment in time. The fact that Ascend have been bumped down to the lower bracket, something we haven't seen so far in Europe this entire season, and it's been done by a brand new team, essentially.
Well, I think Dan teed it up almost perfectly when the score was so close. He said, Ascend always find a way, and will they find a way? And ultimately, Online Warriors somehow fashioned it. It was chaos, it was anarchy, but down on batteries, Respectful, the man of the moment after getting dropped by Na'Vi, he manages to get those final seconds. You can't tell me these things aren't written in the stars. So absolute incredible performance. I don't want to say that Ascend have been knocked off their perch by any stretch of the imagination, but what I will say is we have a new challenger.
Yeah, we certainly do have a new challenger. You know, Gaskin, I kind of want to get your thoughts and feelings about this team Online Warriors. We've already seen, I can't even speak, already seen an upset, not obviously seen, but in the bracket, had an upset against Na'Vi. I know, I'm so excited right now, I can't even explain it. But then to come here and knock Ascend down, you know, what is it telling you about this team? You know, the way that they were playing against Ascend, what is this team made of? You know, why is it working so well to be able to knock that Titan off the pedestal so early on?
Drive, practice, a reason to play. I think that there is so much passion with these 4 players, and Respectful leading that charge after being dropped from Na'Vi. It'll just be that extra fire that they needed, right? And Ascend on the other side maybe haven't had that drive, maybe haven't been practicing as much. And now maybe this is the perfect thing. You've got someone who's finally responding, someone finally being able to compete with you. And that might force Ascend to be getting online a little bit more, to be practicing these new maps and modes that clearly we've seen the Online Warriors be able to find something different here. And that is such an amazing feeling for this squad who have just formed. There would have been a lot of questions asked about them. They've done what no other team has done before in online competition. Like, I cannot reiterate that enough. Like, this is actually insane. Years we've been waiting for Ascend to lose a game in online HCS competition, and finally it's happened.
It certainly has. What a way for it to happen, especially with this Online Warriors, a story behind this team as well. So really exciting stuff. We do have our bracket on screen for you guys. As you can see, Online Warriors head into our winners bracket final with Quadrant. Quadrant looking pretty damn good as well. 2 O's across the board for them so far in the bracket. And they are going to meet potentially their biggest match yet, because Online Warriors, they are here to play. They're here to show you guys exactly what they can do. But I'm excited to see Quadrant as well, as the addition of Neurix and see what they have to offer on the sticks too. Looking at our lower bracket as well, of course, we do have Ascend bumping down, joining Na'Vi. Two names I think you wouldn't have thought in the lower bracket at this point in time either. I mean, pretty disappointing stuff for Ascend and Clutch. On the other side of things, Ascend, how are they feeling right now? We're talking about how amazing it is to see this happen because it hasn't happened for such a long time. But how are these boys going to be feeling right now? And how are they going to bounce back after, such unusual territory for them being in this lower bracket?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to define this sin by this loss by any means. I think that this is just going to piss them off. I wouldn't be shocked if they still come out and win this whole thing today. But I do think it's a little bit of a wake-up call to come out, make sure we're focused throughout the entire series, right? I think after game one, it's very easy to kind of lull yourself to sleep. You won 250 to 41, I believe it was, and it was a dominant performance in game one. And if you're a Sin, you sit there after a game one. I've been a part of teams like this where you dominate game one and you're like, this series is already over. Well, you can't disrespect your opponents that far, right? And I think that that's exactly what Online Warriors showed you, is that they're going to try and compete every single game. Sin's going to have to go back to the drawing board, understand that, hey, we got to stay locked in. Although this region is ours, we are the best team. We're confident still, I'm sure. But we have to be locked in each and every game because we can be upset. This is not it's not a differential of, hey, nobody can actually touch us in this scene. It's more of, we are the best for now. So I do think that there's a little bit of refocus from them. They probably come in a little bit under practice after Kansas City. They probably didn't have too much reason to grind as far as scrims are concerned. So they're probably getting back into the motion of things. I think this is honestly, probably the best thing that could have happened to us was losing this series. A little bit of a wake-up call to poke the bear, wake the bear up, and we'll see what they have to say now that they're in the lower bracket.
Definitely a little bit of a challenge on the table as well for Ascend, which definitely, like you said, will hopefully wake this team up just a little bit, because you know what, Online Warriors, they're awake, they're wide awake, their alarms were set this morning and they are ready to play. I'm really excited to see what they're going to do in the rest of the bracket. We're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, we do have a lower round number 4 for you guys on the screens. We've got Jaylings Esports versus Na'Vi. Can Na'Vi prevail? Can they bounce back up? Who knows? Or will Jaylings go forward and knock them out of the bracket? We will see right after this.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me, so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown.
always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
What an exceptional three-game series from Online Warriors. Not only are they newly formed with a history of duos in the mix on this roster, but their first EU Pro Series as a team has provided two upsets, one being Na'Vi and the second being Ascend, sending them down to the lower bracket in an exciting round 3 oddball on recharge with only 1 second to separate the two. This squad really isn't messing around at all, and they're showing us exactly what they're made of right out of the gates. I am totally here for this. Upsets galore. I'm here for it, coming back into the EU Pro Series, of course. And I got to say a big shout out to Respectful, who obviously, previously on Na'Vi, having been dropped, heading into this new team, Online Warriors, and looking damn good so far in this series. Amazing stuff from the boys. I'm really excited to see exactly how they're going to end up by the end of today. And Gaskin, if you had to guess based on the way that they're playing right now, do you think they can go all the way? Are we going to be seeing a couple more upsets from these guys to hopefully take the first EU Pro Series for this team?
I'm going to upset someone, whatever I say at this point, right? But best of fives is winners finals and grand finals. Now,
Yes.
winners finals, best of 5. I think Quadrant, if they got there, which they will, they'll be fancying their chances against Online Warriors, and Ascend, if they were to get back to those grand finals, would also be fancying their chances in a best of 5. I think Online Warriors did what they were made to do by playing best of 3s, and they were able to catch Ascend maybe slightly off guard. But I think best of 5s is usually a different nature. I don't think Online Warriors will win this entire tournament, despite the fact they've just taken down Ascend. But I tell you what, I'm prepared to be surprised. I'm prepared for a new winner, because at this point, we've been waiting for someone to answer that question of who will knock Ascend off the pedestal. But maybe it could be Quadrant. We've seen them slowly go about their business in the winners bracket as well.
Yeah, they certainly have slowly gone about their business, just working, on their business in the wings. But they're going to be lighting up our screens very shortly. But first up, we do have Jaylings versus Na'Vi. And Shazzy, let's talk about Jaylings a little bit. We've kind of spoken about Na'Vi, the changes that they've made, obviously the upset that happened earlier on. But Jaylings, they have a couple of problems of their own. Obviously this team being Septic, Morga, Quad, and Cristola. But Cristola's position right now is kind of on the line for this team. So what does that do to the mental game of this squad trying to achieve things here in this Pro Series?
Yeah, it's actually kind of fitting that these two teams play against one another because both teams were actually fighting it out trying to get Mighties on their squad. And I think it's going to be difficult for a player like Cristola to come back into a team that were obviously trying to replace him. But listen, they're back here, they're back within the midst, and they're back in top 4 again. But I think it just stands and shows the ambition that this Jaylings team have. They do not want to be, and they're not content with just having top 4. They want to push further and they want to make it all the way. And particularly with Valencia on the horizon, they'll be looking to try and make it to the top 2 and maybe even get a championship. So they're still trying to improve. But in terms of Cristola, I think it's going to be difficult for him to come back in and try and perform to the same level as he was before. But I think it might even just light a fire in him here that he has to be motivated and prove, listen, I should not be dropped in the first place.
Yeah, very true. It can light fires for sure. I mean, we've certainly seen that out of Respectful today. And Clutch, you know, looking at Na'Vi right now, you kind of talked a little bit about Ascend, the upset that they've just been through, and the fact that really this should be waking them up just a little bit, maybe giving them a little bit of fire under their seats. And before we quickly get into game, you know, how are you feeling about Na'Vi right now? Is this bounce back possible, or are they just too far gone in terms of the mental game coming forward?
Yeah, we're gonna find out. In this series alone, I think, even though it's a best of 3, I think this is a big one for Na'Vi because they need to establish themselves and where they stand. At least Online Warriors just beat Ascend. So you look back at that Na'Vi series and you say, well, Online Warriors is actually just maybe really good. So how good is Na'Vi? We'll be able to learn throughout the rest of the day. I'm very excited to see this performance from Mighties. We'll be paying special attention to him in this series, but I believe the game is ready. So can't wait, I'd say, to get him on our screen to show us what he's got and to show us why Na'Vi selected him to be their 4th.
100%. And as we throw over to Jersey Gaskin, I have a question as we're getting into the game. What is it about Mighties? Why were these two teams fighting so much over this guy? Na'Vi obviously got him, but what's so special about him?
Well, like, he's young, raw talent, and Jersey can tell you more about that as well because he is, you know, a brother of someone who teamed with Mighties, right? Jersey too played with him. We saw what Mighties was able to do previously on other teams, and he was one of these players outside of the kind of top 4, top 6, wasn't he, Richie, where he's always shown talent, he's always shown promise, but we've seen so many of these top teams never give players like this a chance. But finally, someone has actually taken a risk on a young and upcoming player.
It's so difficult for these teams in and around the top 12 area to try and get noticed and try and get some attention from some of the top teams in the game. I think the community can be very gatekeepy at times. Some of the players will not heap praise on younger players, young and up-and-coming players, because they'll almost risk losing their spot to that player. That's the way the mentality looks to be sometimes. So it's great to see Na'Vi rolling that dice, taking a risk on a player and molding him and shaping him to be the player that they need at any particular moment in time. But I think with game 1 coming up and stronghold streaks with both these teams, you know, in particular Jaylings, they've been a 4 for a very long time. Mighty's only getting introduced into this squad now, Dan. Does this give, you know, are Na'Vi the weakest they've ever been in terms of strategies?
I think for sure. I think Na'Vi were, even though they've made those changes, are going to be a little bit weaker because everything is being drilled into Mighties at the moment. They are teaching him the way of Na'Vi, right? The way that Foxy wants to play, or the way that Jimbo wants to play. Kimbo just kind of follows up the orders. Kimbo's just been one of those players always who just give him a sniper and he'll do a job, right? That's what Kimbo does. But where does Mighties fit in this Na'Vi roster? Are they going to be a little bit weak now because they're still learning and adapting? Can Jaylings take advantage just as Online Warriors did? And sure, in a best of 3, when some of these new game types might crop up, it's definitely possible.
Are Na'Vi susceptible to going out earlier than they would have first anticipated? We're going to find out exactly where Mighties ranks among some of these best players in Europe. With a couple of shots going down, numbers advantage very quickly for Na'Vi with a +1. Quadios last man standing on the map, and Kimbo turns his attentions over towards B. We're going to start see scoring for Na'Vi very shortly.
And I've already seen my first mistake. Mighties doesn't even have the Na'Vi logo. There's problems in the camp for me. Okay, come on. Surely that's the first thing you do when you get picked up by Na'Vi is you buy the emblem. Oh, wait, no, you can't, can you anymore? It's not available, right? Because you can only get the skins.
No, you can buy the skins. I think the emblem might still be there. Well, what this shows me is Mighties didn't support the Na'Vi boys to begin with. And maybe that's a bigger question.
But finally does get picked up by them. And in the early stages, you know, Na'Vi have looked pretty good here. ANC was in their control, 19 points on the board. The Jaylings are always a squad who you can never really allow to get back into a game, right? They are a momentum-based team like so many others are in Europe as well. If they get a little chunk of time and start to believe in themselves, maybe get total control, then Na'Vi, they'll start to worry.
Here comes Kimbo. Straight into a Sentinel beam, and his teammates shut down as well. Cristola picks up one of the feed, though. But all this time, Jaylings about to take the lead. Drop shield goes down, but it will not save Mighties in time, and that will be numbers advantage once more, shifting over towards Jaylings as they do take the lead, but these strongholds being contested left, right, and center. I mean, rocket launcher not to be up for another 30 seconds or so. Jaylings starting to get the better of this game.
A question for me, how much does Mighties know about Jaylings and how they play, right? Because you touched upon it, he was scrimming with them at some point. Whether we think it might have been a drop situation or whether he was just filling, we don't really know. We can only look at what was happening. You think it was a drop? Okay,
it was a drop.
Mighties was playing with Jaylings. He would have learned a little bit about that strategy, about how they played. He was a man inside. Maybe it was a strategy all along. He was always going to join Na'Vi, but he wanted to get as much information from other teams as possible. But it hasn't really worked out because Jaylings are using their strategy, employing it in a way where they have a significant lead now, 56-19. Na'Vi off the spawn haven't been able to get to those strongholds quick enough.
Those rockets we spoke about moments ago. They did go over towards Jimbo, who picked up a couple of kills in the field, a double kill to be exact, but it hasn't meant much in the grand scheme of things. Na'Vi now are starting to score. But Mighties and Kimbo's in the respawn screen, and Quadios shadow boxing at times. They're chasing shadows. 4 dead for Na'Vi though, and this is the chance for Jaylings to crank up a little bit more pressure.
Mighty's the first spawner, and he is found out down in C. And that's great pressure here from Jaylings, ensuring they're pushing those spawners, taking the advantage, keeping the pressure on this Na'Vi roster, who are going to get a little bit flustered at times. This is what happens with whether it's a new pickup or whether it's a new team. When you're behind, that's when I always find the newer sides struggle, right? Because they don't necessarily have the strategy to break setups yet. When you are a new developing team, whether you picked up a player or whether you've made a new squad, your first point is, how do we set up and what do we do when we are leading a game, rather so than how do we break back into a team who are holding the game against us. So really are going to be learning a lot about Na'Vi here and how they're going to be able to challenge Jaylings, who are starting to take real control.
And for Mighties, this is a step up, not only in the teammates that he has around him, but also in the opposition he finds himself against towards these later rounds. And that brings pressures amongst itself. This, of course, his first time competing under the Na'Vi banner in competitive play. There's always going to be nerves. There might be a few windmills from time to time, but they do back him that he'll come good in the end for them. Struggling just a little bit, but with kills like that helping his team out, capturing that stronghold over towards B, and with CNA about to be traded out, Na'Vi will continue to close that gap, but Jaylings have got a significant lead here.
Just got to make sure you are playing together at this point on strongholds. It's very easy when you're spawning to start desperately heading to a stronghold just to try and get back into the game, but Na'Vi have done well to slow things down, strategize a little bit, analyze how they're going to be able to break Jaylings. And it was C they targeted first, they got hold of it, now they're taking A as well, and they will push the spawners over towards B. Kimbo just needs to stay alive, wait for teammates, which he does. This is better now from Na'Vi.
A triple cap. And something we haven't spoke about, Dan, in particular, when it comes to team changes, although you bring in a different level of player, Respectful dropped out, who is obviously one of the best players in Europe, but what also changes that isn't touched upon a lot is some of the mood in the camp, and how you might have a feel-good factor back in the team, and how morale might have changed because of that drop. And maybe with how KC went, that was a point of no return for that team.
Yeah, I think that when you have, you know, differences where there is just maybe a mood swing here or there, you've got to find a way to at least address the elephant in the room. Whether it's changing a teammate, whether it's apologizing to a teammate, or whatever happens, sometimes you run games and sometimes it doesn't work out for you. You can see it, two different sides of the story here for Na'Vi and Jaylings, right? Both of them probably wanted to make a change. Only one of them has been able to. Na'Vi get that change. They don't have to worry about the apology discussion, whereas for Jaylings, they're having to apologize to the one player that they leave out, which was Cristola when they were running games with Mighty. So they need to make sure they're groveling at his feet, saying, hey, sorry, we still believe in you. We still believe we are a squad who can do some damage here. But they do find themselves down now to Na'Vi, who have silently gone about their business and find themselves 140 to 92 ahead.
That initial trip cap did do the damage, and not only eating away at that lead that was about 60 points to now taking the lead. And how do Jaylings bounce back here? They have control of B, but A starting to get transitioned once more. Jimbo and Kimbo, the Imbo brothers, in the respawn screen. And that will help the cause for Jaylings, as they do get the reset on A eventually, and looking and turning their attentions towards C. They're looking for a triple cap of their own, but B is going to be contested here. You see, two Foxy taken care of down on ATMs, trying to withdraw some money, but insufficient funds this time around, and Rockets now into Quad's hands and how they need them with Kimbo last man on the map.
Quad just patiently going about his business. Jimbo walks into a rocket, but manages to do his best Matrix impression and dived underneath it. But it doesn't matter because Quad was able to clean it up in the end. 144 to 141. So Jaylings, even though they were down by quite some margin there for a period of time, this is a really swingy game between these two teams. And that means that both of them are struggling to hold a real setup. And that means they're both breaking setups quite successfully, which was my biggest question for Na'Vi. Are they going to be able to break these setups? And they were able to do so. It just took them a little bit of time to finally achieve it.
This game continues to ebb and flow here. Stock rifle picked up by Quad. That can do the damage as it punches into the Kimbo shields. Yes, indeed. 3 perfect shots, and that will connect onto the German and send him and fade him to black. Dutchman Morgan picks up Jimbo in the feed also. PD spawns coming through. Thruster pack will not be enough to get Quad out of the realms of danger. To Foxy, back in the beef, gets the kill there. Mighty's also falls. Killing spree now for Morgan. A and C in control. B will surely follow. But it looks as though they're going to let that spawn be a little bit free here. As they do control A and B now, Jaylings. And they have got a lead once more, but can they hold it now?
I do have a little bit of a soft spot for Jaylings, mainly because when players were asked who's the best player on the caster team, Jaylings voted for me,
they
right?
Lied.
So
yeah, they did.
They didn't lie. No, they thought about it. They made sure they evaluated all the things. They thought about past experiences, and they were like, oh yeah, you know, Dan was really good at Halo 2 and Halo 3. Perhaps he was the best at Halo. But I'll tell you this. DreamHack, they posed a question which no one really knew what the answer was anyway, because they just said, who's the best at Halo? That's a very generic question, Jersey. And maybe that's why no one voted for you, because you were never good at Halo.
Listen to me. I did see Septic pause for a very long time in that video, and I think he was waiting for the PayPal balance to get a little bit increased before he did answer it. But either way, nevertheless, I'll brush past that comment about my Halo skills. But 225 points now to Jaylings as they close in on a game 1 victory, and Navi's back to the walls.
And a game 1 victory is so big in a best of 3 as well. Like when there's a Slayer coming up, and Slayers, you know, they're such easy games to be able to find yourself in a 50-50 situation. So Jaylings know that going into the lead in that Slayer is going to be so important for their chances of breaking into top 4 here. A reminder, this is for top 4. Both of these teams are already sitting in top 6 in the bracket here in the elimination bracket. Who's going to be able to actually make their way a little bit further? Ascend also in that elimination bracket. If you weren't with us earlier, the first time Ascend have ever lost a series in Halo Infinite in European competition happened on our very screens. 225 to 154. Na'Vi are not letting this one slip away from them just yet. They are still fighting.
Morgan with the Bulldog and B. Killing frenzy for the Dutchman. As he tries to give Kimbo the wiggles, unable to do so this time. Quadios 1v1 with the German, who backs off wisely this time. And B will now be controlled by Navi. B and C. Well, there's a long road back here, but it's not out of the realms of possibility. We always see strongholds as susceptible to a swing either way. But now Navi's starting to crank the pressure as Morgan, last man alive, back tower. They've spotted him out. They've dealt with him now. 4 up, 4 dead momentarily for Jaylings. And now they're backs to the walls. We're going to see what Jaylings are made of.
A killing frenzy, but only 17-14 on the board. And that would suggest that maybe Morgan was struggling to start with, but finally started to fit into this game and realize how he wants to play against Na'Vi, and that's why we've seen Jaylings suddenly take the lead. A killing frenzy is such a massive thing and a difference when a player is not dying that much but also finding that many kills, and that's why we are seeing Jaylings having the lead at the moment. But it has been very much stopped. It's a roadblock that Na'Vi have been able to put down. They've been on 226 for quite some time, and Na'Vi are not allowing Jaylings to get over this final hurdle.
Navi control A and C, but it looks as though it's only going to be for a brief moment. Morgan drops down off commando to help his teammate driveway. A and B now in control of Jaylings as they do finally break that blockade. 2 dead here. Mighty's and Jimbo in the respawn screen. 2 Foxy and Kimbo. Kimbo might be the first man to taste death here. Yes, he will. Rockets. Full rockets at that. Both barrels coming towards Arcade. But for now, he will save that final one. B is being converted, so is A though. Jimbo desperately trying to control it for his team. Double kill for Morgan, looking for Kimbo to make a 3. Can he? No, he can't. Kimbo shuts him down in PD, but the damage has been done. And game 1 will go to Jaylings Esports. They take the lead and they draw first blood.
Borga was on a tear from about halfway through that game, went on a frenzy, and then afterwards another killing spree, making sure that his kills counted so that he could push his team through to take game 1 in this best of 3 for a top 4 position. When we look at these two teams, we think they're the teams that will be battling out for top 4. I guess after all these changes, top 6 wouldn't be where I expected either of them to be lying, but maybe Jaylings would be the probably more predicted team to finish in the top 6 out of these two, but I guess Na'Vi, you know, with that new change, with Mighty's having his first big tournament on this roster, a lot of responsibility, a lot of pressure. I'm not going to highlight his stats too much because you just say everything.
You just did.
Richie, let me finish. Just did it. Right? I'm not going to highlight his stats too much, but I will say 11 to 20, 14 assists, right? Okay, so he went negative, but the assists were there. He was shooting with the team. Maybe damage wasn't as much as some of the other players, but I think everyone on that Na'Vi roster just didn't quite gel totally. We saw it earlier when they were playing against Online Warriors as well. They struggled on strongholds. It just seems like something's not quite clicking just yet, but that sometimes happens after you make a change.
Well, game 1 in the books as we take a look at some of the highlights in this beautiful little package here. A couple of shots, easy ones at that, but ultimately Na'Vi find themselves wanting once more, and now, Dan, are only a Slayer away from being eliminated in the top 6 stage after making this change.
And it's very rare we see Na'Vi eliminated at top 6 in EU Pro Series. I think it may have happened once, but for the most part, top 4 was kind of their bare minimum. But after the top 20 performance, or top 24, excuse me, that happened at Kansas City, we all knew that Na'Vi needed to make a change. Regardless of who was at blame or who was playing well, it was gonna happen. It's inevitable after a performance like that. I don't think they will be too disheartened even if they were to finish top 6 here, because what these Pro Series are for a lot of these teams, or for most of these teams, is practice leading into Valencia and then into Orlando. Pro Series is not necessarily about winning it and being the best, aside from perhaps Online Warriors at this point who've taken down Ascend. For Na'Vi, this is just more important scrims on the line. And whilst, yes, top 6 would be disappointing for them, I think that it's not going to shake them too much. But, you know, it's not done and dusted just yet. They have a Slayer recharge they can focus on first.
And Slayer recharge is up next, Dan. And perhaps you're right, Na'Vi look at this as just getting the reps in. Now, that's certainly the excuse Wonder Boy will be using if they do lose this Slayer. I can tell you that. That'll be the public line coming from the camp. But they can bounce back here. Up against Jaylings. In a position we didn't anticipate them being here at the start of the tournament play. But that's all down to Online Warriors who have been claiming scalps left and right here. We're going to lose one of these two teams over the next 2 games. Who is it going to be? And will we lose the only partner team in Europe after game 2 in this best of 3? We're about to find out.
Well, quite right that we're on board with Morga as well after the performance in the previous game, both with Killing Frenzy and over 24 kills as he manages to just finish off 2 Foxy there, and he's still alive as well. Eventually goes down, but Jaylings, you know, they have a lot to prove as well as Na'Vi. They are a team who had a lot of expectations going into Kansas City because they had some amazing online performances. If you remember when Jaylings first formed, they were the team that suddenly shook this top 8, that shook the top 6. They got to a grand final when they first formed. They really blew everyone out of the water, but then slowly delved back into kind of a top 4 performance overall. They'll be wanting to get back to those dizzy heights of top 2, and Na'Vi is their first hurdle that they have to get over. And I will say, Na'Vi traditionally have not done very well on Recharge Slayer, but that was when Respectful was on the squad. What can Mighties do to make them look a little bit better on this map?
Well, early engagements favor Jaylings with a 4-kill advantage here as Kimbo descends on the batteries, and AA, AAA, they won't do it. He hits the respawn screen. 10 kills to 5 now is the score. And Na'Vi have to find their footing, have to find their bearings here. Because at the moment, they've been found wanting in this tournament. A couple of shots to the player bat ledge, but a melee from Quadios will get the job done. Morgan, who's been so impressive so far in this series, already on 4 kills with 4 assists to boot. And with the Dutchman playing like that, Na'Vi are in big trouble and need to shut him down. The other side of things, Mighty's, the newest and latest addition to the squad, currently 1-4, so struggling during the early knock-ins of this game. This 5-kill advantage remains. Camouflage about to pop Septic. Had his intentions, had intentions of picking it up, but ultimately he will fall, and Sword and Camouflage could be a real factor if Jimbo can get away with it.
Well, it was a 6-kill lead, now it's a 4-kill lead, and as you say, the Camouflage can make a difference, and so the repulsor is perfect from Morga. He has been playing at the top of his game, really trying to show why this Jaylings roster needs to be respected in Europe right now.
5-kill advantage remains then. Kimbo softened up for Cristal to clean up, making a meal of it though. Gonna run into his teammate, does get the kill though, and all of a sudden 2 Foxy! Whoa, boy, oh boy! Cristola makes you pay, gives you the wiggles, and that commando did not do the job the two Foxy wanted.
I think today is just going by script, right? We saw Na'Vi taken down by Online Warriors, Respectful beats his old team, then they do the unthinkable and they take down Ascend. But Jaylings, they scrimmed with Mighties. They had the decision, do we want to use Mighties, do we want to use Cristola? Whether that decision was made for them by Na'Vi or not, who knows? But Cristola now trying to prove the point as to why he's still on this roster, and if they do take down Na'Vi, everything has just gone to plan when it comes to what these teams wanted to achieve today. Except for Na'Vi, of course.
6-kill lead then. As we head towards the midway point of this game. Still plenty of time. The pace has not slowed down just yet. Both these teams will be very aware of what's about to happen. Will the pressure start to crank onto Jaylings if Na'Vi start to close that gap? They've started to do it here. As what was a 6-kill is now a 3-kill advantage. Will they see them slow the pace down? You can already see Morgan Cristola, the player outlines, over towards blue. And they've slowed it down to a crawl. They recognize and they're starting to turtle up, and that might just be the invitation Na'Vi need.
Yeah, they have about a quarter of the map right now. They're all barreled in towards blue, and that's what you do. You give Kimbo a weapon that can hit headshots, and he will provide some entertainment and provide an entry point as Cristola gets the second. And now Jaylings only have a 2-kill lead, and there's two ways you can go about it when you have a 6-7 kill lead. You can either slow the game down, or you can try and keep the pace. Jaylings tried to slow it down, and they've been punished for it.
Well, we're seeing Kimbo fry a couple of domes, but ultimately it was a 3-kill game before, and now it's a 1-kill game with Kimbo starting to cook right in the nick of time. Camouflage still has a little bit left to play here as he makes his way towards top batteries and top gold. Entering pipes now. Two members of Jaylings to contend with. Needler, the pink mist will do the job on one. Can he get the second? No, he can't. Septic shuts them all the way down.
I mean, we might as well call Jimbo and Kimbo the J&Ks of the Na'Vi roster, because they have really turned up when they needed to, and they're going against the J out. It does seem like JK is going to at least show what they're made of here. 24-23. And Jaylings, unfortunately, have let a lead slip, and this is something I mentioned in game one. Jaylings are a roster who feed off momentum, feed off being ahead, feed off those swing games that go in their favor. But when suddenly things start to go wrong and they start to crumble a little bit, are they going to be able to hold themselves up high? Na'Vi, however, are a team who love structure. They love to be ahead and really pummel their opponents into the ground.
And Na'Vi now starting to dissect the map and collapse on spawns. They have Jaylings exactly where they want them. Sword in the hands of Jimbo. It can be deadly in any man's hands, but particularly in this man's. What can he do with it? He now looks and turns his attention towards bottom tower. 3 members of Jaylings all set up over towards pipes, glass, and indeed the grenade spawn in yellow pipes. Cristola pokes out for a second. Bottom gold stairs. And we'll back these players in tower all the way up. It's a 3-kill game now. Make it 2 as that kill is traded out eventually. Quadios has Mighties to contend with. Sword charges towards them, but it's actually too Foxy. And the ball through for Quadios. How big could that kill be as we head into the last 20 kills or so?
The sword is such a swing weapon for both of these teams as well, and I think there were 2 on the map temporarily. Only 1 slash left for Quad. That sounded funnier than I thought it was going to, but now he's got a chance to at least get 1 kill with it. 30-28. It's not over for Jaylings yet, even though they let this lead slip. All it takes is 1-4 dead, 1 real big push to suddenly regain control of this map and mode, but then it's whether they show a bit more aggression than they did previously when they were finding themselves ahead.
Mighty somehow has kept himself alive, and he's milked the time for 2 Foxy. Here comes the cavalry. 4-kill lead now for Na'Vi. They've swung their way right back into this when Cristola stores up, but it's only going to be good enough for a trade. All these 1v1 engagements are going the right way if you're a Na'Vi fan. 4-kill advantage still with 5 minutes on the clock.
Jimbo comes swooping in and he says, you know what? I fancy just getting a little bit more aggressive. I'm not going to be sitting around and playing this slow game anymore. Na'Vi could do this in exactly the opposite way that Jaylings have done, right? They have a 5-kill lead, and it's whether they now push and get aggressive. And Mighties has been aggressive all game. You can see that by the 10 deaths that he has. That's maybe something that Na'Vi have just been keeping an eye on, making sure there's someone in his ear saying, hey, Mighties, let's not throw this away. Let's not be too aggressive at times. Sometimes you do need a little bit of aggression. Sometimes you do need some confidence of someone just to push in when you need to.
2 Foxy has felt the full force of that grenade. But there will not be aggression shown by Jaylings to clean up that kill. Maybe recognizing that they're not close enough. 2 players on Na'Vi down to no shields. That will soon change now as they do get the recharge, but they're trading out positions on the map time and time again, but Septic here, isolated from the rest of his team. We're all set up over towards Elevator. He's the only player in blue. And if Navi can spot this out and push him together, that should be a +1 in the column. 2 Foxy positioned over towards those sneaky nades. The Dutchman in Mighty's long haul, waiting for the initial damage to come through, get the cleanup, but the game is starting to slow down now. 5 kills the difference.
It's because the camo's coming up in 3 seconds, Richie, so everyone's just kind of waiting, seeing who's going to make a play for it. Cristola's the first. I don't think he's going to be able to pop it here. Just about manages to, so no grenades came his way. Mighty's goes the wrong way in the end, and this is going to be the chance for Jaylings, but gives his position away. Will at least get the trade. 42 to 36. Maybe it's a little bit too late now for Jaylings, even finding that initial camo.
6 kill game then. 2 Foxy putting down damage to that player bottom elevator. Despian making a meal of it, and he knows it, meleeing the wall almost in desperation. He tried to clamber up onto those staircase, but his hands were not doing what he wanted, what he requested. As we head in towards the later stages now, Navi requiring 7 kills. Will time start to be a factor? But only 3 minutes and 15 seconds now. Cristola has the shock rifle. 2 players pop. The first one loses his dome. Can Cristola pick up Mighty's? Yes, he can, but he gets traded out. It's still a 5 kill game, but Jimbo tries to scamper away. Access denied to that shock rifle, though.
I mean, might as well call Cristola Vecna with the way he was frying brains right then, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to get them quite back on par with Na'Vi. It's still a 4-kill lead for them. And as you say, it slowed down once more. Na'Vi are being very strategic about the way they're moving around the map, almost dissecting Jaylings, trying to work out who's going to be where. Can they pick up a kill? Moving in 2s at the moment. Kimbo and Mighty's were just walking up on this pipes area. With 2 minutes and 33 left on the clock, Jaylings will at some point have to try and make a push. They can't afford to just wait this one out for too long.
Patience then. Right now, the game comes to a standstill. Shock rifle, perhaps the game in Morgan's hands. Kimbo steps out for a moment, thinks about it, gets away, and shock rifle will not connect. Septic pings a player top tower. Nobody wanting to make that first mistake. What will it all come down to? It's Kimbo puts a little bit of damage down. 2 Foxy's going to be the first player to make the move with the storage. Shoryuken picks up one in the feed. Will not get traded out. Somehow scampers away, but ultimately finally gets taken down. Navi require 5. Jaylings require 9.
They're trying to work out where that camouflage is as well. And unfortunately, it looks like it might just be the final nail in the coffin that Navi required. 47 to 43. Jaylings on the back foot. Make it 48 to 43. And it looks like we might be going all the way in this series.
1 kill for Navi. Will it come through Kimbo? No, it will not. It's Mighty's who gets that final kill. We're all tied up in the series. Navi bounced right back here, hoping to show that game 1 was just simply a wobble. Navi are back in it, Dan.
And I think wobbles can happen, especially in best of 3s, where it's very game type dependent on whether you find a victory or not. And it's evident that Stronghold Streets is a little bit of a struggle for Navi, not just in this game, but earlier on in the tournament they played it as well, and it just didn't seem to be the right game type for them. Whether that's just a new issue with the team change or not. But I tell you what, I've always said Slayer Recharge is a difficult game for Navi, or it was with Respectful. But with a little bit of a shake-up, this is what happens. You get better on some game types, but then maybe you lose a little bit of an element on others. For example, Street Strongholds, maybe Respectful, he offered something very different to what Mighty's did in that game, and they may have won. But now here on Slayer Recharge, Mighty's has added something to this squad where they seem to be finding a victory where previously they may not have. As for Jaylings, I think they'll be a little bit frustrated here, Richie, because they kicked off the game so well. They had a 6-kill lead. It was looking like they were going to be cruising towards top 4 here, but they slowed it down maybe just a little bit too much.
Ultimately, slowing the game down just played into the hands of Navi, as they had a lot more time to make the decisions they needed to and that were required. Keeping the pace frantic and fast made sure Navi were scrambling at times, but understandably, when Navi did start to close the gap, Cristola and co recognized that perhaps they were going to have to slow the tempo down. But having said that, Cristola, we highlighted him before the game, before the series. He registered 15 deaths there, Dan, and playing a little bit too quick for his team, possibly.
Yeah, or the team plays away from you. It's so difficult when you just look at stats as a whole and you haven't been able to see one player's POV throughout the entire game. Because when we were on Cristola's POV, at times he was winning 1v2s, but at the same time, why is he in a 1v2, right? Is it because he's pushing away from the rest of the team? Is he trying to be too aggressive? Is he being too passive and he's being caught out? Various different things that could only be answered if you actually watch the VOD from that player's POV in full time. But I will say that Jaylings, they won't be too disheartened. A Slayer is always going to go either way with two squads who are this well versed in this game type as well, that have played it so much and they know the ins and outs. Sometimes it can come down to a few sword kills going your way, a grenade kill, one player staying alive, one camo going in your favor. Like, these are the fine split decisions that can really make or break your game here. So game number 3 is going to be very different. Objective focus once more, and this is where the teams have to step up if they want to get a top 4 finish.
And let's talk about it then. Let's start to throw a few ideas around. CTF, it's going to be Catalyst for the first time in Europe in competitive play, and it's going to be a real test of these two teams. Who's the more practiced?
And we saw earlier, right, Ascend struggled on Catalyst. Well, I say struggled, they lost 50-48, but they lost to Online Warriors, and maybe the Catalyst was that map that really swung the game in favor of Online Warriors because they had probably practiced it a little bit more. Who's practiced more between these two teams? Because, I mean, technically, you could say Jaylings was scrimming with Mighty, so they were practicing without Cristela at times. That's going to be natural practice time taken away from them. Whereas Jaylings will look at Na'Vi and say, hey, they've just made a change. They're not going to be knowing this map as well as us. We've played this maybe a little bit more, practiced it a little bit more. I think I'm leaning towards Na'Vi a little bit when it comes to Catalyst. I think from what I've seen and how they control like a sniper rifle or a shock rifle or a skewer in this case, that is going to be the difference maker here. Sword, skewer rifle, so important on this map. You can almost negate the overshield if you play it properly as well. You can force the team to sometimes jump off the map. And I just think Na'Vi have got that little bit of an extra edge, but I'm always prepared to be upset and surprised. And I think that Jaylings will want to take this game here and show that what they're made of.
And with this being the introduction of Catalyst Flag to the rotation here, Dan, you talked about, rightly so, the weapons and power-ups, but when it comes to the flag game type in particular, what do you expect to see from these two teams? What's the recipe for success to get those flag captures and secure the win for the team?
Top middle runs are key, and pulling the flag as quickly as possible, almost just as you're killing the other team, maybe even 2 or 3 dead and you're fighting the 4th guy. Flag's got to go, because the spawners are so quick to be able to get back and hassle you if you're running that flag. Sometimes they even spawn behind you if you haven't pulled it quick enough as well. The spawns are difficult on Catalyst that you've got to get used to. Very difficult to block those ones that are right back flag as well. But if you do it correctly, and if you have got that flag far enough and you do spawn them on that flag podium, that's easy pickings to get at least 1 kill, if not 2. Make sure you're going back with the flag sometimes as well. It's very easy to get caught in this loop of running it top middle, being as quick as possible. But at the same time, if you can strategically force these spawns in a way you can keep slaying, you can go for a little bit more of a slow run. You can take it down one of the sides where you get a little bit more cover. But I'm excited for this. I'm excited to learn with these teams as well, because there's only been so much footage, so many scrims that have been put online that we've been able to actually watch and indulge into to try and work out what these pro teams are doing. And that's why this EU and NA Pro Series has been very exciting for me this week, because now we're starting to see how these teams are playing these game types.
And something we're also seeing, you spoke about rightfully so, when the flag gets pulled out, you have to almost slay on the way back, because the overextension, very much as it is in Bazaar, can be detrimental to any flag pull if you don't get on top of that very quickly and don't recognize that you might have a player in your own base if you're not keeping account of all these players, Dan. So how important is it for these teams to recognize, okay, we're going to run a top middle, we might get shot, we might be susceptible to an overextension. And we've also seen the gold run be very effective for these teams. So you expect these teams need to have a handle on those overextensions, like we say on Bazaar.
Yeah, you've got to have knowledge of spawns, so you've got to be communicating. If you are shooting a guy who's just spawned back flag, it's very likely no one else is going to spawn there because you've just got into contact with him. So where is he going to be spawning? You need to be setting the warning indication for the rest of your team to say, hey, look, I one spawn back flag, I'm fighting him now though, there might not be another spawn there, it could be happening, they could be overextending. Keep your eyes peeled and make sure that does not happen. Best of 3, game 3, Na'Vi versus Jaylings. Who's going to be finishing in the top 4 and who's going to be going home? Let's find out.
Opening the pick then is going to be Mighty's. He gets taken down by his fellow compatriot in Morgan. 2 kills then in favor of Jaylings, make it 3. As now they have Na'Vi in a staggered spawn cycle. Jimbo gets repulsed and will ultimately challenge this one to the death. It looked as though his number was going to be up, but somehow has managed to scramble away, but if only for a moment, as Quadrant picks up a couple. His opening engagements have favored Jaylings, the sword in the back pocket. Kimbo gets dispatched this time, and Jimbo sits back flag, recognizing that his team are in trouble. And that repulsor play has finally sent the player off the map, but this is a great start for Jaylings.
Funnily enough, he didn't actually go on the map. He managed to just land on the light platform that was below him. Did get cleaned up by another teammate, but that's something that you've got to be careful of. You think you've been able to push them off the map, but actually there is platforms that you can just about stay alive on. So you have to be watching your P's and Q's, making sure that you're not being outplayed by a player who's just been able to keep themselves on the map. And of course, Grapple being on the map as well, you never know, they might be able to zip back up on you. You're always going to be watching every angle.
Will this early pressure start to pay then for Jaylings? They do get that flag on the move, and they do move it top middle. But the overextension, like we spoke about, here it is into Foxy. What can he do? He's going to pull a flag of his own just to delay this flag capture, and he's going to get in a fight 1v1. 2 Foxy and Kimbo picked up kills, and that's going to make this flag grab a lot more difficult to punch home into the podium. Morgan, though, comes back home, and he's got a skewer in his back pocket, but ultimately shut down by Navi as they team shoot him. The Kingdom come. Kimbo stores out front base. Flag has been returned, and not only that, they have a flag grab of their own here, Dan.
And this was your worry, right? You run that flag top middle. You maybe aren't controlling spawns as well as you thought. All it takes is one player to get behind, stop that flag, and be a nuisance. Get that flag on the move, and Navi find themselves 1-0 up, despite the fact that Jaylings had control, had the flag moving. And that's a very well-played counter cap, and we're going to be seeing a lot of those in Halo Infinite as the months go by here on this map.
Well, we feared the worst when Quadios pulled that flag for Jaylings. Navi bounced back, though. They find the picks they need. Now have intentions and their eyes set on possibly another one here. It's going to be a flag standoff, though, as you're going to pull one flag, but your one's also on the move. Juggles that. It's going to be almost a complete swap here. Morgan down to no shields, though. This flag will be stopped for the moment. First pick going to be so important. Quadios could be the first one down to no shields. Desperately needs his teammate. 2 Foxy, though, has been that first pick. Can Kimbo win this 1v1? The answer is no, but Jimbo and Mighty's have answered back across the map. This flag will continue to move. Sword down will not be a factor for now. Morgan trying desperately to stay alive, unable to do so.
Did he have to take that fight? I guess maybe he was just thinking about delaying because elsewhere the flag was running. Cristola's popped it in, Jaylings have tied things up. I think Morg is feeling himself at the moment. I think he wants to challenge the world, and he wants to look for the doubles, the triples. He wants to take on every fight. You've got to shut down the sword players. This is what happens on Catalyst. If a sword player starts to run rampant, things get very awkward very quickly. And Morga, again, is the player who is just shutting down this Na'Vi roster as quick as ever.
Jimbo last man standing, but only for a moment as Mighty's, followed by Kimbo, do start to join him. 1-1 all tied up. 8 minutes and change on the clock. Will be an IV push this time for the team. Morgan getting lit up from the goal side, though. The sword looks as though it will be picked up by Jimbo in his back pocket. It's actually going to be Skewer. I'm going cross-eyed at this map. Lines of sight. Left, right, and center. Septic. You see that glare from the battle rifle. Jimbo fires one as a swing and a miss. Whiffs that shot. Septic wisely backs away. Another one sent across the map. Will not connect. Overshield going to be the point of contention here as Quadios does secure it for his team. Can he pop it? No, he can't. It's down on bridge. Mighty just picked it up, but he's gone for a dip.
He goes into the upside down and gonna greet the rest of the squad down there who have been waiting for quite some time. But Septic, meanwhile, says, I tell you what, you go off the map, I'll run a flag. And this one is going to be trained home. You'd imagine if Cristola can pop it in, but he cannot. Na'Vi have done very well, but are they going to be able to get the return here?
Will it be desperation on the side here? Sword is coming in and it's right on time as Morgan picks up 2 in the feed when that flag looked as though its number was up. Mighty's desperately trying to stop it for his team. He's done enough so far, but Septic gets his eyes on him, sends that flag home, punches it in, and it's a 2-1 lead for Jaylings with 7 minutes on the clock.
Look at those kills as well. Mighty's with 12, but the rest of the Na'Vi roster just not being able to adjust to the way Jaylings are playing this game right now. And it's been a lot of sword control, but it's also been a lot of damage coming out from Morga the first. Of course, Morga the second being the coach, his brother. And at the moment, Quad is just having a nice little scrap. This is great distraction technique to give the rest of his team time to spawn up and help him. And not only that, he's also being able to run this flag.
We talk about the kills for Mighty's, and also the death column for 2 Foxy isn't making for great reading right now. Currently sitting at 12. How he's maybe trying to push the pace a little bit too much for his team. As desperately, no man wants it more than 2 Foxy at times. How he would love to get his hands on the goal come Valencia. He has helped his team here no end as he picks up a kill on the Cristola, but is traded out by Morgan. And what Jaylings can ill afford to do here, Dan, is slow the pace like they did in the Slayer.
And just to go back to what you said about Foxy wanting the gold, I think that's why we've seen roster mania, right? That's why so many of these European teams have changed squads, because no one is happy with top 6, top 4. No one's happy with second, third. Everyone wants to be the best in Europe. and they want to be able to put themselves in the best position to try and break that top 6 in North America. And Navi felt like it wasn't the right roster to do so. We've also seen other teams make changes, maybe off the back of that initial change, but also because they want to be the squad to really make the difference and take down Ascend in Europe and do a little bit better in Europe. But Catalyst is going to be the map we're on right now. Flag does offer this opportunity of very exciting end games as well, Richie, because you can cap back-to-back flags very quickly with top middle runs, and we will see such exciting last few moments when teams are trying to get back into a game.
Jaylings here, looking to put a bit of distance between them and Navi. A breathing room in the scoreline. But again, we're going to see another flag standoff as both flags on the move, and we're seeing Mighty's actually juggle the flag towards his own flag, looking to return it on the way home, but it's been juggled just over the top of him. Great play, recognizing that from Jaylings. Septic somehow catches out Mighty's this time. Quadios begins to send that flag home. Morgan's going to turn his attentions to it first. But this trade to Foxy tries to send it home and succeeds. Big plays from the captain.
Foxy's done it again, right? He's that overextender. He's getting behind Jaylings and he's catching them off guard. You just need to keep a little bit more tabs on Foxy and maybe tabs on these spawns. But when you are in a flag standoff like that, you kind of prioritize getting the flag back first. And sometimes when you have the lead, you let it slip, the idea of trying to focus on your own flag and keeping someone on it at all times. So well played from Foxy, but also you can understand why Jaylings prioritized just making sure Navi weren't able to score.
Flag taken.
About 4.5 minutes. Will time start to play a factor as it so often does in a flag game? It's most definitely not going to go to a 5 flag. That much is for sure on the balance and on the evidence of what we have seen here and now. 2 go down though. Cristola and Morgan for Jaylings. Flag on the move. Mighty's going to bring it all the way over towards Ivy. Has he got the support from his team? Do they have tabs on the overextension? Looks as though there's nothing in the base just yet, but there it is. It comes face to face with Quadios. 4 dead now for Navi.
It's a risky run. I like the attempt, and you've got to start moving flags with only a few minutes left on the timer here. But Jaylings are going to be taking advantage of maybe some desperate plays coming out from Navi. And now they've got the overshield. Now they've got the man advantage. You better believe they're going to go for a flag run. You've just got to make sure you get some slays first here.
Cristola doing his best to get those in the bag for his team. Put a lot of damage down onto those 2 players who ultimately backed away and are going to try and overextend here. But going to go for that top middle flag room once more. Does not get shot this time around. It looks almost free though. He's wisely backing up. Information is coming through. Morgan has come through with a sword to the spine of 2 Foxy, but 2 more members to contend with the Navi.
Navi have done well to get behind and try and force Jaylings to really scrap on this flag once more. And Navi know if they can win this fight, countercap is very much probable at that point. Reversal for Septic though. He is fighting for his life and for his flag. And somehow Jaylings take down almost the entirety of Navi, and it's going to be 3-1.
Captured.
3 minutes, just under, for Navi to find 2 flag captures. Now it's just to bring this game to overtime, or they will be bowing out at the top 6 position. And now maybe Respectful is looking on at this and almost rubbing his hands together gleefully. Drop me. And this is what happens.
I mean, it may be a case of winning the battle, but will you win the war? This is a long-term plan for Navi. They know that, we know that. They've got a new kind of rookie on the roster that they're trying to teach, but a flag is being run very quickly here by Navi, and this is what can happen on Catalyst flag. You can get that flag across so quickly that suddenly 2 flags become just 1 flag in a blink of an eye. 3-2, 2 minutes remaining, and Jaylings just let that one slip through their fingers. Maybe they said, okay, let's not desperate this one because we still have a lead.
Jaylings leave the door open. It's for Navi now to walk in. They have halved and cut that deficit. Overshield about to pop. And will Jaylings, like they did in the Slayer, slow the game down? Cristola in no man's land front base, but Jimbo will be the one to secure that kill. Mighty's gets traded out this time. Overshield though in the chest of what looked to be a Jaylings member. And that looks as though Sword will also be in their control. It's going to be a bit of a standoff here as Navi off to play defense for a moment.
It's Septic who's been able to get the overshield and the sword here, and he was the last remaining player. So he would have got a lot of information from the rest of the team as to where Navi was. And that means he's just waiting patiently. He's going to be a little sneaky diamond in the rough, hoping to do some damage on the other side. But you've got to be very careful that you don't take too long to make a play, because Navi might be able to get into that base, get a pull, and then suddenly your life becomes very difficult.
Just over a minute then. This overshield has completely dissipated without really being a factor at all. Grapple hook will send them back towards home. playing defense is Septic now, running the clock down. He recognizes that the flag grab is not a necessity here, but playing defense absolutely and well and truly is. The sword's going to come around the back pocket here, and Mighty's gets dispatched. Couple of shots in the back, but a grenade blowing up in the distance is not going to be enough. 2 Foxy on the spike grenades. Trades out. As that information comes through for Jaylings, and they only need to survive 40 more seconds.
It's one last push for Na'Vi, and what have they got in the back pocket? You can move that flag very quickly, but you need to get some kills first. And with Jimbo and Kimbo going down, Na'Vi almost need to wait those extra 10 seconds now for the respawners for that one last ditch attempt. If they go one by one, this is what happens. Jaylings, they sit, they wait. As Clutch once famously said at a game in Sweden, run the defense!
The defense has well and truly been run. Mighty's recognizing that this is probably all she wrote. Jimbo goes down. 2 Foxy and his team are not going to be in touching distance here as Kimbo finally gets the kill, trying to get that flag grab, desperately trying to get there, but will not be able to do so as Jaylings topple Na'Vi and send them out of the top 6 stage.
It has not been the Cinderella story for Mighty's on his first outing with Na'Vi, but for Jaylings, they find themselves in top 4, and they are back to where they once were previously prior to KC, a team who is competing with the very best. They could have made a change. They didn't make a change. And maybe it was the right decision after all, but we'll see in the long run. This is what all these changes are about. They are not for the short term. It's about learning with the team and making sure you can then push yourselves into the best position you can be when it comes to Valencia, when it comes to Orlando, when it comes to the World Championships that will happen later on this year. But it is the initial laugh that goes in favor of not just Jaylings, but Respectful as well.
Let's talk about it. Let's dissect it. Mighty has had a very good game 3 there. 21 kills, 17 deaths for his team, and the rest of them struggled a little bit to get with them. You see in particular 2 Foxy, 11 and 23, so a very tough game for him. But you rightfully say this is a long-term project for them, and they're willing to wait for Mighty's to come good. But ultimately, in the end, they've come unstuck. But this is some good reps for them.
Yeah, and I'm wondering whether Na'Vi are going to look at this game and assess it. And, you know, when it comes to a game 3 and it's going to be a brand new map, again, you don't read too much into it. You just use it as a learning opportunity, and they'll say, did we maybe allow Jaylings to get that flag too far on too many occasions, and we relied on the overextender or overextenders to try and win those battles, and unfortunately didn't win them on a couple of occasions, which is why Jaylings found themselves in the lead. But that all stems from initial picks, initial kills, who's controlling the sword, for example, and the sword was in the hands of Jaylings for a lot of the game. And even though Mighty's was able to find, 20 odd kills, and he looked great when he's getting those kills, how important were those kills in the grand scheme of things? Was he getting it whilst he was hiding around a corner and he's ambushing a player? Or he is the last remaining player on Na'Vi and he just picks 2 people out from behind but then dies and then the flag gets pulled? Again, stats don't say everything. I think ultimately we look at Na'Vi and how they've played. Top 6 will be a disappointment regardless of whether they've made a change or not. But it is a long-term situation for them. Mighty's is their new project. I think he performed pretty well today. Even though they finished top 6, certainly when we were on his screen, he seemed to be rolling with the big dogs quite successfully, statistically performed well, and I'm excited to see what this Na'Vi roster does in the future.
Well, Jaylings push on, Na'Vi do fall, but Lottie, Clutch, what a series that was.
It certainly was a series, and I've got to say, I loved Dan's reference to the Upside Down, because right now it does feel like we are in the alternate dimension with.
Did you hear my Vecna one as well? I got 2 Stranger Things ones.
I let it go both times too.
You let it go, shows. You let him just roll with it with the puns. I've got to say, I love the Stranger Things puns coming through, Dan. But it does feel like an alternate dimension right now with the results that we are seeing so far today. I mean, unbelievable stuff. And I've got to say, you know, the big talking point I think coming to this series was Na'Vi, the new look roster. You know, have they made the right change? And Clutch, what did you make of Mighty's? Because he had some pretty solid games, you know, starting really with the Slayer. I saw him kind of step up for the squad. And again, slaying ability really was there in that final map 3. But what did you make of him in terms of his addition to the team and what he can do for the lads?
I mean, Mighty's is really the only like positive talking point from this Na'Vi roster throughout the series, right? I think if you look back at the 3 games, Mighty's had a solid series, but everybody else left you wanting more. Everybody else needs to step up. And I mean, you just lost to Jaylings Esports, and no offense to Jaylings, but this Na'Vi roster, like they're so pronounced, their careers are so embraced and historic throughout the EU scene that you expect more. This is a disappointment. Nothing else to say about this team. They got to figure it out, and they need to figure it out fast, because they are on a consistent descent. ever since the start of Halo Infinite. And I'm not trying to be brash or rude in that regards, but I mean, these guys, what we know they're capable of at the peak of their careers, I mean, we are looking at former shells of themselves in this sense. And for a stat that really that pointed out to me that this team is just discombobulated is that you look at 2Foxy's deaths compared to Jimbo's about halfway through that CTF in game 3, and 2Foxy has about 12 or 13 deaths. Jimbo has 6, and the rest of the team somewhere in the middle. It's a different pace that these two players are playing is what that tells me. And when two players have that significant difference in deaths, that typically means that they're playing two completely different styles of Halo. In Na'Vi, they look jumbled. They look like, for lack of better words, just discombobulated, right? They need to figure out a way that they can play successfully together. And unfortunately, they haven't been able to do that. Congratulations to Jaylings. I mean, Morga had one hell of a series and he impressed me more than anybody there. But this Na'Vi roster, I mean, they're not going to be able to play anymore today, but they have to figure it out before this next Pro Series, that's for sure.
I couldn't agree more with what you're saying there, Clutch. And I think you put it so perfectly when you said that it just looks like, in terms of the stats and what you're seeing on the screen as well, that, you know, some of these players are just playing a completely different game from one another, which is not what you want as a team. It's not what you want as a strategy going forward at playing against some of the best in Europe. It's going to be extremely hard if you're not together as a unit. And I think we saw that in 2Foxy's numbers. And 2Foxy at times, yes, I was looking at his numbers thinking, oh my God, you know, this is not looking so great, you know, over double negative and not fantastic. However, he was doing things like trying to stop the flag and really putting himself on the line there in terms of the stats to do so. But like you said, you know, it's all well and good if you are doing that as a player, but not having the same mindset, or, you know, knowing that that is something that a player needs to do at the time is going to be really, really difficult. So the fact that they are on different pages is not working right now, clearly. Dan, really quickly, you know, you said that, you know, this is a long-term plan for Na'Vi. Do you see potential in this long-term plan based on what you've seen?
Yeah, I think Mighty's is a great player. I think Wes is right. Like, some of the other Na'Vi players maybe underperformed today. Perhaps felt like they had too much on their shoulders, maybe. But I think the Mighty's is a fantastic player that has been added to this squad, and he will listen, he will learn. And once they start gelling, I do think that they can be a threat in Europe. But it has to happen in a point where there's a lot of positive outlook. They can't be too negative with this. Otherwise, everything will crumble that they've tried to build.
Indeed it will. I'll tell you what though, I'm going to crumble in my chair after all these storylines that have been coming forward, and the upsets that have been happening. The bracket is chalked right now for a lot of our top teams, but we'll see who is going to prevail, who is going to be on that winning side of the bracket as well. And we're going to actually go to a winners finals after this quick break. We have Online Warriors versus Quadrant. We'll see who will push forward into that grand finals position and who's going to bump down to the elimination bracket. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag capture.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS EU Pro Series. Now, the story so far has been pretty damn perfect, with the favourites obviously being sent to the elimination bracket, and now Jaylings sending Na'Vi home early doors. Now, Jaylings showed us that they can adapt, learn on the fly, with a really big first street strongholds from the squad, and a bounce back and change of pace from Na'Vi right in the middle, taking the Slayer on recharge, but finally, the new map on show, Catalyst CTF. Jaylings just commanded control of this map. Very, very aggressive right at the start. Morga was looking damn good as well. And I've got to say it paid off. 2-3 the final score. Jaylings secure top 4 and send Na'Vi packing, unfortunately. And we kind of talked a little bit about Na'Vi, where they're at currently, and Clutch, I think, said it perfectly, just really not on the same page whatsoever. But I've got to say the addition of Mighties is paying off to a certain sense, to a certain degree. Obviously not getting the, kind of the results that they wanted, but Mighties has actually been stepping up to the plate, looking pretty good individually. So hopefully we can kind of see them gel a little bit more as a team, as a roster, and start to really develop their games when they're going into competition as well. Now, we're on to Online Warriors versus Quadrant. It's our winners finals, and Gaskin, I'm really excited about this because I'm actually excited, of course, about Online Warriors, the prospect of then coming up against another top dog that we have in Europe. But I'm excited about Quadrant here. Quadrant really excited me in Kansas City. I looked at these guys and I was like, my goodness, you really have gone from strength to strength. And they have been improving. There has been that conversation about the roller coaster of Quadrant, where they're at, the fact that they dip a lot, they peak a lot. Quadrant right now for you, where are they at? Did they stand a chance against this really hot, heavy, brand new roster of Online Warriors?
Where do I start? Quadrant, amazing in KC, but then made a change, right? Dropped Fragger, picked up Nurix. Nurix previously was on this Quadrant roster before they picked up Shad. Do I think that's a good change? I want to see some evidence of that in this tournament, because I think that Quadrant looked so good in KC that I was surprised the change happened, but I know that Fragger was disappointing in certain games, so I can understand why the change happened. Do I think they can beat Online Warriors? Yes, a best of 5. I would definitely be favoring Quadrant here. I think they'll be relishing, it's not even the right word. They're definitely going to be looking forward to the chance of getting to a grand final here where they don't have to face Ascend.
It was the right word, Dan. You're good.
This has never happened. It was relishing the opportunity.
Relishing the opportunity.
Okay, I was just double checking.
Not just good on a sandwich. Not just good on a sandwich.
Relish can be used in various ways, but I think that Quadrant will be excited here that they're going to be going up against Online Warriors in a winners final, and it's not going to be Ascend for like the first time ever.
Yeah, I think that's a definitely exciting prospect. Sorry, Shez, go ahead. Tell me what
I was just going to build on what Dan said. I think looking at the tournament and coming into the start of the day, I don't think Ascend, we weren't expecting Ascend to drop out. And I think Quadrant had to give them the opportunity to say, listen, you can play Ascend or you can play Online Warriors. Now we know who they're picking all the live long day, and it's whether Online Warriors are just riding off momentum and form, or can they show that they are here to stay, and it's their success will go beyond this one tournament.
Yeah, 100%. And Clutch, I think we're just about ready to get into game here. And I know you and Shez are going to be on the mics for this one. I leave a question for you here. Nurix coming back in this roster for Quadrant, previously was on Quadrant, but was dropped, brought back in. What have they seen? I think that wasn't working before, bringing him back onto the team. What was there that was left unsaid for Nurix? Because I think it's a bit of a strange one to drop a player and then bring them back into the mix.
Yeah, real interesting dynamic that's going into this Quadrant roster right now. How much success they had, how close they were to beating a team like Sentinels at Kansas City with their past roster with Fragger on the team. I mean, I was surprised that they actually made a change, but I actually like the heads up play and the proactiveness that this team has, because I do think that Shad's SLG and Chick really do have what it takes to be the #1 team in Europe. I mean, Ascend, they're tough to beat. They've lost today, but I'm not going to count that against them. I think that we'll see them have a hell of a tournament run in that lower bracket. But for Quadrant, I mean, Nurix, you have an opportunity now to really make yourself a home on a team that can establish themselves in the top 2 and potentially the top 1 with the way this Quadrant team has played recently. I mean, they've done nothing but impress me, but for Nurix to step up here, we're going to learn a lot about Nurix as a player. There's probably reasons why he was asked to take a step back into that coaching role going into Kansas City, but do I think he'll have what it takes to replace what Fragger was able to provide for this team? Absolutely. Will he do more is the big question for me. Can he push this Quadrant roster to a different tier? Now that's what's exciting for me to pay attention to as we enter this series, the rest of this tournament. And Online Warriors, they're going to give their best shot at this one as well, because we cannot talk about this series going forward without talking about the run that they've been on. They've knocked out Navi, they've knocked out Ascend. You've got the #1, potentially the #2 or 3 seed in Navi coming into the tournament. Now, if you can beat Quadrant, you've beaten the 1, 2, and 3s, and that's going to be an impressive run from them to go through that gauntlet of a winner's bracket, finding themselves in a grand finals. That would be a storyline to remember.
Yeah, I think Wes makes a very good point. For Online Warriors, in their point of view, they've already beaten the best team in Europe, and they've beat the 3rd best team. So heading into this winners finals, they're going to play a team that on paper has been worse than the team they've already beaten before this point. So they can take great confidence to be heading to this best of 5 that, listen, we've done it and we've taken the scalps of these 2 top teams. Why not go one better and win the whole thing and get to grand finals?
Yeah, very, very true. I mean, they really have proven themselves at this point in time. And I think if they can take down Quadrant, I think there's an element of, okay, this is really happening. Online Warriors, they clearly are clicking. They are clearly working. Gaskin just getting into the squad here, getting into the roster. We've got Mo's, Respectful, Snaky, and Flux. What makes them so special? They've come together for a reason. We've got a couple of historic duos in here as well. We've got players that we've known for a long time in Europe. What makes them so special individually, but coming together as a solid unit as well?
They've all got great internet connections, which written. I'm joking, but they name themselves Online Warriors for a reason. They are a team who historically are full of players who've performed well in online environments, but I'll give it to them. They've performed well on LAN as well. It's not like they're not capable of doing so, but they are 4 players who have maybe been overlooked through Halo Infinite. I mean, the fact that Respectful lost his spot on Navi, he probably feels a little bit disrespected, no pun intended. And for some of these other players, they've been trying to scrounge teams, trying to break into the kind of top 6, top 4 at times. Accusations of cheating for some of these players as well. Like, that's never a place you want to be, and that is so difficult to get over that hurdle, to try and make people believe that actually you are just performing well, that you are good enough to be doing what you were actually doing in some of these games. And that was Snaky, right? He went through all of this, kind of these trials and tribulations. People thought that he was maybe cheating, and it's, you know, no evidence was ever shown that proved it. So he has been performing so well. He went to LAN, he did the same at LAN, he's been amazing. And now these 4 guys together, they just want to prove themselves. They want to prove a point and prove why they should be considered one of the best teams in European Halo. And I tell you what, by taking down Na'Vi, by taking down Ascend, they have certainly proved that point initially.
They certainly have proved the point initially, for sure. I've got to say, going back, you know, from what we've seen so far from Online Warriors on our screens, and going back to their game against Ascend, you know, something that we did notice is that at some points they were actually outslaying Ascend. You know, Shozi, is this going to be a big thing for this team? Are they going to be a slay-heavy team, fast-paced? You know, what kind of tendencies can we expect?
Well, I think what we can say, particularly for Online Warriors, is that, you know, they have two players on the team that have brought home championships before. Moz and Respectful throughout Halo 5 were on a dominant roster along with Jimbo and Kimbo. So these 2 players know what it takes to win, and they know the drive and the determination and how much effort they have to be and to put in to be successful. So I expect to see this team to go from strength to strength. And for Flux and for Snaky, particularly for Flux, he's been a player that's been in and around the top 4 for a very, very long time. So maybe this is his chance to finally make that breakthrough.
100%. Now, Clutch, I don't gas you up that often, because I got to try and keep,
not many people,
you know,
do.
keep the head the same size. However, before we went into this another HCS EU Pro Series in our first week here, you did say that before seeing any results at all, before seeing any of the bracket results whatsoever, even behind the scenes, you said Online Warriors were a damn good team. You looked at the, you know, the roster, and you're like, damn, this is going to be a pretty damn good team. What did you notice, you know, before going into this? Because you're right. You are very, very right. So, you know, what was kind of there?
Don't say that loudly.
I know.
We don't have to get into semantics about how right I usually am. Like, who called Sentinels winning the last Kansas City tournament?
I knew it was going to come up as well. I knew it. I knew he was going to say it.
We don't have to go back through the record and take a look at the analytics behind all of that. We just accept it for what it is. All right. Anyways, on a serious note, I mean, I look at this roster and I see a lot of like hunger. I see a lot of like chips on these guys' shoulders in order to like want to prove themselves. How long will it last? How satisfied will they be after they beat teams like Na'Vi and Ascend in an online qualifier? Hopefully they're still hungry. Hopefully these guys want to win LAN tournaments in the EU region. Hopefully their eyes are set on Valencia. But you learn a lot about players, and when a player gets dropped like Respectful, like I've said it a few times, and it's like his mindset can go in one of 2 ways. He can go, my career is over, I'm going to collect paychecks until I'm on a team, like, so I get dropped from a team that's so bad it's not worth time competing, or I can motivate myself to put a team together that I want revenge, and I believe that I can get revenge. Respectful joining this team, I really believe, was under the mindset of like, all right, now it's go time. Now this is the motivation I needed in myself to elevate my gameplay. I think that Moz has been one of those players as well. I mean, he's had a disgruntled past. We're not going to go there as far as that, but he is a damn good Halo player. And he understands that, hey, this might be the only opportunity at a real chance in a team that I think can create upsets as well. When you're looking at Flux and the rest of the roster, it's those guys also now understand, hey, these are the 2 best teammates I've probably ever had in Halo. So all these guys are fired up to create upsets. All these guys want this as bad as ever. And for this to be the real opportunity, they are seizing that opportunity, right? As far as other teams that are underperforming, like a Na'Vi in this team or in this tournament, they only made one change, and they're like going about it in a different mindset. They're not nearly as hungry, it feels. And I looked at this roster in Online Warriors, and I said, that's a ton of individual skill. If the hunger meets the way that they play together, then they're going to have a lot of success. And I mean, so far it's paid off. I'm not going to go as far as to say as they're going to find themselves consistently in the winners bracket finals of every EU tournament. I don't think that a lot of the competition is up to snuff, and maybe as practice coming into this qualifier as they want to be, as they will be coming into a tournament like Valencia. But for now, they look like they're competitors, and that's a great thing for the EU scene.
for Online Warriors as well, Wes, this is a great point for them. This is a perfect foundation for them to build upon, right? They've taken down two of the best teams in the region, and they are now a team to be contended with. They're a new challenger, and maybe even give Ascend a run for their money come Valencia. So with that being said, you've been on teams before where you've been dropped and you've came back hungrier than ever. So you can speak to it, maybe that sort of feelings and emotions that Respectful is going through.
Yeah, there's extra motivation. Absolutely. There's that, like I said, there's a chip on your shoulder. I used to call it that new team fire. And it's like everybody's excited to be here. Everybody wants this team to work out, and everybody's so new to each other that everyone's like in that prove it mentality. I have to prove to my teammates that I belong in this team. I want to be the best player on this team. I don't have a necessarily defined role. I have to establish myself as a top player in this scene on this team. And I think when all four players are like that, you get that BTHS, that Warriors-esque like feel, like you're saying, Jersey, where it's like everyone's in this for the right reason. And I believe that's why they've seen positive results. That being said, they've also won a few best of threes against some very good teams. When we talk about best of fives, looking at the layout here, we could be talking about a completely different story, especially with a team as practiced and as dedicated as Quadrant is.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, Wes, because I was going to play devil's advocate and say, sure, it's great that they've done this in best of threes, but now we have a best of five. It's an entirely different ballgame, and they could very much find themselves in a elimination bracket later playing against Ascend in a best of five, and then that victory gets very quickly forgotten in the best of three if you lose a best of five. So I think you need to show here now against Quadrant in this winners finals what you're made of in a best of five and why you deserve to be here. There is no reason why Online Warriors will doubt themselves at the moment, because they've done the unthinkable. Regardless of best of threes or not, they have got to a position where no one else in Europe has ever found themselves in Halo Infinite, and even prior in Halo 5, like we didn't see Ascend losing series. So this is really something that was never expected. Probably Online Warriors didn't even expect it, but now they can believe in themselves in such a way where they are going to think they're unbeatable.
And just a note, folks, as well, we are waiting to get into game. We're not just rambling on for the sake of it. Welcome to our new podcast.
Start the game, Lottie.
I know, start the game. God damn, if I had the button, I would push it. Trust me. But we are waiting for players to get situated and ready to go. While we do so, we're just having a little chat about, obviously, some of the roster main that's been going on. Obviously, new teams that have been formed. And if you're just joining us, welcome. It's lovely to have you joining us here for the HCS EU Pro Series. Now, just really quick, gentlemen, I don't mean any disrespect when I say this at all.
She does.
You know, Online Warriors.
She does.
I definitely do. Online Warriors, we've kind of seen what they can do so far, right? But you know, it begs a question. You guys have kind of mentioned it as well. You know, the best of three is very different from a best of five. We do have now 17 game types and modes and maps in the mix here, and that you know, that's a lot to be practicing to be the best on. So when it does come down to the wire in terms of how many games you're playing and averaging out a series, you know, where's the longevity in it with this team as well? You know, we're online currently. There's the honeymoon period as well coming through. You know, we have, you know, a handful of different players. Yes, you've got Snakey and Flux, who were previously on Blackhand. That wasn't very long lived, and they've kind of moved on their own ways here. But, you know, what are we looking at here? How real is the honeymoon period? You know, are a lot of these factors something that we can kind of read into early doors here, Jersey?
I think it definitely plays a massive factor, right? You have that feel-good factor, backs against the wall, like Wes touched upon. These players maybe have a chip on their shoulder and they want to show the world that, listen, we've been overlooked for far too long and we were never really the problem on the teams that we've been involved in. So you have the likes of Flux and Snakey who are motivated probably more than ever, because they have two proven winners now on their team. And we actually had the series layout flash up on our screens there for a moment. King of the Hill Streets was game one, so Online Warriors already took down Navi in that game type, so they can show, and it wasn't even close, it was 4-0, so they can prove that fundamentally this team is sound. It's not just thrown together and they happen to scrape by in these best of threes. I think they can be a real handful against Quadrant in this best of five.
Yeah, indeed. Was it King of the Hill Streets you said on Streets? Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I'm really excited to see, you know, King of the Hill being played as well on a screen. And Gaskin, you know, I want to ask you about that. Obviously, King of the Hill, a different reiteration of it coming forward in Halo Infinite. The scoring system has changed slightly. How's that play on Streets from what you've seen so far in scrims and other sort of tournaments behind the scenes? You know, what are we going to be expecting? Because Streets is, I think, a lot of people's favorite maps in rotation. So how's that one going to look?
Sorry, my dogs have just bombarded me. They distracted me slightly. The door just went, and both dogs just came in like, "Hey, Dad!" Anyway, whilst they destroy everything that's in my room, I think the King of the Hill, you know, it's very different to the King of the Hill we saw in previous Halos, like you've just said. It actually plays more similar. I mean, I don't want to talk about it, but other FPS games. Hardpoint, there's a game type with very similar where you transition around the map, you try and get the point, and sometimes you just have to give up on that point, right? You're giving up on that hill. On streets especially, there are some hills that are very difficult to break into. Station, for example, if you get the proper setup, it's near impossible at times to actually get in, because unlike Oddball, for example, when you have a setup, everyone can fire their guns. And some of these hills, you can be in a position where you can do a lot of damage and get a lot of info. So you have to sometimes set up for that next king of the hill. And it is different from previous Halos, but I kind of like the changes here or there. There's some maps where I think maybe that hill sizes could be a little bit different. And of course, changes will come as we get through the HCS. But right now, I'm enjoying the changes. I'm enjoying to see what the pros try and do when it comes to setups, and most importantly, breaking setups, because I think that's where the victories come here, is who can actually break those setups.
Yeah, 100%. I think also something that's really interesting and bringing in, you know, a game type clutch that, you know, it moves along the map. You have to be prepared, like you said, set up for new hills, making sure you're getting them, breaking setups. You know, what does that do to the spawns and being able to block certain spawns and dictate spawns, and, you know, having to be very, very aware of where the next hills are going to be. In terms of tactics and strategy, how is that going to change things up with this new game mode?
Yeah, I think it's all about trying to set the meta, right? And we'll figure out who's the best at that throughout this day. And we may see just a sample of what that Na'Vi Online Warriors game looked like. That Jersey reference that went 4-0 in Online Warriors' favor. So they obviously had a good foundation there earlier in this tournament. So it'll be exciting to see kind of what their strategies are. But it is so important, like you're saying, Lot, to prioritize blocking probably half the map, I would say, especially on streets. So when that hill is up by B on the pillars, are you blocking PD? Are you blocking tram? And how are you going about trapping the enemy team and collecting those points more securely, rather than making it like a rumble pit style of a grenade pit and with no control? I think it'll be very telling to see how much control some of these teams can get and keep to keep one of these points and to obtain one of these points. That's going to be very telling to me of how how they view the meta of King of the Hill itself. Some teams like to be aggressive and push that spawn and force a split spawn. Some teams are going to be more passive with their control of the hill. We'll see which one kind of favors the meta as of right now, but I would expect the pace to be set by the team that gets control. And if you're able to keep numbers in your team's advantage, there should be no reason that you lose that hill, in my opinion. So very excited to kind of see if they can control the pace yet. I know they don't have a ton of practice on this mode as of yet, but as time goes on, you'll see once a team gets 4-dev, once they get total control and they're able to influence spawns, like you're saying, how dominant can that team be and how they're rewarded directly in the score line is going to be important.
And I do think that for Online Warriors and what they did against Na'Vi is they did play in that fast, aggressive style that Wes is talking about. So I'm expecting to see that, whereas Quadrant maybe will go for a slightly more structured approach to it. And that can end up in one of two ways. You can either have a very one-sided game in favor of the structured team if they are in control and constantly keeping the spawns. But if that structured team goes behind and Online Warriors keep it kind of really fast-paced, aggressive, the team of Quadrant who are trying to play this structured game are probably going to be like, what the frick is happening right now? Like, how do we get back into this? We're just constantly being pushed off spawn. We don't even have a chance to breathe. So I'm excited to see what happens here, because I think we're going to have two clash of playstyles when it comes to King of the Hill.
Yeah, and I love that. And then figuring out which team has to adapt, which team does adapt successfully, what is going to be working. Like you said, it's exciting to have these new additions because of figuring out meta for all of it, which is, I personally love that. I love seeing what the pros come up with. I love seeing what the teams can do and how it's played. And that will very much be adapted as we get through the rest of the season, of course, with these new additions. But I tell you what, folks, we are waiting still for our players to get in the lobby, to get everything ready to go. You know, they're having their massages right now, a couple of hot towels across their foreheads, maybe a little manicure on the side just to make sure that, nothing's in the way of the sticks and the buttons for all of them. So while they are getting pampered and they are getting ready to go, we're going to show you guys the Season 2 trailer. If you haven't checked it out, then take a look at this.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag captured.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Well, they have it, folks. Season 2 in full swing. Really, really exciting. We're playing it right now. Halo Infinite on your screens. We have our winners, finals, Online Warriors versus Quadrant. Who is going into that grand final spot? I got Clutch and I got Shurzy to figure that one out. Fellas, it's over to you.
Thanks so much, Lottie. We finally decided that we will be starting the game very shortly. Wes, King of the Hill Streets coming up. We spoke about the differences in teams and how strategies are going to be very, very important in controlling spawns. But something else we didn't talk about is controlling the sandbox around that, maybe having to prioritize picking up weapons and giving up a bit of free time along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. The Bulldog shotgun, the rockets, they've been pivotal in a lot of the games so far here today. I mean, we watched Morga go on a killing frenzy with the Bulldog and the rockets paired together. That was very influential in their victory over Navi. So we'll see which players in this match versus Online Warriors and Quadrant get to dictate the pace, get to set the tone with the power weapons early on. And you can best believe that those rockets, especially paired with an objective that is location based, stagnant like that, are so influential into breaking setups, into holding setups, and achieving these points. So very excited to see the first King of the Hill on Streets on broadcast here and now.
Online Warriors, then, they've ran the gauntlet and they find themselves in the winners finals as we now head into game of 5 territory. Game 3s have been good to them, but it's time to do it over an extended period of time. 3 go down here for Quadrant right off the rip, and rockets in the hands of that man Respectful.
4 dead for online, or 4 dead for Quadrant now, and Online Warriors already in the hill. These rockets can create so much separation, but they don't find home, and Respectful, he gets taken down. A 2-2 trade, and that's a beautiful job by Quadrant to come off spawn against weapons and figure out ways to trade efficiently.
That's 2 dead again for Quadrant here, and they are trading out here, our Online Warriors. They're off to a flyer, and I've already started to tick that hill significantly now as it heads very quickly over the halfway point. Respectful is going to be the first pick. That should mean Quadrant get to break this setup. Shad's picked up another one in the feed. 3 dead. Flux last man alive, but he's managed to lock in a killing spree for his team. Can he lock in one more? Yes, he can. Picks up a double kill, but he has had to concede the hill and wait for the rest of his team to spawn up as he does eventually go down in tires.
You want to see him stay alive there, but Flux doing a great job to find 2 by himself, and that relieves a lot of the pressure Quadrant would have been able to apply to Online Warriors coming off their spawn. We'll see what they're able to do now. Look at that drop wall for Moze on top heaven. Not often do you see it placed exactly up there, especially with that hill over by pillars. It can be so influential, but SLG, he goes through the wall, he takes him down, and with it, it looks like a few kills going back and forth now as Quadrant continuing to try and slay out. SLG can't quite find that kill onto the Online Warriors, and because of it, it's going to leave Nerix by himself in hill for now.
Only needs about 8 more seconds here to secure hill number 1 after that fantastic start the Online Warriors got. You see in the feed, Respectful's picked up a ninja, but will that be enough to drive into this hill and close the gap? Snaky enters now just to try and contest, does a fantastic job of it. Chick in arcade, rocket rains down, death and destruction as Respectful picks up a double kill in the feed, and they're now looking to score their opening point.
Look how close this point is right now. The bars are so narrowly towards the end, and Online Warriors get it done off the back of Respectful, collecting that second pair of rockets, putting them to use, They secure that point, and that point was as close as it gets when it comes to scoring in this. But all it results in is a 1-0 lead for now for Online Warriors.
Flux. He's been a demon so far in this game. We've seen him get that killing spree for his team. 11 kills total now. Respectful opens up the engagement, but Shad and Chick will do the damage to send him away. 2 dead now. You've seen Quadrant start to turn their attentions towards the hill. Flux desperately trying to stay alive front base, unable to do so down at sea. Quadrant do have a little semblance of control here. Spawn should favor them just a touch here, but Respectful's looking to come in and break down the door, and he's done so successfully.
Yeah, the rest of Quadrant spawning towards that B stronghold position up towards the top stairs is going to be so difficult for them to break in. Look at that. They decide to push the middle of the map. Mose cuts one of them off. Trades across the board once again, but if Respectful can stay alive, just keeping a player alive in Tram can do so much work for this stronghold or for this hill. Unfortunately, he's got multiple members now, Quadrant, surrounding him. He's able to stay alive, get a kill himself. Can he get the double? He gets the melee before getting taken down onto Nurix, and that creates the opening for potentially Online Warriors to secure some more time in this hill.
Chick, last man alive, but he's a fresh spawner. Over towards that cafe side. Nurix front base. Shots take him down. But Snaky is going to be the first one to get picked here, but Quadrant still waiting to get back to a full complement of players, and Flux manages to pick a player over towards Arcade, and Shad does not need to lose his life there. Mose finally gets eliminated, even if it was from a teammate from Flux. Flux is killing everything that moves. He's not even caring about his teammates. They're going hitting the respawn screen too, but it's now 2-0 to Online Warriors. Quadrant are on the ropes.
A third pair of rockets for Respectful, and that achieves the second point for Online Warriors. He's able to use this rocket to create the opening pick to try and push on to this tower stronghold. It's in the courtyard now. They have multiple members stuck towards the cafe. That's an easy rocket once again for Respectful, and he is putting these power weapons to use. Respectful 14-5-5, Flux 13-2-7, creating such a difference maker are these two right now for the Online Warriors to take game 1.
They're scoring more now. Over towards PD statue. Snagy's the first line of contact, and he's managed to pick up a kill.
Oh my God.
Along the way. 3 dead once more. Make it 4. Quadrant are not able to match the pace right now. They're in trouble.
2 more for Respectful as he knocks it up to 16. They got him all spawning back tower. And look at this, Jersey. 1 more push is all Quadrant are going to be able to have here on this courtyard stronghold, or it's going to be a 3-0 game. The first kill, it goes to Snaky. It is traded out, and the push towards PD looks to have been a successful one for now. It's a 2v2, and if Respectful and the boys on Online Warriors can win this 2v2, they will secure an insurmountable lead right now. 3 minutes on the clock, and just like that, the teamwork for Online Warriors stands true. And right now, as the clock continues to dwindle, it's going to work in Online Warriors' favor as well.
Something we've not spoke about, Wes, is as Online Warriors do close in on making it the third hill, Respectful steps in, but it's only going to be for a moment, as now we're seeing Quadrant have the numbers advantage for the first time in a very long time. But if Online Warriors do manage to get that 3-0 lead, it can be very difficult to not only capture 3 strongholds, but all of a sudden that game clock starts to play a massive factor.
Yeah, that game clock is going to be the factor if they're able to secure this. Shad in the hill for now, trying to figure out a way to come back here. Rockets are up. Respectful getting that kill is a big one, but Nurix, he found himself the rockets, found himself a double, and now with 2 rockets in the chamber, he needs to move quickly. You got to get him out. Unfortunately, the rocket is not on par. He misses it just narrowly, and because of that, Online Warriors secure that 3rd point. It rotates over to Cafe, and now Quadrant on the ropes here in game 1.
If Online Warriors choose to, they can just play Slayer from here on out. Make sure the hill stays clear. They do not have to hold this, because that shot clock will start to play a factor. It's 2 minutes and 30, and they will get the win. Quadrant have to get 3 unanswered hills here to close the gap. That's just to tie up the game, regardless of taking the lead. Respectful picks up 1 in the feed. Nurix is going to be the first one to fall for Quadrant, but Online Warriors are down to just 2 here, but it is 2 of the big guns. It's Respectful and Flux looking to clear out, and they've done so successfully over towards Cafe.
Yeah, it's the 2 players you don't want to see alive if you're a Quadrant fan. Unfortunately, they're able to get a little bit of the pressure from Quadrant out of that hill for just the meantime. But this could be a very quick point for Quadrant. They've dominated this entire cafe setup. Because of it, They are moments away from being able to capture this one, making it just a 3-1 lead. And now all of a sudden the clock may be less of a factor, but you need that similar dominance. And unfortunately, the next hill, Shoji, it's bottom middle. This bottom middle hill is so difficult to capture because it's so susceptible to so many angles. And just like that, they try to hop in it, but Respectful immediately removes them from that situation. Look at this, wash, rinse, repeat. Time is on your side. He gets another assist from a player no shield with that bulldog. And I love this by Respectful, just camping this tires area, making sure that if Quadrant get in this hill, they're getting out of it quickly.
Respectful recognizing with the bulldog. If he sits tires, he can drop into the hill. Bulldog, whoever's in there. Rockets are going to be picked up yet again here, Wes. Do Quadrant even know they're on the map at times? When they have got it, it's not been for very long. 4 dead momentarily for Quadrant. They do start to spawn PD, but they're going to run straight into Respectful and tires. If that's the avenue that they choose to explore off the rip here. Snake is going to be the first pick at the hands of Shad. And they have got shotgun, but Respectful is just playing time here, being patient, waiting for the player to step in. It's going to be Shad to lose his life first time of asking. And now Chick's in trouble, and he will also join him. 2 dead here, Chick and Shad.
The power weapon's so influential here in game 1. Respectful finding himself a 3rd set of rockets, 22 kills to his name, but not to be outdone. Snaky and Flux, they've done damage of their own. Mo's with 10 assists as well. The entire team clicking throughout this tournament. It doesn't look like it's going to change with best of 5s. It doesn't look like it's going to change because it's Quadrant. Online Warriors are here to play, and with 1 minute and 18 seconds on the clock, Quadrant have got to play perfect Halo, and I'm not sure Online Warriors is going to let that happen.
That hill has been down for over a minute now, Wes, and Quadrant have made absolutely zero progress, minuscule progress really, in controlling it and taking it for the team. Online Warriors playing this perfectly here. Like we spoke about, the clock was always going to play a factor towards the bottom middle hill. And that's exactly what we've seen into the last minute now, the last knockings. Quadrant have to not only control this bottom middle hill perfectly, but the next one to follow. And it's a tough ask. It's a tall order.
Yeah, look at that positioning from Flux there, too. I love that. Just sitting in the back of Tram, you got the snipe or the stalker rifle, I'm sorry, in hand. And when you're able to do that much damage from long range with that thing, sitting in the back, just delaying them from getting any hill time, putting down some DPS is so important in Flux. I love the strategy, the meta that we're seeing evolve already from this team. It's that stalker rifle on the back of Tram that made this hill so difficult for Quadrant. And Quadrant, they haven't but made just a bit of a nudge on this 5th hill. And because of it, 24 seconds now and ticking, they need to figure out a way to play, to get in the hill and to stay alive. But unfortunately, Respectful, he's able to find yet a 4th pair of rockets, put him to work, and even though he takes himself out in doing so, that's just more time off the clock for Online Warriors.
There's a very clear plan in place here for Online Warriors. Get into C and do that damage in the players sitting in hill. 8 seconds, just 9 seconds, excuse me. Drop shield's gone down in the hill, but Whiten's on the wall here. Game 1 will be going to Online Warriors. It just will not be enough from Quadrant. You can see Respectful grenades himself almost in celebration. Game 1 goes to Online Warriors. We're in for a tough series here for Quadrant.
Quadrant looking like everybody else so far this tournament, just a step behind Online Warriors. How fast Online Warriors are playing, how dominant they were in that power weapon story. It's what made the difference. Respectful continuing to add to that KD ratio that he's had such a great performance so far through the day. 28 and 14 on his behalf. And it's because he's setting himself up for success, right? He's not just 28 and 14 because he's beaming. He's 28 and 14 because he's beaming and he's positioning himself on time to get rockets. He's getting those rockets, putting them to use to get easy kills, making the 3rd and 4th kills much easier when you have the numbers advantage, when you have the teamwork. Those BR kills, they're easy when you have that opportunity, and Online Warriors are seizing those opportunities every single time. And looking at the damage, I mean, it's Snaky with 6,800, it's Respectful with 65, and his teammates just 1,000 behind. But for Snaky to be able to keep up with Respectful, that should tell you how good he's playing as well.
And on the other side of things, the old sticks come through once more. That Quadrant can be really good at times. They have high highs, but they have low lows, and they find themselves here being absolutely dominated in game 1. But how successful they were in Kansas City, we expect them to maybe ride that momentum into these next few competitions, and indeed into Valencia, as we do finally get on board with that Respectful ninja in the kill feed and in the replay package there. But let's talk about Quadrant and what they didn't do right in game 1.
I mean, even from the get-go, they just didn't have control of the map. It felt like they were always playing at a weapon, at a numbers disadvantage. They've got to figure out a way to slow it down, to reset, and to gain control of the map. It felt like that game one, from their perspectives, whenever we were able to flip to it, it was chaotic. It was sporadic. It was very difficult positions from everyone's point of view to try and deal with a player with the Bulldog shotgun, with the rockets, with the numbers down, right? Those are so difficult situations to be in. If you're Quadrant, you got to slow it down. You got to regain. You got to get an opportunity to get the first pick yourselves. And then from there, you can play the game you know and love. But until you're able to do that first step, it's going to be so difficult to try and come back. I love what we're seeing out of Online Warriors on a pace conversation. The way that they've been able to set the pace in every game so far today, outside of the first game against Ascend, has been something that is necessary to have the success that they've had so far today. And I think that when you look at Cloud9, when you look at Sentinels, when you look at Optic Gaming, they are the best in the world when it comes to setting the pace. Online Warriors taking a little note out of their books, able to figure out a way to do that themselves to make it fit their play style. And then jumping into game two, we'll see if they're able to create the same formula here on Aquarius.
Game two then will be Slayer Aquarius. Game one was a respectful show. Flux was definitely in the credits as well, but he was able to control the sandbox. Bulldog seemed to be, and Tyre seemed to be his home, and only really dropped the Bulldog when the Rockets spawned up. He was controlling the game from the get-go. And that is why he put up such an incredible and such an impressive stat line. But can he replicate that here in game two in the Slayer? And right off the rip, somehow Shad's managed to find a pick.
It's a big pick. It's the first time I feel like Quadrant have had numbers all day. And with that, look at that. Shad able to secure camo as well. So Quadrant fans, rest easy. It's a long series. It's a best of 5. No more best of 3s for the day. And Shad putting that camo to work to take down the Heatwave player. And all of a sudden you're seeing a little bit of momentum, a little bit of control can benefit a team. They've already jumped out to a 3-1 lead.
Shad has a little bit of camouflage left, opting to get back to his team as it does now dissipate. Snaky has been left alone in the top of that base, and they're going to try and clear him out here now. Snaky recognizes that, starts to back up. You can see he's in full crouch. He knows he's not safe. His surroundings are not clear. Heatwave stepping in. They're going to clear the corners. That's going to be an easy kill for them. +1 in the feed. A 3-kill advantage now. And with 3 members of Online Warriors set up in one closet area, if a sizzle stick lands in there, there's going to be hell to pay. 2 members go down here. 2 players down to no shields. Can a triple kill be locked in for Chick? No, it can't. But the damage has been done. 7 kills to 3.
Yeah, Chick looking like he was in no man's land, surrounded by 3 players, able to play the situation perfectly. Can't get the triple, but the damage was done like you said. The lead extends from 7 to 4 now, and control of the map still in Quadrant's favor. Sizzle Stick's doing some work, doing some burns. Flux, he's going to come off respawn after that one. And 9 to 5, Quadrant looked like a completely different team with a little bit of control.
When you give this team control, they will make you pay. Flux has gotten a kill, but it's only to trade out as his teammate Mo has hit the respawn screen. Heatwave's going to do the damage even at that distance. This Chick locks onto his opponent, respectful, and fries his shields, gets the job done, finishes that kill with the battle rifle. Camouflage is about to pop now. Mo's expertly knows that, sits his team and situates them top middle. Will they be the one to make a move to try and secure this camouflage as Nurix looks to stop them in the tracks? Mo's down car 1, will get eliminated. That sizzle stick won't do the damage required to stop that push, but this has opened the door now for SLG to pick up the camouflage, only for Snaky, and indeed respectful to shut it down before he could get up ahead of steam. It's now just a 2-kill game. Quadrant 2 dead.
With as much control as Quadrant has had so far here in game 2, Online Warriors, like you said, just 2 kills behind, and they look to keep momentum. They look to press. For the first time in the game, they have control of the map. They know exactly where Quadrant are. Can they have a successful push to land some of these kills is the question. The Heatwave can't quite get the job done. 3 go down for Online Warriors, and Quadrant do a phenomenal job to subside the pressure that Online Warriors were looking to press right there.
Has to be spoken about as this lead has extended to a 6-kill game here, Wes. Confidence-wise, if Online Warriors were to take this game, that would do them the world of good. They would only be 1 game away from grand finals, and that might be all they need push them over the edge. So Quadrant, this player is perhaps more important than we might anticipate.
Absolutely. It would be an amazing opportunity for these guys to win this series, to find themselves in the grand finals. Something probably no one was going to predict at the start of the day, but the game 2 win would put yourself in such a good position in order to do so. How hungry are the Online Warriors right now? We're going to find out. As Respectful, he finds himself a double. Unfortunately, it's answered immediately back with 3 of their own from Quadrant, and 25-18. Quadrant have extended the lead to 7.
One man that's been hungry and feeding on the Online Warriors is going to be Shad. 10 kills, 4 assists, and only 4 deaths. Positive 6 now in his innings in game number 2. 7 kill lead. 2 players positioned in top base, but Shad's in a world of hurt here as he desperately tries to live and do a little bit of damage on the way out. A fadeaway shot in the dark's not going to be enough though. Urix has cleaned up. Flux has his Chick on the Snaky. 2 dead here for Online Warriors. Chick will pick up the camouflage and be a little bit more successful in surviving than SLG was just beforehand. But can it start to play a factor? And now a 10 kill game. Quadrant started to put real distance between them and Online Warriors.
And it directly correlates with the dominant control, the power up so far throughout this game. Although the second camo necessarily got burned by SLG, Quadrant have had all 3 camos so far throughout this game. Online Warriors are struggling to figure out ways to get control here in game 2. And because of it, it directly results in the scoreline of the 10 kill difference here, 35-25.
What can Online Warriors do then? Just to stop some of this momentum. Squash it if they can. Respectful P2. He's not going to have enough in the tank to get the job done. Chick, as he so often does, he very rarely misses, and he's not looking to do it now. Back quack killing spree. Double kill from the big Frenchman for his team. How at times he dragged them to that top 8 finish. We've all seen that clip all over Twitter. That overkill he locked in. That is just a daily occurrence for Chick, one of the best players in Europe, proving it here again. 11 kills now, the difference.
So G with some perfect shots, but like you're saying, Chick, I said it the first time I was watching that kid play, man. He's got the shot, he's got the awareness, he gets those beautiful shots onto the player Pink. He then plays that sneaky corner door route and is able to find an easy kill as an assassination. That shows me that he has skill, that he has the heads up brain plays to match the skill, and when you have the full package like that, you create so much opportunity for your team. At 10-6-10 now, Chick having himself maybe not the best statistical game, but you know his impact is felt on the other side from Online Warriors. Now 45-34 and a 5th camo of the game going into SLG's hands. Unfortunately, he goes down, but it's out of play, and another win condition for Online Warriors now with 5 kills remaining is removed from the equation.
Respectful trying to play slow, tries to pick that nade, but Chick wary of it and moves up the stairway the opposite way. So that means the grenade explosion will not do the damage. 2 kills is all that's required now. Mo's and Flux in the respawn screen. It's a 2v2 in the map. Snaky wins his engagement with the help of Respectful. They can almost just throw bodies at it now, secure and lock in game number 2 and tie up this series. Mo's has picked up another one, and all of a sudden they only require 10. So Quadrant have to mind their P's and Q's, and they're in trouble. Just let this one get out of hand. One clean wipe would be the confidence they need, but unfortunately though, 1 kill, that's all that's required, and it's going to come through. We're all tied up. Quadrant do restore parity in the series, and they've managed to get themselves right back into this.
On the back of a big game from Neurix, 14-10 there in game 2. You wondered what the new addition to the roster, what influence he was going to have, especially after they fell short in game 1. If you're that new guy, you're looking at yourself as this is my opportunity to say, hey, Quadrant got better by picking me up, not worse. So Neurix, what does he do? He steps up, he makes plays, he creates some difference for his team, and because of it, we're looking at a tied series as we go into game 3.
That's something you highlighted in game 1 was the pace in which Online Warriors are playing and the control that they had in game 1. But game 2 was a very different story, particularly the start and indeed the mid game there, was it was all Quadrant, it was all one-way traffic.
It was really all Quadrant, right? Even from the get-go, the first pick, the first camo, you saw how impactful Shad was able to be with it, taking down a heat wave player. What are you doing with that? Not only are you getting a kill, relieving some pressure, applying some map control, but you're removing a power weapon from the enemy team's hands as well. And I mean, kills like that, they speak so much more than just that 1 point that's awarded towards your team towards that 50 mark. And it showed, right? We saw how comfortable Quadrant looked when they were in control. It really is just a game of who can get control. And also, when the enemy team has control, how can you get it back? How quickly can you minimize the damage that the other team is able to do with that control? Those are the two big influential points to try and pay attention to as you watch competitive Halo Infinite.
We spoke about statistically Chick maybe not blowing us away, but he was definitely effective. You spoke about how his presence has been felt on the map. He seems to be making all the right decisions. But Shad, another player who put on an impressive performance, and how they would love to ride that momentum coming into game 3 with the scores all tied up. But now we're going to see again another game of CTF Catalyst, and we've seen already in this tournament how it can be a bit of a coin toss at times, particularly in that Jaylings Navi game. But now we see which way these two teams are going to perform here. Who do you think this favors, Wes?
You know, I'd like to think it favored the team that has been together longer, that probably knows each other a little bit better, that understands how they want to play certain other CTF map modes, and they're able to apply that to a map like Catalyst. But in all honesty, it's a coin toss, and this map mode combo is so new that we're going to learn a lot about who's been putting in the work, who's figured out the meta a little bit better, who's able to set the tone. For me, that overshield can be such an opportunity, especially with the recent buff to it, that allows players the openings they need to trade efficiently to get into the base. So we'll see how that power up control goes. It looks like Quadrant has done a phenomenal job to not only find the first kill, but to find the skewer in SLG's hands. You know, he's great with sniper rifle like opportunities, and they've also got the overshield to pair with it.
Yeah, Nurix has picked up the overshield, and he's got to pick onto Mose. Snakey's in trouble here, being the second one to fall victim, and indeed does. But now we're going to see, like we've seen already, a bit of a flag standoff, and both these flags running towards one another here. And why is the online warrior starting to recognize that and slow down the game just a little bit? But Respectful has that sword.
Yeah, this could be a brilliant play by Respectful. He's going to slow play this. Nurix actually throws that flag right towards him. I'm not quite sure about this flag run from the side of Quadrant. The one thing you have to worry about as a sword player, the best thing is that your teammate just flanked the sword player, found the easy kill, making it a double. It was SLG that found the opening. Look at SLG go, running the flag as well. So that was 3 dead for online warriors. The lead should come in here shortly. I believe the return comes through. They're able to punch that one in with early map control. You look at how dominant Quadrant are. That flag stalemate, not very often was it going to go in online warriors' favor. Why? Because SLG had that skewer, and they had the overshield. A beautiful shot there to release some pressure as well from SLG. But I mean, when you allow that much power to go into the hands of Quadrant, it's going to be so difficult to trade efficiently.
Shad done a fantastic job of just getting away with his life. It was only for a little while, but it was enough to milk some time. Sword, though, has transferred control. Respectful gets himself out of dodge, and SLG is going to try and get a touch on this flag. Has he been successful? Yes, he has, somehow, some way. But he still has Respectful to contend with as the flag gets juggled just over his head. So this is going to be a complete standoff. Whoever wins this engagement will get a flag capture. It looks as though Respectful is in a 1v1 with SLG, and he comes out on top when his team need him most. And Flux, the last man to be a factor here, will he try and get a touch on the flag? Looking to play a little bit patient, but has finally put his hands on that flag. A 1v1 with SLG. Can he win 2 1v1 gunnies? A pivotal 1v1. Flux comes out on top, and Respectful also picks up 1. So that flag will not go home just yet.
Snaky able to get the return as well to keep this at a 1-0 score line. It looked like SLG did everything right up until that player was able to get the touch. And it looked like Quadrant were going to jump out to that 2-0 lead. But right now, Snaky, if he can get a touch on this, maybe keep this alive, things could continue to be interesting here. Look at how big of a nuisance SLG is trying to be on this return. However, they've got to make slight work of him. That's 2 dead for Quadrant. The flag gets touched, and Shad on the flank finds 2. So this flag still neutralized in the middle of the map for now. Will online warriors be able to capitalize on it? They should be favored with the spawns and get a touch, potentially bringing this one in. And this is going to be a 1-1 game here shortly, Jersey.
This flag game has been back and forth. This particular flag in itself was a bit of a hot potato. It looked as though Quadrant were the favors to get it. Online warriors flipped the script, and then it was back and forth. But somehow, Snaky came up huge. He managed to not only get a flag touch to keep the flag alive, but get pivotal kills. And how he might get another one here to add to his column. Mose helps them out. as SLG will finally hit the respawn screen, but a counter cap opportunity here, but they are starting to run that flag over towards Flux and that fresh spawner. But he's face to face now with another Quadrant member and is ultimately dispatched with the help of Chick. And it looks as though they have played this one perfectly. They should be. With the help of a couple of slays, Respectful tries to close that distance. That grenade will do the damage required. Respectful though picks up one of the feed, but it's not going to be enough. Flag will get punched in. He has lost his life in the process, but Quadrant regain the lead.
Quadrant with the counter cap opportunity there, take advantage of the moment, and with Overshield coming up, they find the kills they need to not only punch that one in to subside and a counter cap opportunity from the online warriors themselves, but they burn Overshield as well. So a phenomenal job by Quadrant to not only get that cap, but to keep control of the map. And look at what that control has transitioned into. It's Nurix with another flag run.
Online warriors did get a flag capture. It was a little bit desperate at times, but they got it over the line. In terms of control, Quadrant have looked the stronger. And that is why they have regained the lead. Flux has a sword though, and that's going to help their cause. Ultimately though, he has been dispatched. He has lost his life. 3 dead. Mo's the last remaining member on the team. As SLG waits for that flag to get returned, and as it does, communication on point. They now double their lead. 3-1 the score.
You got SLG with the skewer back in hand. You can see him prioritizing this as a power weapon. The damage that he's been able to do so far throughout this game. He's got 12, 3 and 5 to his name so far. Respectful trying to keep up with him, but unfortunately in the score line it's 3-1 right now. Quadrant have been able to set the pace, but just like that, 2 go down. They lose Mo's, but they grab a flag to transition this to a potential 3-2 game.
Respectful lost the flag for a moment, but has finally touched base with it once more. Juggles it well over the halfway point now, and if they can avoid damage for this flag carrier, it looks as though his teammates are doing a fantastic job for him to try and secure this one, but will they be able to send it home? Information has come through. It's going to be another flag standoff as Flux tries as he might to do the damage for his team. Tries to get away over towards spike grenades, unable to do so, but we have another flag standoff, Wes.
The flag standoff, and you can almost bet that the team that gets the return may have a good opportunity to get a counter cap or to get a second cap as well. So how important for online warriors is it that they win this one? SLG already going to be up in their face, already going to be hopping on the return. There's multiple members to try and deal with though. Nikki, he takes him down. Mose tries to get another touch. He does that, but unfortunately for Quadrant, they're not there. Actually, an Overshield player out of nowhere. He shows up, finds a double, and with Flux, the last player alive, he's gonna actually get sliced. Dice made slight work of. It's a killing spree, triple kill for Shab, but not only that, the 4th flag is gonna get punched in. A great job by Quadrant to win that one and prioritize the Overshield before pushing, and look at the damage the Overshield was able to do.
Quadrant have no interest in the online warrior Cinderella story. This isn't Disney. They're in the homeland. They're in the French backyard here. 4-1. Catalyst has been all one-way traffic at times. Quadrant have done the damage here, and they could be, and you couldn't back against them punching in a 5th flag. But what can online warriors do? Skewer has been so influential. Overshield, as it always is, in securing flags for the team. These picks are going to be so important for Respectful just to get them back in, but it's 2 have gone the way of Quadrant once more. And if this keeps on happening, online warriors are in trouble of not only losing the game, but the series.
Quadrant have found their footing in the series on the back of the superstar in SLG. Starting to heat up. 17, 3 and 10. It might have been a quiet first couple of games for SLG, but you can bet that SLG is going to wake up throughout this best of 5, and just like that, he's been a difference maker here in game 3. What looked like a conversation around online warriors going up 2-0 potentially and making statements heard around the EU scene is only Quadrant seizing the opportunity to not see a send here in the winners bracket finals. They see only an opportunity to find themselves in the grand finals, and with that, they're going to be so narrowly close to being a game away, now up 4-1.
And Shad has picked up yet another Overshield. Online warriors, they were successful in game 1 of controlling the sandbox, but game 3 and indeed game 2 have been very, very different stories here. Quadrant have found that extra gear. They're on the soft tires now. Game 3 goes the way of Quadrant. They're one game away of taking this series and entering into grand finals through the winner's side for the first time in a very long time.
Game 3 was a much different story. That's the Quadrant that almost beat Sentinels. That's the Quadrant that's woken up and looks to be the best team potentially in EU. You know that they want that title to themselves. That is something that, although they got top 8, although they had a hell of a performance against some of North America's best, what a statement it would be to come out and win the Pro Series with a Sin falling short against Online Warriors earlier today. There's potential that they'll have to play a Sin later on today, but they have to focus on getting to the grand finals, and it looks like they are locked in on that focus with SLG starting to wake up here in Game 3.
Let's talk about it then. Quadrant, we spoke about how they found that extra gear, but for Online Warriors, is this just a little bit too much, a little bit tough, with them only just coming together and forming, like heading into that best of 5 territory? Is this one scalp too far? Are they a little bit punch drunk, and if they ran out of steam, do you think?
Not sure. I think Game 4 will tell us a lot about the answer to that, to be honest, but I mean, it really is that control of the map and how they went about getting control, right? Look at the prioritization from the very start on Skewer's side of the map. They not only secured the Skewer, but they got the Overshield to pair with it. And that was massive to try and set the pace, right? Like when SLG has a sniper-like weapon in his hand, that one-shot kill that the Skewer can give you, and then you pair that with the buffed Overshield that's now in Halo Infinite that gives you so much opportunity to brute force your way into bases. I mean, it just gave them every single bit of a chance to play from a leading position. And when you play from the lead, you're able to play so much more comfortably, right? And I think that that's something that Quadrant has shown us throughout the series, is that when they've had the lead, they look great. In Game 1, when they weren't really able to find their footing, it looked pretty chaotic. Vice versa for Online Warriors as well. So what can Online Warriors do to come out, start strong here on Streets Oddball, and then transition that into the mid game, into finding success along the way? I think that it's going to be vitally important that this break, this starting strat for Online Warriors, it goes well and they're able to continue that momentum, hopefully to a round 1 victory. If not, Quadrant could never look back from that Game 2 performance where they really stepped up on Aquarius Slayer, because Game 3 was all Quadrant, really, and we'll see if that's the same storyline. Fortunately for Online Warriors, they dominated Game 1, which was Streets King of the Hill. They find themselves back on the streets, which could be a comfort pick for them if they're able to find success here.
We do have a very small sample size of games that played in game types indeed for Online Warriors, but they were successful against Navi and Oddball earlier in the tournament. The Quadrant are asking different questions of them now, and SLG opens up the first kill. Not only that, but he walks away scot-free with the rockets in his hand. Snaky could die, but somehow manages to thrust his way out of danger. One rocket down over towards Arcade, has now been recovered by Shad. But opening strats, opening engagements favor Quadrant. They've got rockets and they've got ball.
Yeah, completely different storyline yet again from the start of Game 1. It's all Quadrant here so far. They've got ball in the back of Tram, and Quadrant, I mean, this is a game type map mode combo that they've been playing for quite a while. Not too much has changed on Streets Oddball since the game came out, and we'll see how dominant this first setup looks. How crisp are Online Warriors at breaking potential setups that Quadrant have right now? It's up to Flux, and unfortunately, Nerex getting the better of Flux there is going to mean Quadrant awards themselves with even more ball time to start this one off.
How polished are Online Warriors then? They've shown great potential. They've already claimed victory against 2 of the top European teams. But Quadrant look to be finding those extra gears. 2 kills in favor. Moes and Snaky hit the respawn screen at the hands of SLG, who's been having a very impressive series so far. Nerex gets the information from SLG to rotate that ball out, and he will oblige the call from the captain. Respectful clambers his way towards Commando. Chick falls victim this time. 2 dead here for Quadrant. Ball has been dropped and played out bottom middle, and Online Warriors have finally put their hands on it and start to score their first and opening points. It's going to be in the hands of Respectful. Expertly plays his life this time after taking the initial damage. Slays though favor Online Warriors, but if only for a moment, as now it's traded back again. Moes and Snaky in the respawn screen, but will Quadrant be able to close the gap onto Respectful, as that ball has now been dropped? It's a 1v1 with Shad, but the damage has been done by Flux with the use of that stock rifle, and indeed the plasma grenade has put him away. Ball down though, nobody able to put their hands on it just yet. The lead regained and stays on the Quadrant side of things.
Yeah, more importantly, the Rockets were up in the meantime, and I'm not quite sure who's been able to get those. It looks like it's going to be a member on Quadrant, but at least a trade comes through. Flux doing a good job to stay alive with this Stalker rifle, finds himself these rockets now, and although no ball time able to be awarded, you want to be able to throw that to a teammate, put these to work, and yet just like that, it's a killing spree once again for Flux as he puts those rockets to work. Some ball time is going to be accrued now, and only down 20 points. Not too bad of a start for Online Warriors, especially the way the start of the game actually went. How heavily it was against them from Quadrant's favor, and Quadrant now looking like they're almost pushing in solo attempts, and that could be exactly what Online Warriors need.
An impressive life that was from Flux. After he used that rocket, only had a shotgun. You could see how desperately he wanted to close the distance. He done so successfully. Respectful though with the Bulldog, not able to get anything going this time. Engagement's going to come around plants here. Shad caught in no man's land, managed to pick up one, but didn't know where the damage was coming from after that. Flux and Snaky have picked up two, but it's a 2v2 on the map now. Ball down in arcade. Would have been very close to being reset, only for Nurix to put his hands on it and throw it down towards Drive 8 to his fresh spawners. Heads up play from him, but the collapse is coming from Online Warriors, who have all four members up to the two for Quadrant. Chick picks up one onto Flux, as does Shad. This is some good trading back and forth, but all this time, Quadrant remained the lead. 2 minutes and 40 on the clock.
What a play by Respectful there. I know he skipped to a couple players' point of views, but he was able to stay alive, get his shield back, re-engage into the fight, re-impact the game. He finds himself 2 kills, some ball time as well, and although he may statistically may not be having the strongest game as of right now, plays like that can be so influential to the outcome. We'll see how Online Warriors are able to capitalize, but unfortunately for Online Warriors fans, Chick has made his way away with those rockets, and although he goes down, it's in SLG's hands now, and Quadrant had done a great job to secure these power weapons, and we know how influential they've been throughout the series.
There's a couple of times they managed to secure the rocket launcher. They have lost them in the process though, very early after picking them up, but SLG finds a home for one, looking to trade out and brawl with the second. Doesn't opt to fire it this time because he will lose a teammate in the process and didn't want to put that damage down. But now we have seen the Rockets in control. As Respectful fires one what can only be described towards a ghost, as there's nobody there, will not find a home, but he has got the ball and they have got the lead, and now they're going to invite the pressure of Quadrant. These next few slays are going to be so important, and they have gone in Quadrant's favor, but they have to close the distance very quickly.
Yeah, what was once a 40-point lead for Quadrant now is an 8-point lead for Online Warriors. They've done such a good job to come back in this game. Mose is going to be surrounded here, but fortunately for him, his teammates pick up 3 kills. That eliminates any pressure from Quadrant, and the last player alive, he's spotted out. He's actually staggered with his death. And because of that, Quadrant are going to have to wait for Nurix to come off spawn. And Online Warriors is going to build on this lead now, looking to take round 1. Pushing this past 64 points is big. They're able to find a few more kills. And I mean, what looked like was going to be dire moments here at the start of round 1 is now a very highly competitive round 1 that favors Online Warriors, actually, with the second half going in their favor.
A minute and 15 left in the clock then. 20 seconds separating
Nice
these
shot.
two teams. And how Quadrant need to get their hands on the ball very quickly. But unfortunately, Mose is going to run into some trouble. Respectful will clean up after his long-term duo. 1 minute then before securing round 1. Online Warriors have the advantage here. Shad picked up one. Flux has secured the rockets for his team. Boombox over the shoulder, fires one towards L, fires a second one, but it's doing nothing but smoke damage. Splash damage will be enough this time as Nurix falls once more for his team. He has been the first pick on more than one occasion here for his team, but SLG has the ball back tower. Can he keep it there though?
Yeah, SLG's going to have a lot of pressure to try and deal with. Unfortunately, Mose with the thrust makes it so difficult for him to land that shot, and because of it, it was a successful push from Online Warriors. And we can talk about the lack of kills that maybe those rockets produced, but removing them from the win condition of Quadrant, from the pressure that Quadrant would have been able to have, may just have been enough for Online Warriors. They find 3 more kills. The last player alive, he's on Cafe. He's got multiple players to deal with, and Mose continuing to use that thrust to be aggressive, to change the outcome of individual fights. Finds himself another one, but you want to see that ball in one of their hands. You want to see them continue to push this lead. 20 seconds remain, Jersey. And with that ball neutralized, it's going to benefit Online Warriors for now. But they don't have too much of a lead to where if Quadrant get a few sways, they can change the outcome of this game quickly.
Online Warriors choosing to prioritize having 4 guns on the map and not trying to extend that lead. But now the fear might be realized. But no, Respectful and Moze, they answer back and may make sure that ball is dropped and will not be played. Round 1 will go towards Online Warriors, and they're 1 round away from pushing this winners finals to a game 5.
All right. Can Online Warriors do it? Can we see a game 5 here today? It's our first best of 5, and these teams look so highly competitive with one another. But we need Online Warriors to keep up the consistency of the power weapon control they had in round 1. We'll see if they're able to do that. Snaky finds himself the first kill of round 2, and that should be the opening that Online Warriors need.
Online Warriors proving they're here to play. They are not punch drunk, and they are ready to send home yet another French team and put them in the elimination bracket once more. Chick back down by the Rockets. Flux does enough this time. Fires another one towards the statue, but again will not find a home. But this time Snaky on hand put that kill away from the initial damage. Moze has put Shad in the respawn screen, ball down in towards Tram, and it's exactly where Online Warriors want. This fight's going to be so big, and Flux gets a huge trade.
A massive trade, and Tills continuing to benefit Online Warriors so far here in round 2. A 27-0 lead, a much different start for Online Warriors. And ever since that hot start in round 1 from Quadrant, they really haven't gained any control, really haven't significantly changed any of the storyline that Online Warriors have been able to put on. 3 dead once again. SLG trying to deny this ball from getting into Tram, and I love that play by Respectful. Do not risk going down, just stand behind the pillar. It's the only angle they have on you, and because of that, look how well Respectful is playing this, dropping the ball, putting some significant damage onto another member, staggering the members of Quadrant once again, and now racking up some more ball time. You can't play any more perfect than Respectful is right now.
Heads up play by Respectful, head on a swivel, locked in, lasered, listening to all the call outs that his teammate are given, but they are slaying around him too to ensure that his position as the ball carrier is not under threat just yet. Flux has been picked, but yet again Urix has hit the respawn screen. He is the latest addition to this team, but this Oddball has not gone the way he would have liked. 7-19 right now. Still time to turn that story and turn this tale a different way. But he's running out of time as the lead for Online Warriors currently stands at 57 seconds to 0. And Flux has his 3rd set of rockets in succession.
I mean, Flux doing such a good job to impact the fight for rockets every single time they're coming up. That's why Online Warriors are having so much success regarding the control of these things, and because of this, he's just been able to do so much damage. 57-0 now in round 2. Online Warriors looking on all cylinders, and I mean, taking a look at the ball time, Jersey, that's the statistic that's pointing out to me the most. 102 seconds for Respectful, what has predominantly been a main slayer for his team throughout his entire career. He finds himself being dropped from Navi. He finds himself needing to figure out a way to potentially change his play style. Not only is he 17, 13, and 12, but that 102 seconds of ball time shows me that he is fixated on being the objective all-around player that he can be. He did that earlier today with 140 points in the last ball we watched them against Navi, and because he's focused on that objective, it has been the difference for Online Warriors yet again.
You're rightly highlighting how well Respectful is playing, because he has 102 seconds of ball time, but Snaky, who only has 13 and compared to him, is only now 5 kills ahead of him in the slay category. So not only is he putting the ball time in well, he's getting the kills when the team need him, and he's recognizing exactly when it's time to use the gun and exactly when it's time to use the brain. So he's knowing when to hold him and knowing when to fold him here for his team. But they now have a 64-point advantage. They continue to rack up points. They brought the ball all the way from station to all the way to top tower, and the Quadrant have yet to be able to get their hands on the ball.
69-0 now. The ball gets played, and another heads up play by Respectful. You lose numbers, you know you're under pressure, you drop it. Can you get a kill? The answer may not be yes, but a great job to play the ball. And look at this, doesn't over challenge, stays alive, gets his shield back, and now he gets to compete. His teammates, they pick up the kills. Online Warriors' teamwork looks phenomenal right now. Their ability to keep Respectful alive to where he is able to stay alive. He's not over challenging like he's been known to do in the past. He's not giving up his life for free. And because of it, he has allowed his teammates the opportunity to help him. And look how impactful he was. He was able to find the rockets, find another kill, use that second rocket before getting taken down. And I mean, we can't say enough good things about this entire team. I mean, even Flux with 31, 17, and 14 having a hell of a game in the slaying category, but it really is the entire roster popping off.
Flux playing like an absolute demon. Looking at the kill category, he has over double the kills of Nurix, and indeed over double the kills of SLG right now. So that's going to show you just how impressive a game that Flux is having here for his team. This is the first semblance of control that Quadrant have had in round 2, though. Can they make it pay? Can they make it stick? First pick, though, will go the way of Online Warriors. As 3 dead momentarily for the boys on Quadrant. Ball has been played out bottom tower, but the damage has already been done with 1 minute and 45 on the clock. They only require 18 seconds now to Online Warriors to push this one to a game 5.
Ball back tower. One last push is all Quadrant are going to have, and this wall going to make this push even just a little bit more difficult. The Bulldog shotgun is going to make it a lot more difficult. Finds a player to no shield. A couple of brute grenades. You've seen how much damage those can do. And although Nurix gets behind enemy lines, able to find that kill under the ball carrier, the rest of the team under so much pressure and damage. It's up to Mose now to try and end this one for now. Able to find one, make it a double, and Mose showing you just a sample of what he's capable of back tower.
4 points is all that's required for Online Warriors. Then Flux, the ball is in his hands. He's got it in his grasp, taking the points back tower. He will get the points required. A 2-0 Oddball victory. We're going to game 5. It's 2-2 in this series. What a performance from Online Warriors as they look to put the pressure on and make it the grand finals.
Honestly, just so impressed with the entire team overall. Watt talked about it. When we had a conversation yesterday and I looked at this roster, I was like, this is a lot of talent. If these guys can mesh well, if they can figure out a play style that they're all comfortable with, they're going to be dangerous, and they look to be dangerous. I thought it may just be the best of threes, maybe some new team fire, minimum in that category. But I mean, this team may be here to stay with the way that they're playing, with more practice, with more preparation. Who knows what this team could be capable of? But right now, Flux showing you that although he may be the least known on this team, he's making big numbers happen. He's making a statement that this is the opportunity he needed to shine.
Well, one thing I will say is Wes has found a way to say Lottie talked about it and then to prove how right Wes actually was. That was really... Lottie talked about how right I was. Look how right I actually have proven to be. This has gone all the way to game 5.
How right I was.
Wes always finds a way to be right, even when he's wrong. I think I've seen a lot of tweets copy-pasting of how Optic have won every tournament, but he quickly deletes them whenever it doesn't go that way.
There's
so he doesn't stay long enough.
There's nothing deleted.
All we do know is, Wes, our attention will turn very quickly to Slayer on recharge. And with how this series has gone right here, right now, I do not want to predict which way this is going to go.
No, honestly, it's been a battle of control. And I don't mean to beat that horse dead, but it really has been the team that's in control, the team that has dominated the story of the power up, the power weapons. They've also dominated the score. That game 4, it was not close. Online Warriors set the tone. They were so comfortable. And although we can caveat it with they've won 2 Streets games, those Streets games have looked dominant. So maybe on the smaller maps, maybe on the maps where they're able to rotate towards each other faster, to be able to impact the game quicker, they are more comfortable at playing that fast-paced gameplay rather than Quadrant, who is a little bit slower of a team when it comes to strategy, setups, and methodical Halo play, right? It's not necessarily that Cloud9-esque gameplay when you're watching Quadrant at their best. Online Warriors, a little bit more towards that fast pace, that flying, that consistent amount of pressure. I believe game 5 is going to be live fire, and live fire Slayer, it can be pretty fast paced when you're rotating correctly. That overshield is going to be extremely influential on the outcome of this game. However, and this night being up, we saw what SLG and Nurix were able to do at Kansas City. So if you're Online Warriors, you need to make sure you're prioritizing getting that weapon the hell out of their hands before they change the outcome of the game.
Well, game 5 it's recharge, so Slayer recharge. But looking at game, I was gonna bring up the point. Games 1 and 4 were dominant for Online Warriors. Game 2 and 3 dominant for Quadrant. So do we expect to see the open engagements here, if it goes heavily in favor of one team, that they might be able to close out the game here, Wes?
I think recharge will benefit Quadrant a lot more. So often do we see recharge Slayer, especially in game 5, slow down and become a snail's pace. I think that that's going to benefit Quadrant immensely with their communication, with their ability to talk about strategies. We're going to learn a lot about Online Warriors, I feel, in this recharge game 5. And camo control, shock rifle, you know how much damage those can do. So look for those to be pivotal in the success for both these two teams. And we're going to kick this one off with the man of game 4. It's going to be Flux. And already backing down SLG is a good start for Online Warriors.
Flux does opening damage. Does get picked though. 3-1 here for Quadrant. Camouflage has just about escaped with his life. It's that man Chick. As he now looks over towards bottom Magner, and Snaky slips away, slithers away. Bottom elevator, respectful as the shock rifle, lands one body shot onto the Camouflage player, desperately tries to stay alive, unsuccessful, but it has been traded out this time. 5 kills to 3. Shad, sword in hand, attention on glass. Mose is no longer with us. He has dissipated now, cut in half, but Shad recognizes that grenades have done the damage, tries to back away, unable to do so. It's a 2-kill game.
It's a 2-kill lead for Quadrant, but a few mistakes from Quadrant so far. They had camo, but you thought was going to be an easy kill. Unrespectful wasn't. It actually gets traded out, and trading with camo is not something you want to do. The sword player, he gets traded out as well. And Snaky getting 3 kills here on screen, making it 7 for the game, has his entire team's kills, making it 8 right now. Snaky and Online Warriors both have 8 kills. Snaky is absolutely popping off right now, and somehow, some way, they still maintain a 1-kill lead over Quadrant.
Well, Snaky picking up all of his team's kills until right now is very close. If that's me, I'm tagging out. I'm saying, lads, listen, I've done my job. I'm getting no more kills now. It's up to you from here on out.
You can't tap out before you get to 10 kills in a Slayer in game 5.
I'm doing it. I'm tagging it. That's me done. I've done the damage I need to do.
Your team needs you, Jersey.
I'm going 8-17 by the end of this game. That's a promise. One player that will show no signs of that. Going to be respectful. Sword in the back pocket. 3 assists to his name. Waiting patiently for a player to step out of line top tower. It will not come just yet, but he's tapping his watch. He does step out eventually and gets that kill, but ultimately gets traded out. 4 dead momentarily. Snaky, the first man off the respawn screen. We're all tied up. Chick recognizes that Shad has camouflage, and Snaky is completely isolated here from the rest of his team.
Another camo in the Quadrant's hands. If it's anything like the Aquarius game, this one could get ugly. You saw how dominant Quadrant looked when they were able to secure several camos in a row. To pair that with the sword, this could be devastating for Online Warriors. They have to be looking everywhere for him. Unfortunately, he's able to close the gap, but another trade. So that's a success. And look at that, 4 dead for Quadrant. You trade with camo sword. That's a win if you're Online Warriors, and a massive one at that, because now you get sword control of your own. You have a little bit of map control to play around, and now you get to kind of set the pace. You don't want this game to slow down any further. Unfortunately, you did just see Quadrant with the shock rifle in hand, so they're going to have to watch out for that one. But I love how Online Warriors have been able to respond so far here in game 5 with the power control that Quadrant have really had.
Heads up by Snaky, recognizing that if he did step out there, it would have been a mistake, not trying to step out and give Quadrant the chance that they need and the numbers advantage that they need to close the distance on the rest of his team. Opts to stay alive this time, prioritizes living. As a result of that, Urix has been picked. 19 kills to 17. That game has started to slow down. Very little happening around the map as both these teams recognize if they lose here, chances are, odds are they face Ascend, and being 1 game away from grand finals, then having to play Ascend on the lower side of things is not good for anybody's morale, I can tell you that. But SLG creeping into bottom tower, but it might be into the hands of Snaky, who doesn't opt to get greedy this time. Plays it patient once more. SLG pops out, underpass, gonna get a couple of shots. That's gonna be enough here. 19-19, we're all tied up. 8 minutes on the clock, and that will mean the camouflage is just about ready to pop out of the oven as the propulsor play comes through. Pushed off the map, 22-21 here. Online Warriors regain the lead. 1 kill though is all it is.
What a play by Mose to get the kill to win his 1v1. He knew that there was a player behind him. He knocks him off the map. Even though he's no shield, he gets that repulsor off. And because he's able to do that, he goes 2 for 1 there to give his team the lead. To subside some of the pressure that Quadrant was able to put on. That was massive. Snaky with 11 to his name, still a push and long haul in the entire battle. He's gonna benefit Respectful. The triple kill, picks up the shock rifle, can't quite find the overkill. But when Respectful has a snipe, you better watch out. And right now, Quadrant need to be calculated because Respectful is so dangerous. He finds SLG. Flux finds a second. Respectful finds a third with a little bit of damage, and that's gonna allow the rest of the team to try and push these players elevator.
Flux steps out just a touch, but it's enough to lose his life. 5 kill though. 4 of them coming from Respectful alone. What a semblance of control they have now. 4 kill game. But this can swing back around with 1 clean wipe. As we now are well and truly in crunch time. Trades come. Flux picks up 2 kills though. It's more than trades. 3 dead. SLG, the last remaining member here in this push, and he's isolated. He's all alone over towards Needles, and all 4 members of Online Warriors turn their attentions to him. The lead now grows again.
Quadrant try to play that aggressive play style into pipes. They walk into a 2v2 situation. Online Warriors go 2 for 1 there. They get a kill across the map, and all of a sudden, this lead blown wide open. It's up to 7. Snaky with sword in hand. If he can stay alive, impact this battle for camo, which he should be able to. This player's long haul, unfortunately, he gets caught sprinting, and unfortunately, he's surrounded. He's going to lose that sword. Not only that, the grapple, and potentially camo going into the hands of Quadrant as well. So that life you're going to want back if you're Snaky, but fortunately, you've done damage so far throughout this game to award yourself room for a few mistakes.
SLG passes the sword over to his camouflage player in Shad. Responsibility now on Shad to get the kills that his team need. First one's gonna come. Flux, he has to back out, and why as he decides he does, but he steps back in. They think he's gone. He's not. He's back for more, and he's hungry. Slicing and dicing. It's a 4 kill game, but Online Warriors only require 10.
Only require 10. 4 kills separate the 2. Respectful under so much pressure right now, continue to be weak. He knows he's going to get pushed. Can't get the trade, unfortunately. SLG trying to stay alive. Bottom stairs does so, and look at that. Kills going in their favor ever more. 40 to 41 now, just a 1 kill game, and SLG has found himself the shock rifle.
SLG fries 1. We're all tied up. Can he find some more? 3 members of Online Warriors crouching, cowering in long haul. As the Frenchmen now descend, they're going to make a coordinated push one way. SLG opts this time to prioritize different angles. He shifts one way and he finds the skull of another, as he so often does. They have a 1 kill advantage here. Nurex has picked up another one. Quadrant have come big in the final exchanges of this game. Nurex desperately trying to live. Repulsor play comes through, but the damage has been done. It's a 2 kill game. Quadrant make it 3 as Repulsor. The force push once more. Chick picks up a double kill. They only require 4. What a performance out of Quadrant here, but they need to hold on.
Nose is surrounded. He needs to figure out a way to play his life here. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get a kill, and because of that, just 3 is all Quadrant need, but now they're stuck back blue. The pressure from Online Warriors, they find themselves kills, but in the meantime, SLG finds himself a camo. Can he get here in order to impact the fight? A massive 1v1 Respectful SLG, but Mose helps him out. Unfortunately, Flux goes down 46 to 48. You're down 2. Sword is up, but look at that. Another kill. Mose is taken down, and now no room for error for Online Warriors.
1 kill for Quadrant to make it the grand finals, and it's come. They bounce back. They did it the hard way. But Quadrant are going to grand finals. They do win that game 5. Fantastic performance out of them. Incredible.
SLG with that shock. The second he picked it up, the game changed forever. Multiple kills. All 4 members of Online Warriors were stuck long hole, and trying to get out of that position's one thing, but trying to get out of that position when SLG's anchoring with the shock rifle and knows exactly where you are, it's almost impossible. And the second he finds that pick and they try to push into blue, They know that they have a numbers advantage, that they have an opportunity to continue to push that advantage. And with that, it went from like a 41-41 game to 46-41, and all of a sudden what looked like was going to be a win for Online Warriors completely flipped on its head with one overextension with the sword from Snaky. If he could have it back, he would take it back, but unfortunately the lesson had to be learned in the hardest way, and that's a Game 5 loss.
And Flux, who had been having such an impressive series, it must be said, in Game 5 he registered 7 kills and 17 deaths, and it's just not good enough against the caliber of player, the Quadrant are. But it was looking so good for so long for Online Warriors. They had a 7-kill advantage at one point, but somehow Quadrant have found a way, and they get into grand finals, and this time they have the insurance policy of a reset.
The double back here from Shad. I thought he was going to for sure drop down bottom middle. Everyone on Online Warriors thought he had gotten out of dodge as well, but that double back just secures easy kills with that sword. And camo control once again, when Quadrant was able to dominate the story of the camo, how dominant they looked in the game. And although it took a while for them to really gain the lead significantly, it really felt like it was a matter of time, right? Like how they execute strategy just is so obvious. And that's why I thought Recharge Slayer was going to be a tough one to win for Online Warriors, because when the game slows down, Quadrant's going to have their shit together, right? Like they're going to have everything as far as like, how are we setting up for camo? They already know that. They've been doing this for months. Online Warriors, they probably don't have too much practice as a team coming in. And when moments like the pressure of a Game 5, when it's 41-41 and camo's coming up, how are you setting up for it? How are you getting out of long haul? Things like that still need to be discussed. And that's where they found themselves slipping in the series.
You spoke about strategies, and rightfully so, and then the camouflage and how influential it was, Wes, and the reason why they were so well practiced. But they got 3 camouflages for free at times. SLG, that final camouflage was the freest camouflage he's ever going to get in his life. And in a Game 5 against players who have been around the block, they know that camouflage is important. That's criminal on the side of Online Warriors.
It is criminal. And it's lessons learned, right? I think that there's going to be massive opportunity for these guys to learn from these mistakes. I mean, Online Warriors, I'm sure when they put this team together, they didn't think they'd have everything figured out. So they'd be right about that. And although their winners bracket run was great, their tournament is not over yet. They still have an opportunity in that elimination bracket.
They certainly do. I've got to say, my goodness, Quadrant, they hang on. They hang on where they need to, right in that final Game 5. My goodness, it was getting close at times though, and I was getting ready to be like, you know, my goodness, Online Warriors just flipping tables in this bracket, just flipping tables everywhere, just turning everything on its head. Everything that we've learned from Kansas City about our teams, well, kind of just has all been spun, and I still kind of stick by that in terms of the way Online Warriors, you know, face Quadrant there. Really impressive, especially with a team that are newly formed, you know, kind of under practice, you know, coming off the back end, especially against a team like Quadrant, obviously having Nurix in the mix, but Nurix knowing what to expect with this team, very impressive. And I got to say, Quadrant, again, you know, Gaskin, based on the way that they were playing, and I look at some of the score lines and also the series layout, you know, how much of familiarity was to play here was, you know, one of the reasons why maybe Quadrant lost out in certain situations. We saw a really impressive start with Streets King of the Hill there for Online Warriors, and Streets again came up with Oddball, obviously losing that one as well. So, you know, how much of, you know, the fact that we get onto Aquarius Slayer and Quadrant are feeling a lot more comfortable, especially throughout the rest of the series, how much did that have to play here?
Yeah, I think comfort is a big thing. I think when you look at the Online Warriors squad, who excuse the graphic, they did actually lose that series. Quadrant were able to take it 3-2. But Online Warriors, they are a team who are full of 4 players who perform well in matchmaking, right? They are matchmaking kids at their very core from the very time they started playing Halo. That means they're going to adjust and adapt to new game types and new maps very quickly, because they are just good at playing Halo. They're good at adapting to these new modes in a way that maybe is a little bit faster paced than other teams. And it does seem like both Quadrant and Ascend on the new maps and modes look a little bit slower, and perhaps that's maybe because they are just trying to stick to what they know in other maps and modes, and they haven't really adapted to what's happening now with the changes in the meta a little bit. But that will change. Quadrant and Ascend and everyone in the like will slowly but surely make sure that they are top of the pedestal when it comes to these maps and modes. I know that to be true. But Online Warriors, I think they'll be delighted with how they've performed.
Indeed, they will. But I'll tell you what, Quadrant are going to be very happy that that was a little bit too close for comfort, but they managed to pull through. And a big part of that, of course, is your man SLG, is our AMD power performance. And here are some stats actually back from EU HCS Super and also the Kansas City Major. And I got to say, SLG just does a lot for his team. I think, you know, he's had a couple of times where he's had to change up roles in the team, obviously previously being a serious main slayer for this squad, but also having to be a bit of an IGL at times as well. Do you feel like right now, Shurs, that SLG's really found his place in Quadrant and he is doing the most for this squad?
Well, looking at those stats, I think it's fair to say that the EU Super, you know, commiserations to everybody in Europe, but I think it's fair to say that playing against the best of the best in the world in Kansas City, there's a step up in class, and SLG found a way to play against some of the best players in the world, but not only that, but increase his stats and his influence on the map. So that means he's starting to get very, very comfortable with the rest of his team, and that's very, very dangerous for anybody that's looking to take them down. And for the first time ever, they find themselves in the winners finals through the winners side of things, so they don't have to fight against Ascend, you know, lower bracket where they lose one best of 5 and they're out. They have 2 bites at Ascend here, and we've already seen that Ascend can bleed.
Yeah, we certainly have seen that they can beat. And I think, you know, obviously coming into things and seeing the best of 5 up here in the winners finals as well, the fact that Quadrant are able to bounce back like that, and obviously coming down to the wire at certain points, but the fact that Quadrant are able to be resilient, and when their backs are against the wall, they can pull through here in clutch. Based on what you're seeing from Quadrant right now, obviously feeling pretty secure in that grand final spot, and they do have that kind of insurance policy at the back there of a reset if they need it. You know, what are their odds right now taking this Pro Series today?
I still like Ascend. I still
Okay.
think if you have to play Ascend in best of 5s, good luck in the EU scene. I think Quadrant, I mean, I love the guys on Quadrant. They're fun to watch. I think they play great Halo. I think Chick is probably my favorite European player at this point. And that's because every time I watch his screen, he makes good decisions, and he follows it up with good individual skills. So I can't say enough about them, but until they beat Ascend in best of 5s, I'm not going to predict anything other than Ascend.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, Quadrant have a little bit of a point to prove here if they want to best Clutch's observations and predictions, because so far he's been pretty on point. But Quadrant, they'll try and prove you wrong there, Clutch. We're heading to a break right now, but when we come back, we do indeed have our elimination final. We'll be seeing Online Warriors versus Ascend. Who is rebounding up to meet Quadrant in the grand finals? We'll find out right after this.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown.
we always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Welcome back, folks, to the HCS EU Pro Series. Now, what an electric winners finals we saw. Online Warriors versus Quadrant, who battled it out in a very back and forth 5-game series. Now, we promised you guys exceptional gameplay, and boy, have our teams delivered today. Quadrant, though, managing to hold their own in this series despite Online Warriors flying at them with aggression and pace. They stuck to their guns, excuse the pun, and ran away with things in the final Slayer on Recharge. They iced up and are in the grand finals. Now, Quadrant obviously have that fantastic insurance policy in the back pocket of a reset. And I tell you what, though, we're going to be finding out who will be joining them very shortly. And Online Warriors have a chance to make it back up there against Quadrant, but so do Ascend. And I think this is going to be an interesting one because, of course, we have a rematch on our hands here in this elimination finals, but we also have a little bit of a different series lineup as well. So Online Warriors versus Ascend here. We have a little bit of a lengthy one, best of 5 instead of best of 3. And I think the question right now, Gaskin, is would things have been a little bit different earlier on today if we did have a best of 5 for Ascend in the first matchup that we saw with Online Warriors here? How are you feeling about this?
I think my honest answer would be yes. I think a best of 5 Ascend should topple any team in Europe with how they performed in online competition, especially. I think it's game type dependent as well. And just before, well, when we were in the break, Lottie, you pointed out that some of the game types now, we're not going to see the new maps and modes as much as we'd seen in earlier stages of this tournament, especially when Ascend faced against Online Warriors. And I think that is going to lean towards the favor of Ascend because they are going to be more comfortable on these maps and modes. Then there's not going to be any outliers, which maybe they're not as well practiced. This is going to be their bread and butter now, right? We're going to see Ascend comfortable, ready to play, ready to get back in a grand final. They were humiliated in the winners bracket, right? They've never been knocked down to the elimination bracket before, but I think Ascend now, this would have woken them up, and I think we're going to see a scary looking squad now in this series.
I think you are 100% right. There is comfort, familiarity coming through here for Ascend. And previously in that best of 5 earlier, best of 3, excuse me, earlier today, you know, it was an even playing field, so to speak, you know, on some of the new maps, the modes, you know, both teams still trying to figure things out exactly how they want to play it, figuring out the meta, what's shifting either side. But right now we have a series layout that's looking pretty damn good for Ascend because they know how to win on everything, right? You know, they've barely lost a map in a series, let alone a series. So, you know, I think right now, like you said, Gaskin, I think right now this is playing into Ascend's hands. I think on the other side of things, though, Online Warriors and Shirzi, I really have my own Respectful here. You know, I really feel like Respectful, you know, brings the structure and the strategy of Na'Vi, and obviously like the fact that they know what they want to do, and if they're able to actually accomplish the strategy, Na'Vi can be pretty dangerous. But he also pairs that with aggression, fast pace, main slayer playstyle. And I think it produces an all-rounder. I think what we're seeing here is a totally new player at Respectful, just because I feel like he's off the leash a little bit, bringing in some of the main things that you can from Na'Vi and really partnering that with an all-rounder playstyle. I think that's pretty dangerous. So do you feel like Online Warriors are looking at Respectful right now to really lead the charge here in the series? Oh, we got a little bit of a mute action happening apparently.
We lost the shares. I mean, I've been trying to mute him for a good couple of years now, but finally I've been able to.
We finally figured it out.
Yeah,
we finally figured it out. Somebody's pushed the mute shares button in the back, and it's worked. It's worked. I think despite everything.
What Shirzi was saying though, because I unfortunately could hear him at the time, is he was saying that, you know, Respectful, he has been let off the leash and he's found a team and he's found players who fit his playstyle a little bit more than perhaps what happened in Na'Vi. And maybe he's just a little bit more comfortable now because he's not having to change what he does on the map. So I think that he's right. Respectful is looking like a different player, and I'm sure he's enjoying what he's doing now with the Online Warriors.
He certainly is. I'll tell you what, we're going to throw over to our casters, Gaskin and West. But as we go over, West, I got a little question for you, mate, because I want to hear from you. You know, you talked about Ascend potentially bouncing back and being able to reset a bracket against Quadrant. So surely right now you're pretty happy with the odds here going up against Online Warriors. Is this honeymoon going to end right now?
I don't know if the honeymoon ends right now, but I don't see them winning this series. And I don't think that Online Warriors need to win this series, Dan. If they're to view today as a successful day for their team, right? They've created some upsets. They've showed a lot of promise. You went to game 5 in the winners bracket finals to potentially be in the grand finals. You were 4 kills, maybe even 3 kills away at the end of the day. But the fact that you got to play Ascend here in the elimination bracket, the fact that they probably, you poke the bear's awake, and they're probably pretty upset. Like you said, you phrased it as embarrassed. I more viewed it as Ascend may have walked into that series against Online Warriors a little bit asleep, and they dominated game 1, and that could have lulled them to sleep even further. This Online Warriors team is not going to be disrespected in that fashion. They're going to be good enough to compete with anybody in this European scene. I think Ascend now know that. Very excited to see how Ascend play now that they're braced for impact, now that they're ready for the competition this time around.
Yeah, I think maybe embarrassed is wrong. Maybe humbled, I think, that Ascend were by Online Warriors in the winners bracket. They weren't expecting to ever lose, but, you know, best of 3s, they can toss up whatever. But Online Warriors need to show they can do it in best of 5s. And to be fair to them, they pulled out a great performance against Quadrant in that previous best of 5. I thought it was going to be far more comfortable. So this is not written in the stars for Ascend just yet, right? Online Warriors are going to show up here. They're going to want to display that they can not just do it once, but do the unthinkable twice.
And I believe we saw this exact game type. This is against Na'Vi, I believe, as they were able to close it out on the Online Warriors side. We'll see if they have that same strong performance against a team like Ascend. Unfortunately, for Online Warriors, Ascend now are getting up to an early lead. Great job by Mose with this camo to put that needler to work. Good teamwork. Flux and the boys have broken in. They've gotten 3 dead. They got the ball potentially in hand back into pipes, and they may be able to get an early lead as well.
No, it was actually, you're thinking of the Online Warriors versus Ascend series. They did play each other on this one. This was those final moments. Remember when Mose was able to grab that ball down at bat, and they won this game just by the skin of their teeth, did Online Warriors, to win that initial best of 3. So this is the perfect way for them to start this series, a game type which they've already been Ascend on, and they should be feeling very confident and comfortable. But it's whether Ascend looked back at that series, looked back at that game, and know now what they need to do differently to topple this Online Warriors roster.
Yeah, we'll see. If they can continue the same story, will Ascend redirect that attention and show their dominance once again. Respectful finds himself a double kill, can't quite get the oddball in hand, but good control so far. But unfortunately, a little bit of an overextension jumping from that shock rifle wedge up towards top gold, especially when multiple players have ascended there. You know your life is shortly lived there, and multiple members from Online Warriors go down. Flux finds himself with just too many players to deal with, and Ascend use their numbers to their advantage, get a few kills, and now Camo's coming up, and Respectful, he's going to back one player down, but he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to deny this from going into Ascend's hands as well.
A good start for both teams. Camouflage is, of course, going to be the focus right now, but Flux ensures that Seeker is not able to escape with it. Ascend are doing pretty well to not allow Online Warriors to get into the same position they were when they faced up against each other previously, where there were some big, chunky, heavy setups from the Online Warriors. They were able to get that ball into pipes. They had the sword as well. They just had so much control at times. And the shock rifle was a really big difference maker for both squads. So let's see what Respectful can do here.
The shock rifle, the sword, they paid dividends for Online Warriors the first time around. Respectful, maybe not finding the head, but good damage so far with the shock. Can't quite find Stika there either. Top gold, and unfortunately, he's either in a very promising position if he can catch some players out, or he's going to get found out and caught in no man's land here. And looks like Ascend have pushed towards the Mangler side of the map, and with that push, they're going to break this setup. 3 dead for Online Warriors, and Respectful, he was in no man's land. Dan not able to impact that push at all, not able to find a pick, and because of it, Ascend now with a full setup.
Yeah, and this is one of the downsides of playing that anchor sometimes and trying to shoot across map is you leave your team very vulnerable and you're not having much of an impact. So now you've got to change that. You can see the aggression coming in from Respectful, looking for help from teammates, does find it. The Moze and Respectful duo is back in action. And I tell you what, it is a pleasure to watch because they did some dangerous things back in Halo 5 and prior, and they seem to be working in tandem once more here in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, I know they had some good teamwork, but I mean, this Online Warrior squad, their teamwork with all 4 of these players, how Flux has been able to follow up on the help of some of these plays, how So Snaky's been able to impact some of these games. I mean, this team, how quickly they've been able to formulate this teamwork and how their play styles just complement one another. It's impressive to watch, and I'm so happy that we have yet another competitor in the EU scene staying in this round one momentarily. 2 minutes on the clock. 11 points in Ascend's favor for now, but no real significant setup given to either team. Moze and Snaky, they find 1. Moze finds 2. That's 3 dead for Ascend, and Online Warriors could potentially jump out to a lead here.
And there hasn't really been a setup because, as you say, you know, both of these teams are so evenly contested at the moment, as Respectful is pulling things out that I haven't seen him pull out since Halo 5. And Online Warriors, they're going toe-to-toe with Ascend. I think that's what is the most impressive thing that we've got from EU Pro Series, is that Europe has been growing as a region, but Ascend have always been the top dogs. No one's really been able to match them to a point of A, defeating them or making them look bang average. But sometimes you're watching Ascend now and thinking, they don't look that good. They don't look like they're the team that was dominating Europe for however many years. But because now people are actually starting to contest them in the way they play, the pace that they play, the shots that they're putting, the teamwork, suddenly Ascend don't look like the giants that they once were. And that's what Europe needs. That's what Online Warriors have been able to achieve here, because if Europe does want to push NA and push that top 6 of the NA, they need to be pushing each other first.
Right? And what better ways to do that than having Quadrant as well in the conversation? How strong they've looked. How they narrowly lost the Sentinels. I was there in person. I was there watching that series on the side station in person. And let me tell you, for anyone that tries to preach the Sentinels had that one in the bag, or that those games weren't close, those games were as close as it gets. Quadrant, another dominant team, waiting in the limbs in the grand finals for one of these 2 teams to separate themselves from one another. And right now, 3 points in Ascend's favor is all round 1 is. 1 minute and 3 left on the clock, and you can bet that time is going to become a factor. But just like that, the first real setup for Online Warriors is going to benefit them greatly as they jump out to over a 15-point lead.
And what's more impressive is, yeah, we were talking about new maps, we were talking about new modes, we're talking about Catalyst, King of the Hill, and maybe that's going to benefit Online Warriors, but they're doing it in Ascend's backyard here. They're doing it on a recharge ball game, something that Ascend have been able to play time and time again throughout their practice regime leading up to Kansas City and afterwards, although I will say I think they practiced a lot more before KC, and maybe that's what's on demonstration here, is a slightly under-practiced Ascend, perhaps expecting dominance once more, but no, Europe is showing up. Europe is showing that more teams are hungry for success, and at 90 points now ticking over for Online Warriors. They're very close to taking this round 1.
Yes, they are 6 points away, and it looks like no one's going to be able to take down Flux. And if you thought that the oddball game the first time around was a fluke, Online Warriors make round 1 a statement to Ascend and the rest of the EU scene that they are here to compete with the best of the best.
The best of the best suddenly don't necessarily look the best, and maybe we're looking towards Quadrant as taking that title. If we, you know, go back to what you were talking about, their performance in Kansas City, for me, I think Quadrant had a better LAN event than Ascend did, despite the fact they both finished top 8. And Quadrant really looked like a squad who were hungry to push for more in North America, and that's probably why they've made that change as well. Even top 8 wasn't good enough for them, so they dropped Fragger, they picked up Nurix, and we'll see whether that comes into fruition of actually making a good change. But here, Ascend need to respond now in round number 2. They can't afford to allow Online Warriors to get a swift 2-0 here, because that will just go momentum in favor of the blue team. Online Warriors will be absolutely feeling themselves.
Sin with everything they wanted: camo, shock rifle, ball into pipes. Sniper drone can't land the stick. He goes down for free with that camouflage, and because of it, Ascend, their setup, it's immediately broken. Only 9 points with all that power. Not good enough. If you want to stay in this one, Online Warriors doing such a phenomenal job to break these setups before they really take fruition, before Ascend really can get comfortable, and that's not something we've often seen.
And I'm just looking at the assist column as well. I think that stat is really standing out to me at the moment. Online Warriors are out assisting Ascend, especially Mose and Respectful, just running around, holding hands, having a jolly time, just skipping around recharge at the moment, making sure they finish off each other's kills. And it really has had an effect, because if one of them trades out, suddenly, as you say, Flux or Snaky, they come on swooping in to make sure that they can get that kill as well. And as of 4, this Online Warriors squad have been moving around the map in a very scary way, which I don't think Ascend were necessarily expecting. And at the moment, here in round number 2, it's very scrappy. But the first team to get that real setup, and maybe it could be Ascend here as they've got the ball in pipes, might be able to dictate the pace of this game.
We'll see if this double push works once again. They find the first pick, and yes, it does. The second player knocked the no shield. This ball is forced to be played. Legends knocked the no shield top glass. And the last guy alive is Shady. Can they get him taken down? Can they get that ball back into the pipes area? Unfortunately, it just rolls off the ledge. They're forced to take it blue.
Takes it blue, but the camo will at least allow him to scarper away if he chooses to. Respectful just getting that ball out of reach from Ascend, and now he looks to do some damage, seeing if he can help Mose, but unfortunately he was just a little bit too slow on that one. Mose had already been pushed, already been attacked by the Ascend roster, and now Respectful needs to clean up this kill, can't afford to lose, and somehow manages to stay alive.
Stays alive, but you want to see him stay with that ball carrier when he dropped it bottom tunnel, in my opinion. In hindsight, of course, that was the play that would have awarded Online Warriors a few more points, maybe a potential blue setup. But the ball gets played, and Respectful needs to do more work in order to get his team some more ball time. A player gets stuck bottom angler pit, and that's good information as they get the first kill. Can Respectful take down Legend here? That would be a nice kill to give his team numbers advantage. 3 dead for Ascend, and Online Warriors continue to feel the pressure of game 1. If they can take this in a 2-0 fashion, that would give them a lot of confidence going into the rest of best of 5.
Seeker was the last remaining player there, and I'm looking at his stats. He's 8-20 at the moment, and I'm wondering if maybe he's being caught on his own quite often. Is he separating himself from the team a little bit too much, perhaps trying to do too much objective work, maybe trying to get to a point where he just nabs that ball away from Online Warriors, and he's being sniffed out time and time again. So Online Warriors have actually been able to take advantage of a player advantage they seem to find themselves in quite often here. They're out-slaying Ascend at the moment. They're out-rotating them, just outplaying them. It's honestly not something that you necessarily would have expected.
No, but I think your point on the assist, it just proves with the gameplay that we're watching, Dan. What you said about how Online Warriors just are heavily winning the assist battle. It's because they're playing so fast and together. They're sliding into pipes in sets of 2s at all times when Ascend has had a setup. They're so aggressive with each other. They're always looking to try and impact the game, and that is a recipe for success in Halo Infinite. This sword can do so much damage as Respectful rotates the ball to long haul. Unfortunately, Mose, you need to chill out. The sword in that long haul area cannot be effective if you don't get the right timing. And we saw the mistake Snaky made, bites Mose as well, I'm sorry. And just like that, Ascend now have the sword, now have the ball, and a real opportunity to get right back into this one with that mistake.
Just Snipe Drone doesn't want to fall into the same trap. Be too aggressive with his sword and give it away, but may have got himself in a position to at least secure that one. It could have been a dangerous moment if Flux had maybe got one bullet away. But you do see it. I mean, we've seen it not just at the top European level, but at the top North American level. I remember Formal making a crazy play with the sword back in Kansas City, and that costing Optic the game, if not the series as well, back in KC. And sometimes you just get a little bit too excited with the sword in your hand because it's such a powerful weapon. You give it away and you put it in the enemy's hands, suddenly that's going to turn on you.
It's that margin for error that can be so difficult to try and measure in real time. Do you have the timing or don't you? Because if you get caught in no man's land with the sword out, you're basically dead to rights with 0 damage being dealt. And that's a mistake that's so difficult to come back from. And just like that, Ascend now with a 25-point lead, looking to close this one out, take this to a round 3. And it's because this sword in Snipe Drone's hands has allowed them to hold this setup so efficiently.
And this is what could have been for Online Warriors if they were able to get a setup with that sword, if Mose had maybe stayed alive and they got the ball towards blue, but it's easier said than done. Sword finally goes down. Shock rifle in the hand of Seeker, though, to at least be on the defensive with another power weapon. And maybe it's just a case of getting that ball and those final moments. Seeker realizes that that's just the job he has to do. Has the support. 96 will tick over and 100 will be secured. So we're going to round 3 here in game number 1. And Ascend will answer back and will not allow Online Warriors to dominate this map number 1.
Something to point out as we take a look at the stats entering round 3 is the difference in the fluctuation of the objective time for Online Warriors. So far, we've seen 2 Oddball games from Online Warriors on stream, and Respectful has dominated the Oddball time for Online Warriors. This time, it's much more separated between the 4, much more dispersed. Will that benefit them? Will that show that maybe they suited best when Respectful does have that Oddball in hand? But right now, it's Snipe Drone with the ball in hand, jumping out to an early lead. Kills going in their favor continuously. 3 dead now for Online Warriors. The last player alive, Snaky and Pipesy, finds 1. Able to stay alive as well, and that's going to make this setup a little bit easier to break as Online Warriors come off spawn.
It was looking this way the last time these two teams played against each other. Like we went to round 3. Ascend had a really hot start, but Online Warriors did very well to get back into it in the winners bracket. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to do it again. Snaky has a shock rifle in hand, can't do anything except just tag the body. And Online Warriors have at least kept it scrappy enough that Ascend haven't been able to pick up time here in this initial setup. It could have been very easy for Ascend to get 30, 40 seconds there if Online Warriors hadn't have got some of those big kills. And I tell you what, watching this young man, I guess he's not even particularly a young man anymore. He's starting to age a little bit like we all do. But he has been absolutely rocking this tournament.
Rocking, socking. Unfortunately taken down before he can get the ball. And like you said, Dan, I think it is important to note that just 19 points is all Ascend have for what feels like a predominantly strong first minute and a half of round 3 here. So testament to Online Warriors and their ability to keep this one close, but for how long? Because just like that, you blink, 3 go down and balls back in pipes with another opportunity for Ascend to push this lead.
For anyone wondering, 26 is Respectful. So he is starting to get on a little bit. Still in his prime, maybe some would argue. When it comes to Halo, it doesn't seem like age affects esports as much as others have. We've seen some of the goats on the stick still stay on till quite a late age. But he's definitely not a young man anymore. Maybe he is to me, but he always will be the young Respectful I remember at LAN tournaments when he was 16 to 18. 52 points, though, is the lead for Ascend, and Online Warriors struggling to get back into this round.
Been all Ascend here in round 3, 60 points. Make it 59 is finally Online Warriors break in. But unfortunately, they got Snipe Drone to deal with. He's able to trade with Mose. It's a good stick by Mose, but unfortunately the ball, it gets played by the middle. And this catwalk player is doing a ton of damage. Finds 2. It's Sika. Maybe not the best statistical game, but this round 3 has been all Sika. He's up to 18 now.
one of the advantages of the new Oddball rules, right? You get a fresh restart every single time. So you might have had a really bum round 1, an average round 2, but you could have the best round 3 here to ensure that your team steps up. You win the first map of this series, which puts you in great stead for the rest of it as well. Gives you that confidence. Snaky, the last remaining player, has to try and fight tooth and nail by the middle. Does go down. All 4 dead with temporary there for Online Warriors. And Ascend are in the ascendancy, quite literally. Looking to try and close out this map number 1 and regain some of the confidence that they maybe lost in the winner's bracket.
Could be a perfect round the way they're playing right now. 67 and counting. A nice repulsor to disrupt that Needler path. That would have for sure taken him down. Sika trying to do it all right now. The setup, it's broken though. Respectful. Trying to be aggressive, but also knows that in order to come back in this round 3, we got to get some ball time, guys. So he immediately prioritizes that ball rather than the kill top yellow. And unfortunately, he's knocked to no shield and needs a lot of help from the rest of the boys in blue here. And unfortunately, doesn't get help as well. So Snipe Drone, he subsides to any pressure that Ascend was going to be able to be denied of. And 3 go down once again for Online Warriors. Snipe Drone prioritizes the ball again, and this is about 1 push away from being an Ascend game 1 victory. With how strong Online Warriors worked in round 1, it's a completely different story in round 2 and 3.
Even though Snipe Drone did prioritize the ball afterwards, he made sure he cleaned up that kill first. It's very easy when 3 are dead to just one player grab the ball and you jump on it because you're like, 3 are dead, grab the ball. But Snaky put himself in a position where he might have been able to kill the ball carrier, but Snipe Drone was wise to it, made sure that that wasn't going to happen. Sure, they didn't get much time because of it, but they also didn't allow Online Warriors too easily back into the game. But somehow, off spawn, Online Warriors have still been able to achieve a break in setup here to keep this game alive. And Mo's getting that kill onto Snipe Drone means this is not quite over yet. Ascend have not got over that final hurdle, and they need to be careful they don't fall on a potential banana skin.
It'd be a miraculous comeback here in round 3. I don't think it's going to happen, and we'll see if Online Warriors can prove me wrong. It'd be an unbelievable story to tell. But unfortunately, that death from Mo's could be a costly one, as game 1 just on a thread right now for Online Warriors. Need to figure out a way to play perfect. Snaky finds a kill on a Sika, but it's only a trade for the Online Warriors. And look at the rest of Ascend. They've relocated to pipe. Somehow Snaky still alive, able to get great damage there. But multiple members, 3 of them actually still in pipes for Ascend, and that's exactly where Ascend fans want to see their players, as this ball is stuck top batteries.
One nade could have changed everything there for Online Warriors, but Shady and teammate able to stay alive, and now they'll push through pipes, and this could be the beginning of the end if they push this correctly. But Flux is alongside Snaky to just keep Shady at bay, and the ball is still there. 1 minute 20 on the clock, so Online Warriors, they've got to move quickly, and Mose, even though he grabs the ball, quickly sees Legend, so just tosses it back down to batteries once more.
It's a melee before he goes down, but unfortunately that's not going to be enough. And Sika, he's going to go right for that ball. He does get melted, but the clock going to start to become a factor now. With 1 minute and 8 seconds left, every second that that ball is neutralized will benefit Ascend. Ascend trying to do that double pipes push we saw Online Warriors were successful with, and they actually get wiped as they try to push into pipes. The last player alive for Ascend is going to be bottom middle, and Camo's up, but he can't go get it yet. The ball is in the hand of Online Warriors, so maybe, just maybe, there's a chance here, but unfortunately Sika has been able to secure that game.
Yeah, they weren't able to get that ball across into elevator either, so Sika has a lot of responsibilities. Somehow gets spotted out like the Terminator catches the Predator. Sika gets away, Scarpers, and will look to reanalyze and reassess how he wants to play this one, but it looks like the teammates have done the job for him anyway. That's 3 down for Online Warriors, and this should be the last remaining player to fall, and if he does, the game could be going in the favor of Ascend.
Should be, could be, is going into the favor of Ascend. Moments away, 10 seconds now. All they need, and with multiple players trying to push control. Snaky forced to go low. He's caught out. And that's going to do it. Round 1 went in favor of Online Warriors, but 2 and 3 go to Ascend. That means game 1 going to Ascend here in the best of 5 of our elimination bracket finals. And Ascend, the same story. It's a different story this time around. I'm sorry. Ascend take game 1, and more importantly, make up for the mistakes they made on Recharge Oddball the first time around. And that shows you that this may be a different Ascend that we're looking at this time around.
And the mistake I made on Oddball Recharge was saying that Terminator and Predator were in the same film, as Jersey's just pointed out to me. But the same actor was in Predator, right? I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger was there. He was whatever. Anyway, we look at the stats and the kills that are there, and I tell you what, Online Warriors at one point were absolutely demolishing Ascend when it came to kills, when it came to assists. But then slowly but surely, Ascend started to wake up again, and they maybe started to realize that they could not afford for that game one to go in favor of Online Warriors, because I really do think it was going to be a make or break game here. If Online Warriors had taken that game one, suddenly they started to believe that they can do it again here in a best of 5. Maybe Ascend start to doubt themselves. Maybe there's suddenly a little bit of trouble in paradise. People start to argue here or there. But now Ascend have been able to clutch up. They play it correctly. They do get that victory. A game type which they had lost previously to Online Warriors. Everything's starting to point to Ascend once more.
Yeah, and that third round was very telling to me on what the rest of this series could look like. I worry for Online Warriors that the confidence, the recklessness that they were kind of able to use to their advantage earlier in the tournament hasn't wavered, because Ascend was able to continuously be in a better position to have a numbers advantage what felt like that entire round 3. And if that's Ascend showing you a little bit of what they have in store for the rest of this best of 5, it could be a quick one. Online Warriors, they've showed so much promise, have so much potential with this team, with this roster. The skill is there, but when things get hectic, do they have the wherewithal to slow it down and reset and figure out ways when they don't have momentum and control to get that back? Because we've seen what it looks like when they are in control of games or in rounds, right? Like they look just as good, if not better, than their competition so far throughout all of the day, no matter who they're playing. But they were on their back feet that entire round 3, and they never came off of it. That is a very dangerous position to try and find yourself in, especially as you go in to a Team Slayer.
And unfortunately for them, it's going to be a Team Slayer that is very familiar for Ascend. It's not going to be the Catalyst Slayer that we saw Online Warriors able to take them down in the winners bracket. But I think something that you said, and something that Lottie's also focused on as well, is Online Warriors won't be disappointed whatever happens here, right? They've done so much. A top 3 is maybe even further than they thought they would get. And even though the series isn't over yet, I think whatever happens, they'll be happy. And also, where do they land after this honeymoon period? This is a question that Lottie was talking about. I mean, we saw Jaylings go through it when they first formed, where they got to like top 2, top 3, and then they dropped off a bit to top 4, top 6, and they kind of settled around that top 4, top 6 area. Where do Online Warriors settle after this amazing beginning? Do they practice? Do they get better? Or do they drop off? Do other teams start to realize how they're going to play? That's the biggest question for me, but maybe that won't be answered for a few more weeks. For now, we just focus on the now, and it's 3-2 to begin with. Online Warriors, and it's a sniper rifle in the hands of Respectful.
You'll have to see that. Respectful winning the body shot. Backs up that player that was trying to set up for Overshield, but unfortunately, Respectful's going to have to do a lot more to try and stay alive. He actually does a ton more as he lands a nice body shot on the player on Brute Hall, and because of it, his team now with Overshield control, with snipe control, Heat Wave as well, everything in the hands of Online Warriors. The question is will they be able to push all of this power into the score line? How will they be able to influence this? Overshield, he's tanking a ton of damage, getting a ton of damage, and look at that. The rest of the boys show up. Online Warriors showing that their teamwork, their assists are going to be needed here in game 2. And because of it, an 11-5 early lead for the boys in blue.
And what I will say about Online Warriors is they are 4 absolute beasts when it comes to slaying power, right? These guys do not miss a beat. Their shot is so good. When they were the players on the different teams prior, could always rely on them to get the slays, to hit the shots. You put all 4 of them together, and it is a terrifying feat if they're able to gel that into a teamwork position where they can, focus on spawns. Someone is coordinated enough to lead this scary force of slaying power. And I tell you what, 17-9, it's not going half bad for the Online Warriors so far.
No, it looks great, and the teamwork looks better. Look at that push top middle. They make a 3-1 exchange in the score there. 20-10 now, up 10, setting up for Overshield as well. It's coming up in 8 seconds, and Respectful positioning himself perfectly, able to get information. Hey, no one's in house yet. Overshield should be ours. Unfortunately, I believe that was the player that was going to get the Overshield, and now nobody really in a position to pick up that Overshield, so they're going to have to get a second round of slays, but Respectful with that positioning, able to find an easy kill on the Sika. Shady, he gets perfected, and Respectful doing it all to secure this Overshield and continuing to push the momentum in Online Warriors' favor.
The shackles are off Respectful, and I tell you what, he's looking like twice the player he was looking at Kansas City. And even at online tournaments prior to Kansas, as I say that, he does get absolutely embarrassed. But, you know, we don't talk about it. Caster curse is a real thing. Still 26-14. And Ascend have got a lot to do to get back into this game. Now, it's not out of the realms of possibility. I definitely think Ascend can get back into this game, but they need a big round of Slayers here. They need to shut down the speed and the confidence that Online Warriors are playing with right now.
Yeah, they need to get a full team wipe and gain control of the map and then find themselves applying pressure to split spawners. Unfortunately, Online Warriors, they don't let that happen this time around. What looked like was going to be a moment for Ascend was quickly subsided. So Snaky finds himself a double kill, a heat wave as well, and he knows that this player has ran away with snipe. Wisely doesn't chase though. Legend known to be lethal with this thing, but it's difficult to be lethal when you're down 13, no map control. You're actually leading the charge with the snipe out, and we'll see if he can hit a shot. But this push actually gives them a lot of information, Dan. This is what you want to see. This aggressiveness has told them that they pushed house through big door, but unfortunately Legend can't quite find just about anybody. Snipe drone with a double kill in the kill feed, and I guess Overshield's going to be the focus for Ascend now with 15 seconds before it comes up. And Legend, although he's looking everywhere, rotating everywhere, he just seems to be in the wrong places at the wrong times in order to impact the rest of this game. Oh my God.
As you say that. Oh my goodness gracious. Double. Make it 3. Could have been a triple. Will still be a triple. And Legend, he might not have found something for quite some time, but suddenly heats up when the team needed him to. It's a 10-kill game now. Make it a 9-kill game. And Ascend maybe can use this momentum to try and break their way back into live fire.
Said he was known for it. He actually rips the head off 2 players, and that could be just what the doctor ordered for Ascend fans to get back into this one. Snipe drone going to be aggressive with this heat wave. He finds 2, 3 dead. Once again for Online Warriors. Last player alive is going to be surrounded. He's going to lose his life. Just like that, what was once a blowout is now a 7-kill game, much more manageable here as we approach the 40-kill mark.
And this is always my worry for a newer team, right? How do they respond to a sudden urge, a sudden comeback that's just being witnessed in front of them? Do they bottle? Do they crumble? Do they have the beans to just stay on board and stay focused? Because at the moment, it doesn't look like it. 39-33. They are very much falling apart here, Online Warriors, and they need to slow things down and put the pieces back together. And you need a leader. You need someone to just say, guys, look, calm down, focus. We've still got this. We're still up by 5. 5 would be a massive lead against Ascend at any other time. But because it was such a huge lead prior, suddenly it looks a little bit scary.
Especially after losing the way they did in Game 5 against Quadrant. You got to be thinking, what is this team's clutch factor? How do they figure out ways to close games that are close when teams gain momentum and control? Respectful influx, they find 2, and that could be just what they needed. Mose finds a 3rd, and that's exactly how you release some of the pressure Ascend has been able to apply here in the mid game.
Oh, look at the amount of blue names on your screen. The entire Online Warriors roster swarm towards Ascend spawners as they once more put a big gap between the two. And even though Ascend have had a great fight back here, I think the gap was just too big that was created at the start of this game. 4 more kills now required for Online Warriors. This is a team full of Slayers, and it seems like they look so comfortable on all of these maps when it comes to the Slayer game type.
Yes, they do. They've been able to just figure out ways to minimize the damage. And that's going to do it. 50-37. Online Warriors right back in your elimination grand finals, tying this one up. They used the Slayer to get back into it. And although best of 5s typically dictate who the better team is, those Slayers are the difficult games for the better teams to win against maybe the lesser teams that have less strategy to be able to influence. And there's a reason there's 2 of them in the best of 5 that creates opportunity for upsets. And you're looking at Online Warriors seize that opportunity here in game 2 to push this series tied up going into game 3. And what you're doing if you're Online Warriors is you're hoping to get to a game 5. That's all you want, is an opportunity to create the upset once again. And they've done one of the steps in the right direction to get there.
And just to reiterate the point I was making, you look at this Online Warriors roster, and if I'm going up against them, there is not one 1v1 that I would be confident taking if I'm even the best player in the world, right? These Online Warriors players, they don't miss. They have great aim, great individual talent. I think the worry was for them on previous teams is they weren't necessarily utilized in a way that they were comfortable. They were made to play in a way that they didn't really want to play the game of Halo. And whether that made the teams they were on worse and whether they were the problems, sure, that could definitely be a thing. But when you suddenly put 4 players who think a very similar way in a game of Halo and play in a very similar style, it can work like it just did on live fire, running around with just pure aggression, pure aim, and absolutely dominating your opponent. Sure, they lost a little bit of control for a period of time, but they had made such a big gap at the beginning of the game that it didn't even matter. They didn't even have to worry really about spawns. They just had to quickly escape and break that ascend setup that had happened. And Online Warriors, they are the real deal. I mean, best of 3s, best of 5s, I don't think it really matters too much. I think that we will be seeing this roster for a lot of time to come here in Europe.
Absolutely. I think 17 and 10 out of Respectful is one hell of a performance, but I mean, I'll double down on your sentiments as far as forcing a player to play into your system, into your play style. Not necessarily the best at times. Players and their play styles will fit into different systems, will figure out their footing in different organizations and different systems, like differently, right? So it's like, why don't you put the 4 best players on one team? That's how you typically make a Halo team. Like, yes, in the past, sometimes that does work, but at other times you see those teams fall short. It's the same thing with any tier in Halo, right? You got to figure out teammates that complement your playstyle, that see the game the way you see it, that play at the pace that you want to play at. Respectful maybe didn't fit on Navi the way he wanted to, or the way that Navi wanted him to. So far today, he's done nothing but show out and be a superstar here in today's tournament. 17 and 10 in game 2. We'll see if he can keep it up in game 3. Trying to anchor this train position and keep eyes on Rockets. We know how he's been Rocket focused throughout the day. He had 4 of them in one game earlier. Looks like it is going to be a reset, though. We do have a player missing from the lobby, and as Respectful gave his life away, that was the hint we needed, that this is going to be a reset. And we'll see how long it takes that player to get in. But Dan, I like where your head's at as far as this roster combination with Flux, Snaky, Respectful. Like, these guys, they seem to all play at a similar pace, to all have a similar mindset. And I'm not quite sure how far through the strategy that they've talked behind that, but maybe the less structure, the better for these guys, because naturally it seems to work out in their favor.
I mean, if you're a fan of Top Gun, or if you've watched the new Maverick movie that's out, one of the big things for pilots is just try not to overthink things. And I think that is a case for some of these players. Like, if you start to overthink and you put too much in your brain about rotations, spawns, where should I be going, blah, 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 just give these guys a gun and make them shoot and let them have as much fun as they want as a 4. And it is scary. And sure, it might not work against every team. And maybe after a while, when other teams start to sense about what they're doing and they suddenly find their weaknesses, they may crumble a little bit. But for now, it seems to just be raw aim and pure gun skill from these 4. And my initial worry was, who's going to take the lead? Because when I look at these 4 names, I see kids. I see kids who were, when I was playing, 16, 17, and none of them were leaders. But now they've been around for almost a decade, to the point where they know the game enough. They've been around the block. They know how to lead. And it's their chance for one of them to step up. Flux has a great brain, and he could quite easily IGL for this squad. Respectful could do it as well. Like, all 4 of them know what it takes to win a game of Halo. There's no reason why one of them can't really be a true leader.
All I got from that was Flux has a great brain.
Does have a great brain.
That's just such an odd compliment. I don't know if I've ever heard that one before, but I guess he makes good decisions, so is what that means.
No one's complimented your brain before, Wes, but that's okay. I mean, I guess that's to be expected.
Yeah, I don't get complimented often because I gloat about, I guess, my own thoughts. So, rightfully so.
That's true. But
rightfully so.
And you know, this Online Warriors team, I was worried at first, but then I love that you highlighted yesterday when we were talking about squads, and you were saying, like, these are 4 good players. Like, why wouldn't they work? And then I started to think about how Halo Infinite plays, what kind of success you see from how teams are playing at the moment, and it's moving as a unit. And you don't necessarily need 4 players who are fast-paced or aggressive. You just need 4 players who play the game the same. As long as the brain is similar and it's like a hive mind, then you are going to see success. And that's what we've seen from Online Warriors in this tournament.
So what I got from that was I have a great brain because I saw that.
See, this is why people never say you have a big brain, because you say you.
I didn't say it was
yourself you have a
big.
good
I said
brain.
it was great.
Okay, well, great brains usually are quite large. Usually in the skeleton, they make heads quite big. Anyway, but I do think that this is a team that, you know, is going to be here for quite some time. Like, they've already beaten Ascend once. Like that, like to put that back in perspective, Ascend have never lost an online game in a competitive tournament in Europe. Like, never. That's just unbelievable what they've done.
I want to caveat it with all of the excuses that you could come up with, and not to take anything away, because I was the one that saw this roster, like you're saying, and was like, yeah, there's a lot of skill here. These guys are gonna compete. But I will say, from Ascend's point of view, you're coming off Kansas City. Everybody's been kind of enjoying this break as an opportunity to kind of get some rest, to step back from the grind that is scrimming every day, and putting it all that you put into for Kansas City and that focus and that grind. Like, you need to be able to take a step back and relax. Now that things are kicked up again, there may be an opportunity here for Online Warriors to catch Ascend when they're maybe less practiced within this time gap as they usually are, with new modes and new maps and new opportunities there, in order to like kind of dictate the meta early on. I think that there's opportunity there as well. Not to take anything away from them, but there are a lot of factors that come into the best of 3 that they won, right? And the fact that they look strong today against every team, and I think that they will, but on Ascend's behalf, as far as maybe not looking as sharp as we're used to Ascend looking throughout this tournament, I think that does go along with the mindset of like, maybe they're not as locked in as they will become Valencia, but could be wrong here, right? Could we be seeing the descend of Ascend? Maybe. And that's a very important storyline for EU to be able to pay attention to.
That being said, though, and I agree with everything you've said, because when I saw Ascend lose, my big brain, went straight towards, went straight towards, they haven't practiced as much, they don't know the maps, they don't know the modes. But after Rally, I think Ascend were the same, right? After Rally, even though they didn't place that great, they still knew they were dominating Europe, so they took a little bit of a break, and they still dominated when online tournaments came afterwards. No one really tested them. Na'Vi took them to a game 5 once, but it still never really felt like it was gonna happen. So that's why I think I'm so surprised that finally Ascend find themselves in the elimination bracket, and why I'm giving so much credit to Online Warriors. But I do completely agree that there are a lot of ifs and buts. There's best of 3, there's all the yada yada, but at the end of the day, Online Warriors did what no one else has done in years, so they can at least have that as a little trophy at home. But will they actually get a proper trophy? I think that if they can continue playing the way that they are, if they, you know, continue to use this aggression, and they can then find out strategy and tactics to go alongside it, so that not only are they good in Slayers, but they also get the job done in objectives as well, then there's no reason why they couldn't dethrone Ascend. And why when Valencia comes round, suddenly we're not shouting Ascend's name off the rooftops. Instead, maybe it's Online Warriors, or hopefully by that time a better team name.
We could be calling it Quadrant, as their throne awaits them later today. They have a significant advantage already awaiting in the grand finals. They get to watch these 2 teams duke it out, and then they get to play not just 1 but 2 best of 5s in order to determine if they win that grand finals later on. And that Quadrant roster, with the move from Fragger to Neurix, has looked strong. But this will be the real test. The winner of this going up against them. Can they take them down? But for these 2 teams, they got to focus on this series. It's tied up 1-1 as we enter game 3. And Online Warriors, they need to use the momentum built from game 2, the confidence that they were able to build in game 2, and put it into their Streets gameplay, because we've seen how dominant they have looked on Streets so far today. So we'll see if they're a Street Strongholds team as well. But unfortunately, Shady shooting up in the air, that can only tell you one thing, that a player from Ascend is now dropped.
Maybe both teams just hate Streets so much that they've decided they don't want to play.
Online Warriors like Streets.
I think both, actually,
so far.
It's the opposite. Both these teams love Streets. That's why it's it's quite funny, because I didn't know how this game is going to go, or I don't know how this game's going to go, because they both play it in a very different way, but they also play it in a very fast-paced and aggressive way where they could just clash. It's not a case of what I thought would happen with Online Warriors versus Quadrant, where it was like a bit more structure against a little bit more fast paced and all over the place. Ascend have been this kind of aggressive but structured team that other teams haven't really known how to deal with, the way they rotate around the map. Except, I will say, the North American teams. They were the first ones to really suss out how Ascend play strongholds, and that is just moving clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on which way they want to go, around the map, and just keep going, keep going, keep going. And I think it was Optic that were playing them in a scrim. They said, look, if we just ambush them, let's just wait here at B, they will capture C and they will come to B. And then they kill them off, and then they get control, and then they start to punish them because of it. And ever since that happened, other teams started to realize they could do the same, and Ascend have had to adjust a little bit. And I do think they lost a little bit of that X factor they had on Stronghold's game. So interesting to see what happens and how they develop as a team, since their kind of strategy got sussed out a little bit by North Americans.
For me, it's Ascend's ability to play a lot like the North American teams. So of course, the North American teams are able to recognize, like, hey, this team actually knows what they're doing. They're going to be able to play at a much faster pace than we're typically used to seeing coming out of the other regions. I'm also going to compliment the rest of the EU scene as far as their ability to catch on to what Ascend is doing and to try and repeat a similar strategy, right? That pace, it has to be met. Because when you come overseas and you play against some of North America's best, everyone's playing at least at that pace, and then you see the better or the best of the best somehow figure out ways to even dictate the pace at an even higher rate. And it really is all about getting control and then setting and dictating that control and influencing the map based off your control. And it's like Ascend was the best in Europe by far at doing that, but I do see the likes of Quadrant, the likes of Online Warriors starting to pick up these qualities, starting to figure out ways to, hey, when we get 4 dead and they start spawning here, we're going to fly at them. And this is how we're going to do it. We're going to keep our numbers advantage. We're going to keep our damage advantage. And we're going to transition that immediately into the score in this regards. And although Ascend at the end of Halo 5 was really impressive with how they did it, it was because they were the only team in Europe that had really ever done it at that pace.
And I'm going to pick your brain in a little bit, but as we get started, we'll maybe focus on this game if we get into this game. I'll pick your big brain later on, as I have an interesting question for you, and maybe we'll need if we don't get into this game once more. But game 3, Ascend versus Online Warriors. It's a best of 5. It's not a best of 3 like it was earlier between these two teams. So this game 3 will not be the be-all and end-all between these two guys, but it will certainly maybe set a precedent for how this series is going to go. Because if it does go in favor of Ascend, and with game 4 being an objective rather than a Slayer, naturally you lean towards this series probably going to the purple squad of Ascend. However, if Online Warriors are able to get an objectives game under their belt now, that puts them in such a confident position going into 2 more games, with the Slayer being game 5. Let's see how it plays out.
All right, we'll see how the starting strats play out. We've seen multiple times so far these teams have had an opportunity to maybe gauge how these teams like to start it off, but Ascend, they're going to take advantage of this one. They get 3 dead. The last player is going to be no shield, stuck in the back of Commando Hall. He's going to have no opportunity to deny rockets from going into the hands of Ascend. But better yet, a potential trip cap, as rockets are going to be used to deny A. Players hopping in C and B, and although another player in Moze hops into A, that rocket can do so much damage. A good job by Moze to dodge that one. And for now, Ascend, with control of B and C, will jump out to an early lead.
Snipe drone just taking the middle of the map. Look at the aggression here from Ascend. This is where they get so scary. They swarm and they surround and pinch the opposition team, and will then eventually take total control. They'll get A, force and hopefully get the spawns over towards C, and then take that fight. But I think for Online Warriors, you want to try and prioritize B here and then fight your way out of it, which is what they've done.
They've got B control. They're opting to go to A. Just a couple of players from Ascend to deal with here, and Respectful, he's going to find the first one with the help of Flux. They're going to be able to hop into A, but Snipe Drone, he's actually going to decide to make his way towards B and not try and defend A. And I actually love this play by him, but Moze is going to catch him off guard here, and because of that, Moze finds an easy kill, continues being their control, and Online Warriors do a phenomenal job to get out of that situation without too much time going into Ascend's favor, too many points going into Ascend's favor, and just like that, they score 13 of their own to make this just a 20-point game.
It could have very easily gone wrong for Online Warriors there as well. I mean, I think the spawn probably helped. Snaky spawned over on Ben, so he was able to go to B very quickly. But so many players I would have seen just back off into C, gone for what they would have thought back in the day a more comfortable capture. But you've got to know nowadays that people will jump bottom middle and they will challenge you in C, and you just leave yourself a sitting duck and your teammates a sitting duck when they eventually spawn C and get flooded. So a nice heads up play from Online Warriors to prioritize B first, but now they find themselves once more trying to escape a little trap. They are going to have the fight over towards B. It is 3 versus 3 at the moment, and now suddenly it's 3 versus 1. Snipe Drone, the last remaining player. But look what Snipe Drone does, right? Like, so many times you see players maybe lose that fight and then you're not scoring, but Snipe Drone wins C when the rest of the team went down.
Big kill by Snipe Drone to transfer C over into his team's favor. They kept A somehow throughout all of this. And even though he was the last guy alive, he's going to continue to allow his team to score, now up over 50 points. Close to it. Online Warriors need to figure out a way to get control of their own. They do just that. A and B in their favor now, and we'll see how they're going to play this one. Mo's going to be by himself over there at A. Snipe Drone and the boys looking to try and push B, and I do believe Mo's going to be able to anchor A successfully, and Online Warriors get the kills they need. 3 go down for Ascend, and I love this by Mo's. He was able to actually back up, and because of that, they were able to stop the flank from coming through.
Mo's goes flying in and gets the trade, but suddenly Online Warriors are very close to Ascend's total score. 64 to 59, make it 60, and Online Warriors about to take the lead if Ascend can't change things quickly. So that has been a really good change in fortune for Online Warriors, and all it took was just a couple of thought processes about which stronghold they wanted to focus first. Made sure they didn't play into Ascend's rotation plan, and even though Snipe Drone might have stayed alive and made things awkward to begin with, Online Warriors really starting to feel themselves now. Total control once more, and they're beating Ascend at their own game.
What a great job to catch Stika on that overextension to Cafe. Because they get that kill, they're able to have a numbers advantage here over at Towers. They get a few kills of their own. That was 4 dead. Stika come off spawn, and although Stika's able to jump into A, I'm not sure he's going to be able to transfer it over. The answer is absolutely not, because rockets are here. Mose finds a double, continues the trip cap, and now what was once a 50-point lead for Ascend is blown into a 60-point lead now for Online Warriors.
How is Snipe Drone still alive? Finally goes down. He was been a real nuisance there. Ascend were in an awkward spot where they were on an off spawn where kind of 2 players would be up, 2 would be down, 2 would spawn, then they die, then 2 more would spawn, and Online Warriors were having a field day, just constantly pushing 4 versus 2, 3 versus 2. Legend just about survives. This is now a significant lead for the Online Warriors, and I think the story arc that I was going with, that maybe new maps and modes were favoring the Online Warriors and that was their ticket to win a series, gets thrown right out the window. Doesn't matter what map and mode it is. Online Warriors, they know how to play the game. 4 players who are very comfortable on any map and mode, and they are gelling more and more the further we get into this tournament.
Well, it might matter what map, Dan. They have looked great on every single Streets map or at every single Streets mode that they have played on so far today. They have looked dominant, and once again, looking great here in game 3 to give themselves a potential 2-1 lead in our elimination bracket final. Online Warriors with another trip cap. They're gonna try and apply pressure to C. Shady, he's stuck in this commando hall. Those grenades don't quite kill him. Actually, Snaky gets the stick. When it rains, it pours, and when things are going well, you find momentum, and Snaky uses that momentum to find himself a double to keep the trip cap. Momentarily, A does get transferred over into Ascend's hands, but multiple members of Online Warriors are here, and they're here to stay. Flux finds the kill, the trade respectful out, transfer A back in their favor. 194 and counting, and now we're about 50 points away from seeing Ascend once again on their back feet.
And look at the stats as well. I mean, look at the amount of deaths for the Online Warriors. All pretty even, only 8 or 9. Ascend, however, all above 10, getting outslayed severely at the moment. The Online Warriors are taking full advantage of the control they've had for what feels like the last 5 minutes of this game. And I know that Ascend, they can get back into things, but they need a turnaround right now. They need to be forcing Online Warriors in a position where they are on the back foot in a similar way, trapping them in C, trapping them in A off spawn. But because the spawns have been so off for Ascend, they've never really had the chance to take a man advantage into a fight. They've always been on the back foot.
They do have control, and they need to keep control now. Down 100 points. Looking to push A to keep control of A. They get the slays they need. 2 were dead for Online Warriors. I like this play by Snaky to slow this down. Needs to stay alive, figure out a way to find a pick, potentially get his team numbers advantage, but unfortunately too much pressure from a sim with the map control that they have for now, and he's taken down as well. Let's see what Respectful can do with this commando rifle. Finds a player on the pillars. That's a big one, as Mose finds one as well. It's a 3v2 for now, and this could be the opening. Online Warriors need to close this game 3 out.
He's been taken. Always difficult to try and hold on to B when players are over towards the PD. It can just be naded out, but they've been able to secure it, have Online Warriors, and now they can try and get aggressive. You've got to clean up now if you're the rest of the Online Warriors squad, but you're not able to do so. The push from Ascend has worked out, and now Snaky left in a 1 versus 3, which he probably just needs to try and milk, stay alive, and get assists from his teammates. He's done a little bit of damage. He's given them a chance here off spawn as Respectful flies straight in.
Yeah, Respectful, unfortunately, maybe just a little bit too fast there. Does get a kill before getting taken down, but it's not enough right now. And all of a sudden, that 120-point lead now just down to 50. Ascend continuing to get the slays with the rockets. They were overlooked. Snaky finds one. Respectful finds another. 3 dead, however, for Online Warriors. And although this looks like Flux is able to help keep control of C, that's about all they're able to do. And 30 points now just separate the 2 teams.
There was a big difference in what Online Warriors wanted to achieve then. Several players trying to push different areas. One player went B, one went A, and one went rockets. Maybe it was some big brain situation where they just wanted to distract so that they could get hold of those rockets. Who knows? Eventually, they might be able to get A, and maybe it could all pay off, but no, Respectful taken out of it. And now again, Mose is on his own over towards B. Respectful was on his own towards A, and the rest of Online Warriors are going to pay for this. Flux and Snaky fall.
Oh no.
And suddenly Ascend are worming their way back into things.
There's no worming about this. There's breaking down the door that was the Online Warriors lead, and they are looking dominant right now, as dominant as the Online Warriors looked. And as I say that, though, 4 dead for Ascend. Online Warriors finally able to get the kills. Can they get the strongholds to pair with it to be able to transition the lead back in their favor? B, it's transferred over a trip cap momentarily. Multiple kills continuing to go in their favor, and they're looking to press C. A nice stick from Respectful is going to create that man up advantage. And with that advantage, here come the boys in blue looking to push Trend. The Bulldog shotgun bark as loud as its impact is here to try and end this one. 3 dead for Ascend once again. Make it 4. Sika coming off spawn. Can you kill Sika? Mose wins a pivotal 1v1 that could dictate the outcome of this game.
243, they've got total control. And Ascend are desperately trying to clutch on, but they cannot do so. Online Warriors take a 2-1 lead in this series. They win the objective, which puts them in the driving seat for this series. And what I love about this Online Warriors roster is they put their bodies on the line, Wes. It doesn't matter if it's for their teammate. It doesn't matter if it's to try and get a power-up, a power weapon, or just to hold on to a stronghold. I saw Mose there in the final moments literally stare down a grenade and say, I am prepared to ensure I get this stronghold for my team, whether I die or not, as soon as I get that stronghold. Thankfully, he did just about survive, but he was more than happy to take a death there on the chin. As on the side of Ascend, they just weren't able to get rolling. They had a period of time where they got back into the game, but it was just too late. Similar to Slayer Livefire, the gap had already been created by the Online Warriors.
This is a trouble time right now for Ascend, Dan. I'm not quite sure what the analytics are on Ascend's win-loss ratio on strongholds specifically as a game type, but I'm fairly certain that they're an extremely strong strongholds team, especially when you're limiting it just to the EU scene. For them to come out and lose this one, that's the statement Online Warriors needed to make in order to show me that they belong in this series, that they will compete and push this series the distance. They've already got 2 wins of their own. They're guaranteed a game 5 at the very least, and now Ascend on their back feet could potentially be placing outside of the grand finals for the first time in a very, very long time here in the European scene.
I mean, if you want the numbers, that's only the 2nd time we've ever seen Ascend lose that game type in competitive online EU competition. It's always been a big one for them that they found success on, and it was always if they lost it, we were always like, wow, okay, this team is the real deal. And, you know, we have to say it again. Online Warriors, they've beaten Ascend in one of their best game types. And now there's a lot of eyebrows raised around Europe and a lot of questions asked about Ascend, because not only do they have to come back from behind in this series, they've got to not only win an objective, but also a Slayer when we get there. Capture the Flag Bazaar, though, is not the easiest of game types to play. We know that. I would be thinking this is going to naturally favor Ascend. I don't know what your thoughts are, Wes. Do you think this favors a team who has a little bit more structure, or do you think a new team could maybe pull something out here?
It's the first time we've seen Bazaar, honestly, today, and I haven't seen Online Warriors play on it. I would think Ascend is favored to still continue this series, push it to a game 5. But from what Online Warriors have showed us, if they're able to get the overshields, the Rockets, they know what they're doing. They play together, they play fast. I'm pretty sure they can run a flag. So maybe they can end this one here and now. And I know they want to, because going to nobody wants to go to a game 5 when you're up 2-1. I promise you that. You want momentum, and to be able to use that momentum to end this series here and now. And this is the upset that would put a punctuation on their day. No matter what happens in the grand finals, I think Online Warriors would be happy knowing they took down Navi and Ascend twice. That would be phenomenal. But in order to do so, they got to finish it out. And unfortunately, it's going to be difficult to do, but a good start from Online Warriors that they've secured. The overshield now as Flux picks that one up. And this overshield with the recent buff is going to be much more impactful pushing through this fortress of a base that Bazaar has.
And this really is going to be a tough ask for Online Warriors, and it would be very impressive if they were able to win this one. And I tell you what, it's looking good from the start. But Ascend have never lost this game type in online European competition in HCS. 6 wins and 0 losses. So if Online Warriors were able to do this, they deserve all the plaudits. We give them the most round of applause that we could possibly even imagine, because Ascend are losing game types that they've been so dominant on previously, and maybe the Online Warriors are a real force to be reckoned with. They've already got the flag over halfway, but can they get it into the base? Snaky gets the opener. Now they just need to follow up.
Records are made to be broken. The flag already in tree this early on shows you that Online Warriors are here to play. They get a touch. They're denying entrance into their tree. They need to figure out a way to just get a few more kills. No need to desperate this one. I'm not quite sure you're going to be able to punch this one in. Flux, is this the right play? He gets it to the stand, but unfortunately, Shady, Sika, they pick up kills. Snaky with an answer for now, but someone's got to get to that flag. And unfortunately, from the death cam, we saw an Ascend member jump onto it, but he's taken down. And it looks like Respectful may have just made the play that's needed in order to get that one in. And yes, it is. It wasn't ugly, or it wasn't pretty. Took a long time to get done, but already an early lead for Online Warriors bodes well for their ability to compete in this map mode.
But I think that is Online Warriors through and through. It's not pretty. They play ugly Halo at times, but they get the job done. However, now Ascend looking to try and take advantage, maybe to try and tie things up. Big kill from Snipe Drone as he gets the reversal. And now we've got to see whether Online Warriors can answer this call from Ascend of, all right, we're going to get aggressive. We're going to be the ones pulling the flags. And I tell you what, with kills from Snaky and Mose, that answer was initially there. Shady gets a touch, but we'll find the kill. And Online Warriors not getting the overshield. Oh, maybe they could.
A big kill from Respectful. Denies that overshield for now. The flag's still out. Snipe Drone's going to be able to get that overshield. You need to hop the return. You got to get that flag return before you can get to it. A good job there by Snaky to guarantee the return. But now you have to worry about Snipe Drone pushing with this overshield into your base.
Well, sometimes just one flag can be enough here in Bazaar Capture the Flag, but the speed of which we're seeing this game type being played right now is not the same speed we're used to. As you said, maybe the overshield changes things a little bit, or quite a lot, because you have so much more power to push into the base, and really playing for that overshield is going to be even more important now on Bazaar Capture the Flag. Still plenty of time remaining for Ascend, but Online Warriors being able to pin them back into the base in a way that Ascend having to try and desperately send one round to see if they can get a pull on this flag.
Sika doing his best, wins the first 1v1. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Flux able to flush him out of the base, reset the map. Overshield coming up in a little bit, and pay attention to how the kill feed goes, because the battle for mid control will pretty much dictate who's going to be able to secure that one. Snaky behind enemy lines. Unfortunately, loses 2 teammates, but the flank, it's going to be a good one as he picks up a kill that needs to impact this battle for Overshield now.
Bulldog's there to do the damage up close and personal. Snakey's now in a great position where he can be a real nuisance and can protect the team to get this Overshield. Respectful will grab it, and now this is the chance for Ascend to push. Respectful plus Snakey can push in with Bulldog and Overshield, and this is going to be difficult for Ascend to defend.
The entire reason Online Warriors are able to secure that Overshield is the flank from Snakey. Somehow he gets behind enemy lines, finds 3 kills, releases so much pressure. And now what can they do from here? Snakey, another kill with this Bulldog. Keeping control of the enemy's tree. They don't expect him to be right around the corner. And Melee does take him down, but not before a trade with Snipe Drone. And that's a phenomenal job by Snakey to continue to be a nuisance for this Ascend team to deal with.
Legend has managed to pull a flag on the other side though, Wes. So Ascend are trying to force Online Warriors back to their base, but I tell you what, Online Warriors have been more than happy to come back. They come back, they slay, and then they reassess how they want to take control of the middle of the map, and they seem to be successfully positioning themselves in a way where they can get these overshields. Dynamo grenades have done a big job for Ascend to at least force Online Warriors back. With 6 minutes left on the clock, time starting to dwindle away a little bit. It's not panic stations just yet, but Online Warriors, this early cap could be absolutely massive for them.
Snipe Drone does a good job of staying alive here in a pivotal 1v1 for now. Needs to get this kill quickly because multiple members are coming back to their base. Unfortunately, he can't quite finish the kill. It's a tough angle for Snipe Drone. He can't quite deal with Snakey, and yet another big kill from Snakey, making it his 12th of the game. As they set up for rockets coming up in 15 seconds. These next few kills are going to give a lot of power to whoever wins the battle for the middle of the map now.
These rockets could be massive. And as you said, the overshield coming up at the same time, usually one of the most important times in the map. Snakey's in a position where he gets rockets for free. Not only will that, but he can stop the flag, and he might even pick up both at this point. Snakey has been absolutely phenomenal this game. He has been doing everything for the squad. Killing spree now on board. And look, he's not even worried about the overshield. He's just protecting it at the moment because he knows how big one of these rockets could be.
Leaves it for his teammates. Wants to distribute the power across the board. I love this play by him. Not only that, but to choose to shoot that player with the battle rifle instead of the rocket allows him to continue to have this rocket in his back pocket. Able to potentially put it to use in a better shape and form. 2 dead for Ascend. Respectful on the flag. Going to be able to get this one out at least to the tree. At least to the halfway mark. But with 2 kills in Online Warriors' favor. Another rocket in his hands. This could be Online Warriors jumping out to a 2-0 lead, which we do not see comebacks on Bazaar CTF amount to much greater than 2 flags. So if they're able to punch this one in, it would be a massive opportunity for Online Warriors to potentially end this one. Snipe Drone hops the return. Multiple players coming at him. Got to deal with both of them, and unfortunately can only take down one, but the rest of the boys from Ascend are here to help get the return, and this could be a counter cap opportunity in the making.
What a play from Snipe Drone. I was going to question it if they didn't get the return because he didn't hop on it straight away. He played very cautiously, nading it. And now Ascend can look to try and take advantage of the play by Snipe Drone. The rest of Ascend were very quick to support him, it must be said. And now one thing that Ascend are very good at is their objective play. They usually never fumble a flag. They get it in a great position. As I say that, the flag hasn't fallen in the best of spots. And is one that can be very easily naded by the Online Warriors. They don't necessarily need to worry about returning it straight away. They can just play this one, maybe even bait it if they want to. Snipe Drone is the first victim to fall. Flag returned, and Online Warriors still have the lead.
Overshield coming up in 4 seconds. That flag, its return is neutralized. But the big story there was Online Warriors was in such a promising opportunity to potentially go up 2-0. It's denied. Will that deny come back to bite them? Sika making the play for the overshield, finds one, finds the overshield, punches it into his chest, and immediately gets into the enemy base. Look how aggressive Sika wants to be, knowing the time all of a sudden starting to become a factor. Under 4 minutes remain for these 2 teams, slugging it out here in game 4. 3 dead for the Online Warriors. The last player alive actually going to pick up a crucial kill onto the flag carrier, although it's just hesitates, just stops the run for just a moment. Turning it into a 3-on-3 is a massive win if you're Snakey, but The rest of the team needs to do some work here, and unfortunately, Snipe Drone, he's found one. Legend finds a second. The last two players are rockets out of the map, and that means that this flag should be successfully able to move into the tree.
Should be and will be picked up, but that nade could be amazing, and it is enough just to delay ever so slightly this Ascend push. Snaky had done enough to kill the final member who was running that flag, but I think now there should be enough protection. Ascend should tie this one up. There are bullets in his backside, but now you just slide in, you get the cap, it's 1-1, and we are going to go a little bit further. Online Warriors, they held on to that capture lead for so long, but eventually the class of Ascend just manages to shine through.
Zika starting to heat up. He had a poor performance in game 1, but 22 to his name here in game 4 when Ascend need him most. Starting to pick up crucial double kills like the one he just had to deny any chance of a counter cap opportunity Online Warriors would have had. And because Zika able to influence this game, keeping it at a 1-1 score line for now. 2 minutes on the clock. A push from Ascend. He's got 2 players in the tree, but Snaky, it's an easy back smack. 1 player to no shield, and that's an easy kill for Respectful as well. So Snaky continuing to create opportunity where there seems to be none.
That's FPS 101. Check your corners. If you're the first entry, surely you've got to check that. Snaky gets away with it. Almost was able to get 2 because of the first player being a little bit lazy with their corner checking. But it does mean that Ascend now, with the overshield, have the chance to potentially walk away with another flag, but Shady losing the overshield might delay things here. It's a 3 versus 3, make it 3 versus 4 off spawn, so I think Ascend just now need to look to try and regain map control here.
Shady thought he was being sneaky, but he gets sniffed out. That was 3 dead momentarily for Ascend. Now it's 3 dead for Online Warriors. Moses, the last player alive. He was rockets out of the map, and Legend doesn't know it yet, but the flag is wide open. If he wanted to try and get a pull, gonna have to deal with spawners due to the hesitation. It's a 2-2 split right now for Online Warriors. They have a need for their teamwork to show out here at the end of this one. There's a minute left, and you got to send in your base. Very difficult situation for Respectful now as he's in the enemy too.
Snipe Drone on the run, on the move. Will opt to just drop the flag though. I do like watching Ascend when it comes to their flag runs. There is always a plan in mind. As I say, that Snipe Drone just about picks it up. If he hadn't of, then things could have looked very bad if a grenade had just been waiting for them there. Doesn't get the grab on that one. I wonder whether he was trying to go for a grab maybe off that zip, but it doesn't matter too much because Online Warriors have lost 2, but that flag's still vulnerable there in the middle of the map.
Can they compete for it's the big question. 30 seconds left in this game. Legend opts to try and go around, and that's a mistake because the return comes through. Needs to make sure that Online Warriors don't capitalize here in the last 15 seconds in the game. However, they've gotten the return. They have control of the middle of the map, and all it's going to take is 1 flag to separate these two. Do we see a game 5, or will Online Warriors create the unbelievable upset once again against Ascend here today in the best of 5 nonetheless? We're going to go to overtime to figure that one out because it's tied up 1-1.
Overtime.
Dan, what is it from Ascend that you need to see in order for us to get a game 5 as fans? We're looking for it. We want it. Have Ascend showed you what it takes?
I mean, Ascend have never lost this game type in online play, so I'm still thinking this is favoring Ascend. But Online Warriors and the way they've been playing and how quick they started last time, it's all 4 dead. The flag is moving once more. And if Online Warriors play this the same way they did previously, then maybe we might see Ascend taking their first loss here on this map, and also the first time we'd see Ascend eliminated from a tournament.
The first time for everything. Records are made to be broken, and Snaky gonna punch this one in. And the Online Warriors, they do the unthinkable. They beat Ascend, not only in the best of 5, but on a map mode combo they have not lost in tournament play in the European scene. And this team, they're young, they're hungry, and they're capable of so much, and they give you just a glimpse of that capability right there in that series. They take down the juggernaut that is Ascend in this EU scene.
Just double checking social media because I think Ascend were moaning about best of 3s and how it, it wouldn't have counted, but best of 5 has gone in favor of the Online Warriors. And I do feel a bit bad. I shouldn't be that mean to Ascend, but come on, you guys have been on top for however long. It's about time someone took you off that pedestal. Third place finish for Ascend. That is not something I thought I would be saying coming into today's tournament. Online Warriors pushed themselves into the grand finals for a rematch against Quadrant. And Quadrant are going to be putting their feet up saying, hey, what a great day this has been. We've not had to face against Ascend once. And they've just been watching calmly in the wings here as Online Warriors have proved to be an absolute force here in Europe.
What an absolute monster performance out of Snakey. Not only did he have so much damage, so many impactful kills, but the way he was doing it, the timings that he had, this flank, this is the second kill he gets, and that allowed his team to secure the overshield, to just keep map control. So many times it was Snakey in a 1v1 in the back of his base. The winner decides that the flag's starting to be run or that the map's being reset, and Snakey continuously figured out ways to win those 1v1s. And it was a beautiful performance from the entire squad on the Online Warriors side, and they needed every single bit of it to get the job done against a team like Ascend.
And I don't think we need to throw any ifs, buts. Best of threes, best of fives, doesn't matter anymore. Online Warriors, they've done it. They've proved themselves. They're in a grand final. They deserve to be in this grand final. No questions asked. We don't have to ask ourselves, oh, well, you know, would they be able to do it in the best of five anymore? Like, from now on, they are suddenly a top 2 team. Going into the next tournament, they are one of the teams to beat. Quadrant and the Online Warriors are the 2 top teams in Europe after this performance online. Ascend are going to have to be the ones for the first time ever to come back with a response. And sure, Ascend will still feel like they are the best team in Europe, or one of the best teams in Europe, but off recent form, they find themselves in 3rd spot. They will be 3rd seed, and that means for some interesting games that will happen next week.
Yeah, regardless of seeds and what's happened today, let's give Ascend the respect that they're due. They slipped up, maybe not on their A game today, but expect to see a better performance from the team in purple in later days to come. But it is an exciting time for the EU scene overall, because you've just added another competitor at the top level, and there's something to be said about the opportunity coming into a tournament that multiple teams have to take the whole thing. And I couldn't be happier that Online Warriors now get to put their name in that bag.
They certainly do. I tell you what, they proved everybody wrong. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure there was a lot of speculation right now whether a best of 3 was kind of the turning point here for this Online Warriors team, or whether a best of 5 was going to be a little bit too difficult for them. No, definitely not too difficult. My goodness, I mean, what a finish to that best of 5 going up against Ascend here, who really we were kind of relying on to bounce back and show us what they've got coming in from the elimination bracket. But Online Warriors right now are just insane. I mean, just absolutely insane, to say the least. You can see right now the elimination bracket on your screen. You know, Online Warriors obviously losing out to Quadrant earlier on, taking them down to the elimination bracket, but obviously having to face Ascend in a rematch where, like you said, Gaskin, Ascend kind of complaining online on social media about the fact that we had a best of 3 here and weren't able to get the job done. Shurzy, what is this telling you more so about Online Warriors at this stage rather than Ascend, and what they're capable of here?
Well, Valencia has just gotten far more interesting than it promised to be just a little while ago. I think Respectful is probably doing his very best Jose Mourinho impression, pushing his fingers to his lips, saying, you know, put some respect on my name. He gets dropped by Navi, and for the people outside looking in, probably thinking, is this the end? They're asking questions. Is this the end of one of the best players in Europe of all time? And then all of a sudden, hang on a minute, he's on one of the top 2 teams. He's made it to the grand finals, and with the way they're playing, we know Quadrant have already toppled them, but can we really back against them that they can't go all the way here and get the bracket reset?
Very, very true. I think, you know, something about Online Warriors that I've noticed, and it is quite notable pushing forward as well and to keep an eye on, is the fact that, you know, they seem pretty flexible about who is popping off and being a main slayer in different circumstances. You know, we've seen Snakey, Flux, we've seen Moze at times, we've seen Respectful all popping off and kind of taking turns to be a main slayer and kind of just being able to get the job done where necessary. We've seen Respectful picking up ridiculous objective stats and gameplay here, and it's just kind of incredible to see them being super flexible. You know, what is the note here, Gaskin, for this team? Is there something that you want to see them do a little more of, or are they really on the right tracks in terms of how they're trying to perform?
Maybe if things start going badly, pick up another player who's just been dropped from a team, because that seems to help out, right? That seems to be getting them the right amount of juice and energy. Septic just tweeted out that Brandon Stone's revenge tour, and that's very much what we're seeing right now. He is on a tear. He's been amazing today, along with the other three. I mean, I was ready to be calling out this squad for maybe not having a leader, for maybe not having the right elements to be a proper solid four, because they're all such good slayers, but it has worked out perfectly, and they've taken down the giants of Europe in Ascend. No one can take that away from them, because they did that in the best of 3 and now the best of 5. This is the best thing to happen to Ascend. I think what Scherzi or Wes said this earlier.
And Europe. And
Absolutely.
probably Europe.
And yes, it's an amazing thing to happen to Europe, because it's only going to push everyone that little bit further. But I tell you what, hats off to Online Warriors, and the best of luck to them in the grand final.
All right, Big Brain, you're up. Look, you
Is
called
that
it.
Dan or me?
Smooth Brain. I know Smooth Brain is me. So Big Brain, yes. Big Brain is Wes.
Big Brain. Look, listen, you called it right at the start. And Online Warriors, obviously, moving further and further, I think, into the respect bracket for all of us here in Europe. And if they manage to reset this bracket here in the grand final, I think that would be just the most incredible story to start things off, to kick things off back again here in the Pro Series for Europe. You know, what are you expecting out of them at this point in time? Because you kind of mentioned how Ascend, you know, look, it's going to be really difficult to take them down. There was familiarity in the series layout for them as well. They had everything going for them, but yet weren't able to do it against Online Warriors. So what are you thinking now? I kind of want to know, you know, what the future holds for all of us, considering you always get it right.
If I'm predicting the future, I'm going to say Quadrant take the grand finals. And I love what we've seen out of Online Warriors, but for me, there's a little bit of too much inconsistency in maybe their opportunity when they're in bad positions. I think Quadrant will understand how to punish them a little bit better than Online Warriors will figure out ways to get out of these situations. It's like when you see them in terrible situations, how quickly can they get out of it? I don't think Ascend was really on top of their game today. I think Quadrant, the first time around these two teams played, were very punishing in those situations. I'm looking for Quadrant to take an advantage of the opportunity you're given. Hey, when I won a tournament, I played Soldier 187 in the finals. It was a great experience. Don't let this one slip.
It turns out that Ascend are actually they're a bit like Busted. You know, you're waiting so long for them to drop one series that they come along and drop 2 series at the same time. So, but like I say, I think this might just be the wake-up call that they need heading into Valencia, that they can tighten up and hang on a minute. We're not as comfortable as we once thought we were, so they have some things to work on.
100%. And one of my questions, you know, talking about Ascend, however long ago, how many moons ago, was, you know, the challenge part. You know, how do we actually measure where they're at? And really, we're waiting for Kansas City to do that. But right now, they're being challenged. They have things to work on. So like you said, hopefully this is a big wake-up call for them heading into Valencia. And I'm excited to see what they're going to accomplish going forward. But commiserations to Ascend being knocked out, of course, by Online Warriors. We're heading to a quick break, folks. But when we come back, we do have our grand final ready to go. Online Warriors are going to have to reset a bracket and win 2 series layouts. It's going to be really tough. And Quadrant, they're looking to take things home right here, right now, and win a damn Pro Series. We'll see you guys right after the break.
from the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag captured.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Well, folks, they had done what seemed to be impossible a few weeks ago. Online Warriors knock out Ascend in the elimination final. And what seemed to be a difficult start for Online Warriors, losing the first recharge Oddball, they were on an absolute tear after their victory on a convincing 50-37 Street Slayer, as Snakey was heating up for the boys. And really, it was a rolling wheel from there on. They didn't let up. A Street Stronghold and Bizarre CTF later as well. They find themselves in the grand finals, facing Quadrant once again. This Online Warriors, they are not to be missed. An absolutely exceptional roster, honestly going from strength to strength, and what an exceptional start they have had so far in the Pro Series. I'm really excited to see where they're going to end up in this grand final, because of course, folks, just to remind all of you, we need to reset the bracket here if you want Online Warriors to actually do this to Quadrant. Quadrant, they want to end this right here, right now. They have been so desperate to get a Pro Series win under their belt, especially after a roller coaster ride of Pro Series placements for them. You know, coming off the back of Kansas City right now, Gaskin, Quadrant, this would be the icing on the cake. This would be, I think, you know, what they've been searching for, what they've been working so hard for, is to start to really kind of cement the fact that they are growing as a team.
Yeah, I said it earlier. I think that Quadrant were the best European team in Kansas City, and now they have a chance to prove that they're also the best European team online at the current moment. And it was not Online Warriors that they were expecting to have to beat twice. That is for certain. But You can only beat what is in front of you, and now they just need to make sure they double up on what they've already achieved in the winners finals. As you say, they have that cushion of both best of fives. I'd say those game types look pretty good for Quadrant. I think they'll be quite happy with that series layout. But I will say that King of the Hill recharge is going to be where my eyes land, as that's going to be the outlier for me. Who's going to be able to take that game 3? It could be a big one.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more there with the King of the Hill recharge, because Online Warriors so far have actually been really good at defending objective work. You know, when it comes to Oddball, when it comes to strongholds, and especially King of the Hill, I feel like when they have control, they're really damn good at defending that and holding that for a serious amount of time. And we've seen that, I would say, evidently mostly on King of the Hill. And Shirzi, what do Quadrant have to do right now to try and flip that switch? Because obviously in this grand final, you're looking right at that mid kind of map on the series layout. So if Quadrant really want to kind of steamroll here and really kind of put a major point on the end of this grand finals, what would you say they need to do in King of the Hill?
Well, I think first of all, the kryptonite that is Ascend have been removed from Quadrant here. So this is probably the best chance that they're going to have probably for a long time to win a grand finals right off the bat, first time of asking. So I think they've already beaten them in the best of 5. Of course, they're only separated by 4 kills. That was the only difference between them. But I think when it comes to King of the Hill, I think they're going to be the most practiced out of the 2 teams, because of course this Online Warriors team is only just being put together and smashed together. So if they just play the game the way they usually do and don't let Online Warriors dictate the pace, I think that it's really their series to lose here.
Yeah, indeed. I have been told that game is ready, although I would have 100% gone to Clutch here for a question. However,
no one
we'll
needs
hear from him. We do.
No.
He's big brain. He knows exactly what's going on.
Quadrant wins.
He has the fact. Oh, there we go. we've heard exactly what we need to know. Gaskin, Shirzi, I'm going to hand it over to you guys to take this away. But on the flip side of things, just really quickly to hand it off, I really want to know, obviously Online Warriors want to change the pace here. They want to change their outcome. What do they need to do to beat Quadrant?
Well, I'll let you answer that one, Dan, as we roll into this one, because that's it. I answered my question, so my job's done.
That's you again. You're forfeiting out of games after 8 kills, and now you're not answering questions and forcing me to do
I've already
so.
tabbed out, Dan. What you answer the question?
Well, firstly, can we just say what an amazing moment this is? We're in a grand final of a European tournament, and Ascend aren't in it. Now, that's not amazing because Ascend aren't there, and I've got nothing against Ascend, but we never thought this would happen. Never thought this would happen, right? Maybe Ascend finally get toppled, but we never thought that they wouldn't be in a grand final. They finished 3rd place. What a chance it is for Quadrant to take first. What do Online Warriors need to do to take down Quadrant? More of the same, but a little bit better. They need to be ever so slightly quicker. They need to be making sure they get that little final second in a stronghold or on a hill or on the ball. They've just got to make sure Quadrant don't get too comfortable in some of these objective games. But boy, do they need to take those Slayer games off of Quadrant more than ever.
And for Quadrant then, it's not Navi. It's not the old enemy Ascend. It's a new challenger that has arrived on the scene. Some players more familiar than others. But here we go in grand finals. Game on. And through the man of the hour, of the moment, Respectful, as he looks to claim a championship for the first time in a very long time.
A very long time, and maybe too long for a player like Respectful. And whilst we're saying, you know, it's the best opportunity for Quadrant to get one, but Online Warriors are going to be feeling like maybe this is going to be their best opportunity to win a Pro Series at the same time. But here comes SLG trying to move on in with the sniper rifle. And it was, of course, on this map that Chick was able to get that overkill with the sniper. And it was SLG who followed up with one afterwards.
2 strongholds captured, 4 down here. Engagement on dummies. Not going to amount to much, but 2 kills for Online Warriors. Back smack though on the side there, and that looks as though Overshield is going to be completely negated. That will not be a factor, and Quadrant do go 4 dead. A and B in control. Make it see a triple cap, and Online Warriors setting the pace nice and early.
Yeah, they need to kind of take this game to Quadrant as well, try and take them out of their comfort zone, and it's exactly what they've done at the start of this game. Quadrant started okay, but Online Warriors have just pushed them back, forced them back with their individual skill. Online Warriors and the 1v1s that they win allow them to get into a position where they can really run rampant on a map like Livefire.
Snaky, recognizing that they have already controlled and defended B, and immediately turned his attentions over towards that dummy side. 2 members of Quadrant challenging top middle, and they will both meet the sword. Chick re-challenge, both players down to no shields, but Nurix with a backstab comes out, and in the nick of time too, Flux back tower. Nurix will just back him up, put the brakes on, put him into reverse, but Respectful's come out of the darkness, and from Nest will get the reset onto C. They can continue the score. 56 seconds now and counting to 20. But Quadrant have started to contest C. Respectful down to no shields and dispatched here. Now Quadrant have an opportunity to retake control of this game, but Overshield just about to pop.
One of the biggest differences I've seen in Online Warriors compared to almost every other team in Europe right now is just look at the stats. Kills, 4-5, 4-5. Pretty even across Online Warriors. Quadrant, 6-4, 1-1. Online Warriors, there never seems to really be a player who has a slow start or seems to be a big outlier when it comes to the beginning of games. They all start pretty hot. And that makes for a terrifying opening strategy when everyone's firing in a way that they can win those engagements, they can get those power-ups or power weapons, or secure a stronghold if they need to. Similarly to why we saw Online Warriors beat Ascend when it came to that Bazaar capture the flag. Both of their captures were from the opening strategy. They are so good out of the block, and it's so difficult for teams to try and contest against that.
Respectful then thought about contesting B. Ultimately decided that was not the best course of action. Now we will look to re-engage now that he has the help of his teammate. Snake's gonna slide in and get the damage done. That's a trade. B will start to convert. SLG with the sniper rifle top middle will rattle off a shot, but it will not connect this time. B converted. C converted. Online Warriors start to score once more. The score now 81 and climbing. The Quadrant's 40. The opening engagements, as you rightly say, these two teams, particularly Online Warriors, have spread the load evenly here. The workload has been spread, but on the other side of things, SLG's having a very slow start by his high standards with 1 and 7. 3 dead momentarily for Quadrant. Triple cap, locked in. And Quadrant, are they about to tap?
Well, something we have seen a lot of these players fail on historically is late series, late games, a long enduring day where they've had to play a lot of Halo. And are we seeing Quadrant maybe just start to flail a little bit when it comes to these late hours? You gotta remember it is past midnight over in France. SLG perhaps needs a coffee or two to wake him up, because at the moment 2 and 7 is not exactly what you'd expect. Flux has perfect eyes on this overshield as well. 141 to 40. It has been an amazing start here for the Online Warriors.
Flux remains patient. Toe in A just to convert it whilst also holding down the overshield for his teammate. Snaky's the one that's got it. He's popped it into his chest, and his attention's now turned to C up through dummies. 3-man hit here onto C. Will Quadrant recognize this and rotate away? It looks as though they're going to try and play defense. Overshield has been completely evaporated. It's out of the equation. But the damage has been done. They've got C. But Quadrant recognized the push was coming. A and B in control for Quadrant, as they have 2 members down and in the respawn screen. Flux with the heat wave. Fry is 1. That's 2 dead. 3 dead now. Shad last man standing. A starting to convert, but the B spawn's coming through, and Flux loses his life as a result of that. Just not aware, not ready for it. A and C for Online Warriors, as now Quadrant turned their attentions to C to convert that. SLG sliding in, getting a face full of Moes. It's 146 now to 64, as Quadrant desperately try to eat away at that lead.
It's been a good period of time for Quadrant. They've done pretty well to stem the aggression and the points that Online Warriors will be able to score here, Richie. But again, you just look at the scoreboard, you look at the amount of kills that are, Chick's been able to get 14, but the rest of Quadrant a little bit slow still. And historically, again, for Quadrant, when SLG doesn't perform, Quadrant seem to fail. And that doesn't necessarily mean they're relying on SLG to get kills for them to allow to have success, but it just seems like he is one of those key factors. He just brings the rest of the team up with himself. And he needs to find a little bit of that form now in this game if Quadrant are going to be able to get back into things, because their score has been doubled by the Online Warriors here, but still a little bit of control for Quadrant. And there's still plenty of time left in this game to come back into things.
Seen Moes slide out there for a second and try to use the repulsor, but he didn't seem to be strong in the force, and the Metachlorans didn't do the job that they needed to, and that force push ultimately amounting to nothing. Overshield, second in succession now for Online Warriors, but what can he do with it? Last one was not very successful for Snaky. This one looks to do a little bit better. 4 dead now for Quadrant. The opportunity here for a triple cap if they so choose to, and they will. Respectful. Sniper rifle dips out, looks to put pressure on the spawners. It's going to come over towards that dummy side. First line of sight, gets de-scoped and unable to lock in. Does hit the body of Shad. Snaky should clean it up and does. Double kill for the Englishman. It's 180 points now to 80. A significant lead for Online Warriors. Can they keep Quadrant on the ropes?
Oh, they really are performing in a way we never would have expected. Insert Star Wars quote here. And Quadrant, they just don't really have the chance to be able to really get back into this game. The sheer pace of which Online Warriors are playing at the moment, off spawn, Quadrant are always being challenged, and they're finding it very difficult to break out of either C or A. And B and C still firmly in control of Online Warriors, and we're slowly but surely teetering towards an early lead here for the Online Warriors in this series.
Can they hold on? We've seen Quadrant struggle in the past when they've had a massive lead. Can they come back from a massive deficit though? 215 to 84. They are scoring. Points are going in the right direction if you're a Quadrant fan. Two members of Online Warriors set up over towards C. Chick nades back tower, will get damage too. Respectful will pay this time around. A and B, we're contested for a moment, but they've been transferred. The BC setup here for Quadrant.
It's a good setup. Are they too far behind? This is something Ascend were also falling victim to. Online Warriors were creating such a gap in the early stages of the game that even when Ascend found a moment of hope where they would put together X amount of kills or X amount of time in a stronghold or get a flag, Online Warriors still had that lead that all it took was 1-4 dead and they were right back into the game, and usually were getting over that finish line. We might be seeing the same thing here. Quadrant, they had a great period of play there, but still Online Warriors only 21 points away from winning this one.
It's the first overshield in a long time to go the way of Quadrant, but much like Snaky, it's suffered the same fate. We're seeing Respectful get eliminated bottom tower. Heat wave now. They are starting to score, but they're only eating away at it very, very slowly, and how Quadrant would desperately want a triple cap here. Not only that, but to hold it down.
It's one of those risky things where you want to push for a triple cap, you want to try and put points on the board, you want to pressure the Online Warriors, but pushing for a triple cap does put you at a very vulnerable situation where all it takes is one spawn to go wrong and one death to go the opposite way, and then suddenly, you know, you've lost the game. So a 2 stronghold setup is probably better to try and worm your way back into the game. Maybe you push for 3, but then instantly go back to protect the 2 and almost force the other team to just hold on to that 1 rather than trying to consistently rotate and go for the 3 and the tri-cap. But Quadrant are making their way back into this game. Online Warriors may be starting to worry a little bit, but as they hold B here, they're going to give themselves a chance to win this game.
They've locked in B along with C. Snaky's all out of ammunition in this heat wave, and he's only got the sniper rifle. Needs to find the wig, isn't going to be able to though. Chick puts him down, but they're still scoring. And Quadrant need to go. They can ill afford to stand on ceremony here. Only requiring 5 more points. Flux doing a great job of just staying alive and milking time. Gets 1 slay, but C will get converted, but only for a moment will that bide time as A is starting to go the opposite direction, but their big reset comes through. This game will continue. Quadrant's lives here in game 1 will survive.
Surely it's just too late here for Quadrant, but they're going to try and go for a little bit of a trip cap. Mose will be there to fight with them. Shoots a dead body just for good measure, may I add. But this is an important fight for Mose. You fight your way out of B, and then you're able to push to either A or C with the team. They get that kill. They have now the numeric advantage, so they can push in. Looks like A is going to be their target. And, you know, they only need 6 points. Online Warriors in touching distance.
Heat wave will bail Respectful out of a very tight jam. But C now for Snaky. Quadrant need to get the B or need to reset C. They haven't done it quick enough just yet, but they're possibly flirting with the idea of a triple cap now. Trying to give him the wiggles. Net Shad comes out on top. That kills massive. Mose also falls to SLG. The Slayers are going the right direction here. 3 dead for Online Warriors. Respectful last man alive, but he has managed to capture A and will immediately try and get out of dodge here. But they continue to eat away at this, and perhaps desperation will start to play a part here for Online Warriors if they do not get points and do not get the right slays very quickly.
Yeah, 1 player seems to be jumping in C, 2 players jumping in A. They're a little bit all over the place. It's quite sporadic at the moment are the Online Warriors, and this is where the leadership comes into it. One of these players just needs to settle them down, call a play. This is the one we're going for. B is going to be their target now, and the kills at top mid should surely be enough to secure these final points.
B was the hit, and it was successful. And they stand strong. Online Warriors take game number 1 of this best of 5. And they're looking to reset this bracket and reset this whole game, this whole situation. What a run they've been on.
The whole of Europe watches, hoping to go to bed at some point, but you're not going to bed anytime soon, it would seem, because the Online Warriors want to take us all the way into the late night hours. And I tell you what, if they keep playing like that, we may well be going a little bit further as a reset definitely on the horizon, just from what I've witnessed from game number 1. Strongholds just seems to work out for this Online Warriors squad. Who would have thought it? A quick, fast-paced game type where the objective is kind of the secondary thought process after getting the kills for a team that is very good at slaying. Seems to be very good, I must say. But SLG struggled in the early stages of that game, did get back into it. Nurix, the new boy on the squad, -11, not really good enough in a important grand final like this for the Quadrant roster. So got to step it up going into games number 2 and 3. But Online Warriors, they are full of themselves right now.
Something we can speak of, you touched on it briefly at the start of the game, is how Online Warriors set themselves up for success, which is a great start to a game. And really, they had that great start. They had about a 100-point lead, and that really just sets you up for the rest of the game, where you have that insurance policy that you don't need to desperate things when you have such a significant lead right off the start. Then
it's insane that a team that is only just formed has had so much success with their starting strategies, not just on one map, but it feels like pretty much every map we've seen them today. And all that takes is, when you form a team, right, one of the first things you go through is a starting strategy. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the only things that Online Warriors have really discussed and gone through, is how are we going to start each and every map? And they have seemed to have found the right recipe to success on almost everything at the moment. The only worry is, once teams start to realize what your starting strategy is, do you have a secondary one? Do you have a B setup? Do you have a C starting strategy? No one's seen Online Warriors play before. No one's played against them before. They don't have the notes. They don't have the footage to try and counter anything that's happening. So that's one of the advantages you have when you do newly form a team. And maybe that's something that Online Warriors are riding off, but that's not the only reason why they're winning. I mean, you watch their footage, you watch any 4 of their POVs, the shots they're hitting, the way they're moving, the way they're holding hands around the map, supporting one another, the assists are incredible. I cannot sing enough praises from what I am seeing from this Online Warriors roster. Quadrant, however, in the winners finals, they responded excellently as soon as they lost the game, so I'm expecting them to come back strong here in game number 2.
That game number 2 is going to be Street Slayer, and it's been a very successful and almost a proving ground for Online Warriors in this competition. They've won every game on Street so far. Is that a bad omen for Quadrant? Or much like when they went down this first series against Online Warriors, can they rally back and win the Slayer and push on from that there on out? Questions will be asked. We'll get the answer very, very shortly. Game 2 is underway, and we're through the eyes and ears of Shad as he immediately puts pressure down on Driveway, but gets absolutely lit up.
And again, a starting strategy. Success for the Online Warriors. 2 kills and the rockets. Chick's going to be the 3rd target. This could be all 4 dead, all 4 members. And okay, there's spawners, but it's 3-0 lead. Rockets in their hand, and everything is playing into the favor of the Online Warriors. In North America, we were always speaking about E United being the best Slayer team in North America. I am already at that point where I may be considering Online Warriors one of the best Slayer teams that we have in Europe, with what we've already seen in these online tournaments.
Well, 6 kills to 2 here. Make it 7. Snaky played his life expertly there. And it looked as though he wasn't long for the world over on ATM. Drops down bottom tower. Gets face to face with a member of Quadrant. Gets a bit of the wiggles. Doesn't know whether to go left or right. Stick or twist. And ultimately it means that he will fall. Respectful coming off the respawn. He's headed straight towards L and backs up the benches. But ultimately, Nurix will eliminate him. And how we need a massive game from Nurix here after particularly game 1 being such a struggle.
But again, consistent off the board from Online Warriors. They've all had a hot start, none of them struggling. As for Quadrant, a couple of players maybe a little bit slower out of the blocks. And are we going to see Online Warriors get to a point where they have, you know, a big old lead that they can build from? Because it does seem like there are periods of the game where Online Warriors they go through a lull, where maybe they get caught on a bad spawn trap. They don't really know how to get out of it, and that's always going to be something from a newer team. You don't necessarily have the experience to know how to break out of setups and out of spawn traps, etc. But if they can have these hot starts and get significant enough leads, by the time they have broken out of that spawn trap or that setup, they're still usually ahead or at least level. So that's why they've been really performing to a point where maybe teams haven't been able to deal with them all tournament long.
Mo's stock rifle in hand. He's been doing damage all tournament long. And how he loves to be back side by side with his long-standing duo. And could be bringing instant success from the change. Still a lot to be done here, but they have definitely turned some heads as we head towards Valencia. Rockets have just spawned up though. Neither team able to pick them up just yet. They're still ripe for the picking. Drop shield comes down. Flux does back away though, so will not be able to employ it. Rocket's still on that podium, waiting for someone to get a bit frisky. Snaky backs down that player inside C. Moes will be the first pick this time. Respectful though, will answer back. Neither team willing to step out here, but there's such a significant lead here. Make it 9 kills here for Online Warriors. Quadrant are in massive trouble, and Snaky hitting shots like that. The freshest for this side of the streets. Incredible.
I mean, Respectful running around with an assault rifle. I'm having flashbacks from Halo 5, a little bit of matchmaking PTSD at the moment. Respectful used to absolutely dominate with automatic weapons. And any map that he manages to get his hands on one, you better be sure that he's going to be up in your face using it with the BR as a support from distance. And I tell you what, how about a set of rockets to go alongside it all? 28-17. Online Warriors are starting to run away with this one. Quadrant just kind of all looking at each other, saying, what on earth is going on? The sheer pace of which we're seeing this team take to us.
Of course, disclaimer, that would have all been in French, not English. We're just translating it here for you. But 32 kills to 19 is the score, and the Quadrant don't get their act together and get some clean slays without trading. They're in real danger going down 0-2 in this series. And then we're only just 1 game away from a bracket reset. For the first time in Halo Infinite's life cycle, we could be about to see a bracket reset in Europe. Urix down to no shields, but somehow Flux finds a way to thread the needle and get that kill. Rockets popped up. Shad will not get them for free. Mo slides in. He picks them up, turns his attention towards tires for a moment, but backs away. He does fall. Rockets along with him. And this is exactly what SLG and co need.
Are we going to see just a surge in Alpha Quadrant getting back into this game ever so slightly, but everything that I said previously coming to fruition a little bit, where Online Warriors have an early lead, they've got enough of a lead that they can go through a small lull. Quadrant take advantage of it, they get 6 or 7 kills, they get within touching distance, and then Online Warriors once more find their form to close the game out. That is pretty much how every game that Online Warriors have won has gone today. It has been crazy how almost scripted it's felt at times. SLG secures 1. It's a 10 kill difference at the moment, but surely this is too big a deficit for Quadrant to get back into.
And it's little mistakes like that. We've just seen SLG standing out there and taking that 1v1 with Moas when he knew he was down in the fight. Desperation on hand. When SLG is playing the way he should and the way he can, he doesn't make those decisions. But 3 dead here momentarily. And Snaky in tires, all alone. And how he needs the help to come fast. It's not going to come quick enough though, but he has managed to get the trade. And they can trade it all out the way out now to victory. Moes falls on driveway to Shad, but again, they're trading these kills. This has been very impressive from Online Warriors.
I think I've said that enough times today, how impressed I've been. I wasn't expecting it. I put my hands up. I looked at this roster, didn't think it would necessarily work on paper. But when you put it into practice, everything just seems to be ticking all of those boxes. In all of the departments, slaying, objective, teamwork, assisting, everything's been there for them. 45-35, and they only need 5 more now to close out this game and go 2-0 up in this grand final. Remember, it's a best of 5, but they need to win not just 1 best of 5, but 2 best of 5s if they're going to win this grand final.
2 kills then. And Moas might have the game in his hands right here, be able to end it.
Ooh.
He does go down. He did manage to fire a rocket, but only 1 kill now. Shad, try as he might. It might not be enough though. All they need is that 1 more pick. And they can double their series lead as the game slows down. Shad face to face, manages to somehow get the pick, but is ultimately traded out by Snaky. Very, very impressive. It continues to be impressive. 2-0 series lead to Online Warriors, Dan. Question marks all over the place here.
I love the end of it as well. Brand's like, screw this, mate. And he just dives in. He says, someone finish this kill for me.
Brandon.
And it was pretty accurate.
Yeah,
and,
pretty
you know, there was a teammate there to support him, as they have been all day long. There's always been an extra player on Online Warriors to finish off that kill, whether it be Moes for Brandon or whether it be Flux doing it for Snaky. Teamwork has been top tier from them. And they find themselves 2-0 up in this grand final against a Quadrant who, I'll be honest, look a little bit shell-shocked. Weren't necessarily expecting this pace from Online Warriors. As we look at the statistics, everyone on that roster in blue stepping up, getting the kills, getting the assists, doing the job that they needed to do for the team. And we need to see a different Quadrant coming into these next few games. Otherwise, we are going to be heading into a bracket reset.
And if Quadrant just being a little bit guilty, Dan, of complacency here. After winning the first best of 5, it went all the way down to the wire. But they find themselves down 0-2 in the series, and maybe they thought it would not have been this difficult. They're not playing against Ascend. They're not playing against Navi. This is a new challenger now. And they're asking questions that perhaps they weren't prepared for.
If I think about what Big Brain Clutch would say, he'd say, Dan.
Do his accent, please. No, I'm not immersed.
This has been a streets game. We know full well it was going to be an online Warriors victory. That was close enough, right? It was probably too southern. Wes isn't quite that southern.
You'd be
but
doing well to
anyway.
get. I mean, any more south, you're probably hitting the pole. I'm gonna be honest.
That's true at that point, and then Father Christmas gets involved, and you never really want to see that happen. But you know, it was streets. It's a game that has been in favor of online warriors, whether it be Slayer, whether it be Strongholds, whether it be King of the Hill. They seem to have been finding a lot of success. So maybe game types have gone in favor of online warriors so far. And then where does that put us with King of the Hill on recharge? Because in theory, this shouldn't really favor anyone, right? No one's really been able to have the time to practice it, but online warriors have been quite good at the newer maps. And, you know, it's an even playing field when it comes to practice time on King of the Hill recharge. So maybe we're looking at a potential 3-0 here.
I think we definitely go off the fact that this is a coin toss at best for between these two teams. They don't have strategies they need to employ. Maybe it comes down to momentum here. And it's been all one-way traffic in game 1 and 2. Quadrant look a shadow of themselves, and they need to bounce back here. Or they will be going again. And you're going to get put to a game 5, and you're going to get your bracket reset. You do not want to go down 6-0 in a series. At some point, Quadrant have to come to life. And it needs to be here, or we will be going again. Opening strat, SLG gets the first pick. Will it be enough to secure camouflage though? Nurix has got one onto Mo's also. Numeric advantage for now, 3 dead for online warriors. Nurix has got the camouflage, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered.
It's the first time we've really seen online warriors be bested in an opening strategy, and I guess King of the Hill, it was about time that it happened, that someone was able to stop online warriors. But look at the response. 3 dead from Quadrant. Hill time now in favor of online warriors. And this first hill, I love it because it is absolute mayhem. Off spawn, you can usually hit a player with a grenade, if not 2. So you've got to be very particular about where you're standing in that hill. Where are you positioning yourself away from the spawner so that you are not an easy target from both nades and, of course, those BR shots.
That impressive start the Quadrant had hasn't amounted to much in terms of the score, because now we're seeing online warriors bring it right back into touching distance. Nurix though, crouching in the hill, lines of sight now over towards Mangler. He has managed to pick up 1 onto Flux. Numbers advantage will go their way. Snaky though has ensured 3 go down. Snaky is absolutely clearing house, throwing people over the top rope. And Shad could be his latest, and is his latest victim. But all that time has amounted for Quadrant. The damage has been done. They just need to clear the hill. With 2 members down already of online warriors, the defense will not be strong.
2 things I noticed. Quadrant, when they're in the hill, head on a swivel, constantly doing 360s, looking for spawners, looking at who to fight, not just cowering in a corner. Then also the bravery from online warriors, just throwing themselves at Quadrant, at times physically hoping that their body will do damage if they hit them hard enough, dropping from batteries down the bottom middle, but it's not going to be enough to get them the first point. It goes in favor of Quadrant as they take the lead here on King of the Hill recharge.
No body splashes, no Rob Van Dams will be the key to success here. You can tap into Jeff Hardy all you like, but at some point you've got to be alive in that hill to score points. The first hill has gone towards Quadrant, but now online warriors, when the setup has come long haul, they look very, very strong and have put down a significant amount of score here. And the push will not come here as 3 dead momentarily. Nurix almost into the drink. That's the armbands. You little slipperoo.
Did his jump button just stop working? Oh, you hate to laugh, but you have to laugh.
I love to laugh. Laugh's my favorite thing.
At some points. I mean, I think even Mose, he might have been frustrated, but he'll have a little tickle and have a laugh after seeing that one back. But could that be a very detrimental death? Because online warriors were so close to getting this hill, and now they've got to try and rescue it back. They have done the initial damage though, and will be scoring once more. And also somewhere not so far away from me, Onset is very happy just purely the amount of wrestling references that you were able to throw in just
we've done
moments
so
ago.
good.
A big smile on his very happy head.
And now, though, as their attention turned back towards this long haul hill, Online Warriors have done such good work in ensuring Quadrant can't hold a setup. They have got some semblance of control, though, on long haul. And they're starting to close that gap. Of course, reminder here for everybody at home, 35 seconds required to secure a hill. And Quadrant very quickly starting to approach that score now. Online Warriors starting to get a little bit desperate. Urix, though, manages to survive and stay alive in the hill. Does the damage for his teammate, and they have managed to score the second hill. And this is exactly what we needed from Quadrant. 2-0 up in the King of the Hill now.
So, you know, when Lottie was asking me, you know, what did Quadrant need to do to take down Online Warriors or vice versa, it turns out Quadrant just need Moze to slip off the map, and that gives them a free stronghold. I genuinely think Online Warriors, they capture that stronghold if Moze stays alive there. He has the sword. He's in a position where he can just defend blue. It's a very unfortunate scenario that Online Warriors, and particularly Moze, will be kicking himself. They can see that back as well. Moze might be playing it off right now, saying, "Oh, guys, you know, a nade hit me. I fell off the map. It didn't really work out. Guys, you know, I fell off the map. You know, it didn't happen." But, you know, you watch it back on stream and you see he just took a dive.
Thoughts and prayers go out to what can only be described as Moses' left bumper if he plays bumper jumper, because it failed him last time out. But now Quadrant really starting to apply the pressure. The cogs in the Quadrant machine starting to turn right in the nick of time here in this series. As they slowly hold the setup and apply even more pressure. Moa slides in. That'll be enough to contest the hill. Wise play by Nurix, waiting until they have numbers advantage before he re-engages.
It's a difficult hill to try and break into, his elevator, but Online Warriors were able to break it, and now Quadrant have done exactly the same. It's such a big hill as well. So much nooks and crannies you can hide behind whilst continuing to score. And Online Warriors have finally won that battle, and maybe they've done enough. Do Quadrant give it one more attempt to try and break it here, or do they just accept their 2-0 up and they set up for the next one? Judging by their movement, looks like they may just be giving up on this one. No, Nurix wants one last stab at it.
He's gonna get one last stab as well. Look, try as you might, Dipsy Doodle in and out of the doorway. It's not gonna be enough. And Online Warriors answer back. It will not be a clean sweep in this King of the Hill. And now we head over towards Underpass, which is a very, very difficult hill to hold. But early points do go towards Online Warriors.
And Moze is just having flashbacks. He doesn't want to even come anywhere near this side of the map right now. So he's staying the other way, and Chick does his best Moze impression into the water. I gave that a 7 out of 10 for that dive. But Snaky getting kills and will get the sword. Can he jump up onto it? Yes, he can. That's how you do it. And now he can just hold on to this kind of area. He can hold the hill for a little bit, but you don't want to give up your position, right? This sword can be so important up towards blue. So this is really good that he plays the edge of the hill, and now he just defends his position.
Keeps popping in and out to get even more score. Chick trying desperately to put more damage down onto Snaky, but his number was up.
Lux.
He had to give up the goose. As Flux hit some lovely, lovely shots onto SLG. And they're very quickly starting to close that gap, and we could be talking about a 2-2 game if Quadrant don't get their act together.
I tell you what, can we talk about this man? Snaky has been so good in this tournament. Watching his POV, the things he's been doing have been incredible. Some of the plays he's been making, very intelligent plays that he's been able to pull out against some of the best teams and players in Europe as well. He seems to always have a sword in his back pocket as well. Don't know how he ends up with it. Maybe it's because he makes the jump. That certainly helps. But 2-2. Yeah. And now Online Warriors are firmly back in this game.
Game is a hell of a lot easier when you do have a sword in your back pocket. That much is for sure. But now all of a sudden Online Warriors starting to ask those questions. Does doubt start to creep in for Quadrant? 3 dead. As Online Warriors continue to score inside the hill. Snaky's going to backstab now and finally put that sword to use. SLG manages to milk his life, but is it for long enough? Yes, it is.
Killing Frenzy?
Killing Frenzy? Excuse me. Snaky, that's too much. Add another one. Add another one. As Snaky cuts down quite literally the Quadrant defense.
It does fall to a very dismal death in the end. Maybe he gets a little bit overzealous going for the shock rifle. Perhaps going to try to play his life in pipes with the sword, but he was feeling it. I don't blame it. If you've just hit a killing frenzy, you want to get a shock rifle and you want to carry on. What the flux did I just see then? Somehow he's managed to get that kill. Was not expecting it, but Online Warriors doing so well to keep Quadrant on this spawn cycle where it's just constantly two pushing. Quadrant haven't had 4 alive for quite some time.
Scrambling. Online Warriors keeping it frantic, making sure that they thrive inside of the chaos and the anarchy. And they only require 15 seconds or so. And this third hill will be theirs with 3 minutes left on the clock as well. It's been all one-way traffic in the second half of this King of the Hill game. It's been all one-way traffic in this series for Online Warriors. And they are very close to resetting this bracket.
So you say 15 seconds, I say about a thumb's width is how close they are. That's usually how I analyze it and how
that's measurements.
But
yeah,
15. I mean, that's a good guess how you've gone
that's
15 seconds.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I think so.
How do you equate that to a thumb's width, though?
Well, I guess it depends on your thumb length, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, they're not all the same.
Divided by 2, maybe 3.
Also does width come into it? I think it probably has to, right? I mean,
sure.
At some point. Yeah. Either way, though, pink missed for respectful, and that will be another kill for him. But Quadrant have started to eat away at this Whirlpool Hill. But 3 dead once more. Nurix over towards tower will not be able to get close enough. And Online Warriors so close to taking the lead for the first time in this King of the Hill, and they do. Quadrant backs to the walls, and Online Warrior could be about to land a killer blow.
The good thing for Quadrant is the hills have now done a full cycle when it's back to bottom middle. This was a hill that Quadrant won initially, but that was off the starting strategy where they had got a few kills, they got a little bit of control, and it seems like this seems to be a more comfortable hill for them. But with respectful in the way he's been playing, 23 kills at the moment, by the way. All 4 dead for Online Warriors, but you better believe that Online Warriors off spawn are going to absolutely hurtle towards this hill, but a camo is going to make it very difficult.
What can Nurix do with the camo, though? Opts to play a little bit more height. I'm not mad at that at all. Over towards batteries. Flux gets back down in bottom gold, and Nurix is going to make sure he locks this kill in for his team, but they're not scoring points all this time. Respectful slides into the hill. Gets taken care of. All 4 dead for the second time in quick succession for Online Warriors, and now Quadrant are close to tying up this game once more. It's going to be a 3-3 game of King of the Hill. The 1 point to win it all. Quadrant need this just to keep this series alive.
It's a difficult hill to try and attack when you are going up against a team who is already holding it strong. And it's Quadrant who hold it first. So this is now going to be the big question for Online Warriors. How do you break this setup? A sword usually helps, but is there one in play? I don't think there is at the moment. SLG's just using his fists instead. And with the aggression we're seeing from Quadrant, it's making it very difficult for Online Warriors to even get near that hill, let alone think about breaking this setup.
SLG takes down what has been a final boss in this series in Snaky. I think he has double the shields in this game. As Nurix tries to slip and slide out towards long haul. But we will see Quadrant answer back. It will not be a clean sweep in this best of 5. The series is 2-1. We're going to a game 4 bare minimum.
And I mean, they were a Mo slip away from winning this series. It has to be said. There's just that one stronghold that could have gone their way, and Online Warriors might have been sending us to a reset. I don't want to harp on one play too much, but I will.
I mean, we
because
have.
That is at the very top level of Halo. You can't miss a jump. But sometimes, you know, at the top level of any sport, massive mistakes happen, and that's one of the biggest ones that we've seen all day long. 25 kills for SLG, stepping up when he needed to. Snaky and Respectful had their fair share of kills as well, but ultimately just came down to that one extra stronghold. I don't think Online Warriors will be too disheartened. I think they'll still be pretty confident with the position they're in, but Quadrant just about keep it alive here.
And with Online Warriors going down 2 captures in that game, to then roar back into life and take the lead 3-2. It looked as though the writing was on the wall, but Quadrant dig deep, Dan. They show resilience and they show heart. Does that put them in good stead going forward? If not for this series, perhaps the next.
Yeah, I think that, you know, you need a little bit of confidence. You need some sort of belief. But at the same time, I just fear that maybe Quadrant are getting a little bit tired, where it's it doesn't get any less funny. I wasn't expecting that to be in the replay package.
That's a low light. That is not a highlight, that's for sure.
It caught me off again. How dare you, production, throw that in there, unexpected.
Replay operator.
Oh, you naughty.
No. Naughty, naughty.
Lost my train of thought now. Where was I? Quadrant. Yes, I think that they're maybe getting a little bit tired. So even though they've won one, they need to win the next two. I think you go to a reset, it starts to favor Online Warriors, not just for momentum, but I think this Online Warriors squad is ready to play until 6 a.m. if they have to. Right? These are gamers. These are elite gamers who will play matchmaking until the early hours of the morning, ruin all the North Americans' day in matchmaking. Whereas I think that, you know, these French guys, they're kind of tired at this point. They've got to where they expected to get, got to the winners finals. Usually they take a bow at this point. They're not at this moment in the tournament. They've already gone to bed. They're tucked in next to their baguettes, having a great time. But they need to find that extra little bit of energy to get them through, because this is one of the best chances they will ever have at winning a Pro Series.
I just have a question about the baguettes comment. Is
Sure.
the baguette something that you cuddle, or is it like a pillow sort of situation? Just need to know if it gets.
I think it's
very
entirely
quickly.
preference, and also what the baguette is filled with. You know, if it's a
Does
nice
whole
cushy,
meal
like,
matter? Does whole meal matter?
I mean, the difference in bread also can make a real difference, and the smell of it helps, because
Yeah,
you want to
absolutely.
cuddle something that smells nice. If it smells bad, maybe you'd rather have that as like a pillow situation, right? But do you go for one baguette or two? That's always a big question for me when you're having them as pillows. But anyway, we'll get to the baguettes later as we're into game number 4. Quadrant trying to fight back in this series.
Here we go then. Camouflage for Shad, but it's not for long. And Snaky makes sure he cannot get away with that cloak of invisibility. What a series he's been having. What a tournament he's been having. This team thrown together only in the last week or so. It's been so impressive. Snaky eyeing up the options, waiting for his team to get the first pick before he does ultimately try and run this flag. But Nurix on the opposite side of things, looking to do the exact same thing. Snaky is behind enemy lines, playing so patient, but the first pick has gone against him here. And he's going to have a whole host of Frenchmen running in his direction if he's not very, very careful.
And you know, naturally, I'd look at Aquarius capture the flag and I'd be thinking, oh, this favors Quadrant. But that's the old me. After watching what Online Warriors did on Bazaar capture the flag against Ascend, I'm starting to think that everything that I once believed was true no longer is, and I am in some different reality with how this tournament's gone today, because everything that should have happened has not happened. It has been very much against the playbook. As both flags currently out and some big kills coming from Chick, he's got to do a lot of work here with the Heatwave.
I don't know who we have to thank for this alternative timeline. Is it Dr. Strange? Is it Dan Gaskin? Because he says the old me when that was only a few hours ago. So how things have changed for Dan as he's developed from a young caster to an older caster in the space of 6 hours. But here we are. Flag standoff. Nurix, commando in the back pocket if he chooses to employ it. The flag could be very quickly returned if SLG can hit more shots like that.
All the responsibility for the flag carrier. You've got to make sure you're not only put in a position which makes it awkward if you do lose your fight, but you've got to win your engagements when they happen and maybe pass on that baton if you get a little bit juicy and feel like pushing forward, which is exactly what Snaky's done here. He says, look, I'm getting the kills, my shot's on, someone else pick up that flag, I'm going to try and take down the opposition.
Whoop. Nervy moment as Online Warriors draw first blood in this game 4. And how it could be back-to-back caps if only for Nurix to step in and shut that one down before it could get anywhere. But 2 down momentarily here is Camouflage player in Moe's, and Flux also in a bit of trouble. Chick expertly plays his life, 2 dead. Snaky top P. Chick so lazily shooting his own teammate just to help Snaky out. Fair play to him. It's a good job by him. But the opening engagements here, they favored Quadrant, or so we thought, but somehow Online Warriors have found a way once more, Dan.
Online Warriors just literally throw themselves at you. It really is crazy. I mean, we know that Halo Infinite is very much a close-range game compared to what some of the other previous Halos have been. You get up in the face of your opponent, a couple of shots, beat down, or even a double beat down. You've got weapons that allow you to get melees quickly as well. But Online Warriors are doing it in a different way. I think you said it best when you said someone got a face full of Moes in the first game. It seems like there's a face full of someone at every point. An Online Warriors member is waiting around the corner at all times to just pummel you into the ground, and it is genuinely terrifying to watch.
I very often say things best, but often when I say nothing at all. As Nurix gets taken down, 2 dead. Snaky and Respectful in the respawn screen. It's going to be an opportunity here for Moe's, though, to pull the flag. Perhaps against the run of play, and he has paid because of it, and 3 dead now. And all of a sudden, Quadrant have a flag on the move all the way over towards that car side as it heads into Generator. SLG desperately trying to stay alive, unable to do so, but the flag has made it where it needs to, but nobody, the communication has not come through just yet, but it finally has. We're all tied up.
I like what Snaky tried to do. He tried to defend the opposition flag rather than trying to make, you know, the ballsy play of taking down his flag that was being ran. He was hoping that maybe he could kill SLG and a teammate could jump on it and they could get into another flag standoff, which they had previously won. Didn't work out for him on this occasion, but you've got to try and make those plays sometimes. I do think it's the right call. And that's what Online Warriors have been doing all day. They've been making the right calls in pretty much every game. And now Respectful has a camouflage, and it looks like the push is about to happen here for Online Warriors.
Here it comes. 2 slaves in their favor. Quadrant all turtled up. In big trouble. Chick goes down. The last member of Quadrant to do so. All 4 dead. It's going to be the fridge spawns. Can they get to the overextenders before they can make too much territory on the map? SLG's already made it to front base. He tries to head off the flag. And he successfully gets there, but Flux shuts him down. Grenade will do the damage. 2 members down for Quadrant. 2 members down for Online Warriors. And the slaves have gone their way once more, as it so often has. Can they finally punch this flag in? No, they can't. Shut down. But Flux is on hand. Tries to drop the shoulder. Snaky will get the pull, will get the touch. But it's only 1 man up, and it's that man Mo's to put slam in the flag. And Online Warriors take the lead, but it's a counter cap opportunity.
Have they committed too much? No. Respectful off spawn, able to get the kill. SLG's there to maybe follow up. But it looks like Online Warriors with the grenades off spawn might just be able to keep Quadrant at bay here and just slow this point down to try and keep this lead. This is the right idea, though. If you're SLG, you don't just try and desperate that flag. You don't try and force it. Instead, you take the fight to Online Warriors. You retake their base. You force them out towards pink side so that then eventually you can get that flag. Great play from SLG. I love watching his POV.
SLG prioritizing the dynamo grenade. And you know why? They're so strong. And Mo steps out and immediately regrets that decision. That much is for damn sure. But Trades somehow come out on top. Nurik's last man alive. Not in a position to touch this flag just yet, as Flux does get the return, and now all of a sudden Online Warriors threatening to enter the enemy base. It's a siege.
Online Warriors, when they do decide to push in, they're very scary to play against because they move as a pack, but that's what you've got to do. You've got to shut down the initial pusher, get that man advantage, that player advantage, and then push back out. And that's what Quadrant have done so successfully here. Dynamo's spawning as well, so now they can be the aggressors. These Dynamos, of course, so powerful to try and push into a base. You've got to try and do something about it first. Have to ensure you get the kill before you can start throwing those Dynamos, and Shad still has 1 to play with.
Flag pulled out, but it's gone back the way, adding more yardage to it. So that's an interesting play, and let's see how it works out for them. Cotton turns out not very well. 2 dead for Quadrant. 5 minutes and change on the clock. It's gonna start to be a hindrance for Quadrant if they don't get their act together soon.
Had a dynamo nade in his back pocket and just decided not to use it. That was a big surprise. Could have got a little bit of info, could have done a bit of damage. No, just stays in the pocket. Didn't feel like the Dynamos today. Didn't fancy a sizzle stick. Maybe tomorrow. 2-1. And Online Warriors, you know, they've been in this position before. Against Ascend, it was on Bazaar rather than Aquarius, where they had a lead and they let it slip in those final moments. But then it was overtime. They found themselves in and they very quickly got that flag capture. I think they'll be more than happy as long as they've just got a little bit of a cushion going in towards these last final moments. But Quadrant will also pull a flag here, so we're going to get another flag standoff between the 2 teams.
This next kill is going to be so important. It's gone the way of Online Warriors, as Moz has somehow stayed alive through all of that frenzy, through all of that chaos. Chick tries to give Snaky the uppercut, but his T-Rex arms just are not going to be long enough this time. Flag standoff, we've been here before. It favored Online Warriors last time. It might possibly do the same again. Camouflage about to pop up. It's honors even. Both flags back at home. Commando frying Snaky, but he hits those shots all the live long day. And here's Nurix now with the camouflage. Eyes up Snaky. And he has T-Rex arms. What's going on here? All 4 dead for Quadrant.
That's embarrassing. And that's why Snaky made sure he added an extra few bullets into that body. Flag being pulled, all 4 temporarily dead. Nurix is first up, but this flag can move a long way before the rest of Quadrant are spawning. It's 2-1, and it is very quickly about to be 3-1. Nothing short of a miracle would stop it now.
That Nurix play, much like the Mo's play, you may end the series when something like that happens there and then. And especially if your teammates are in the respawn screen and they see that happen to you, everyone's head goes down collectively.
Oh, Richie, can you smell that? Or is that just...
What are you smelling, Dan?
It smells like a reset. It's awfully close right now because Online Warriors 3-1 up and they're running another one. Quadrant just can't seem to keep up. It almost seems like they've given up on this one at this point. Nurix is there to try and defend in Generator, but Online Warriors, they don't even need to run flag at this point. You've got a 2-cap cushion and only 3 minutes remaining.
Will they opt to play defense then? 2 dead apiece. All I mean in the grand scheme of things is SLG does send that flag home, but they've got to get flags of their own movement and in the right direction. The information just not there for SLG. Desperately walking out front base and gets fried by Flux. No Flux given.
3-1 still, 2 minutes 30, and it's starting to get a little bit hectic, a little bit frantic in terms of the pushes that we're seeing from Quadrant. Maybe they're getting a little bit desperate to get into this base. Chick, who has been such a powerhouse for this team, has been one of the standout players in Europe, has to lead the charge, will lead the charge, gets a double, and is now looking to get a pull. But on the other side, Online Warriors being a nuisance, pulling the flag of their own.
And it's respectful. It comes off the respawn to try and stop this flag. They have got a member P1. That flag will get sent home. There's an opportunity. There's a chance. There's a sliver of hope here if Shad finally puts his hands on it. Yes, he does. Everybody's having trouble here, mechanically, it would seem. But Shad does punch that flag in. The 1 flag game with 1 minute and 44 on the clock.
So Online Warriors, they've given Quadrant a chance.
Oh!
As long as you're within one. What's happening right now with some of these melees? It has been quite depressing to watch at times, it has to be said, but eventually a kill is found. Flux finds a kill onto Nurix. That's all Online Warriors need to do here. Just keep Quadrant on the spawn, keep getting at least a kill or 2 to have the player advantage. They are running a flag which will temporarily distract Quadrant and will just, you know, for a while stop them pushing for the flag. But if they do get those kills, if they do get that player advantage, then that invites pressure onto the Online Warriors.
As we find and head into the final knock-ins of this game. 1 minute left. 1 minute for Quadrant to get a flag moving. To tie up this game and extend possibly the series if they can. But they need to tie up this game here and now. 2 go down though for Quadrant. Make it 3. And Online Warriors have been so good at this. They know how to play time expertly.
Flag returned.
They've done it in King of the Hill. They've done it in Slayers when they need to. They've done it in Oddball. Now time to do it and capture the flag. Play out this time. 30 seconds remaining. You just have to play on the defensive now. Quadrant, they have 1 more push, and it's got to be perfect.
First pick. That's 2 picks now in favor of Quadrant. And they have got a flag on the move, but what we have here now is respectful behind enemy lines with the heat wave. Enters 1 into the respawn screen. Make it 2. As respectful fries once again to send that flag home and to send us to a bracket reset. Online Warriors get the job done here in Grand Finals.
And for the first time, we get a bracket reset in European Pro Series. It's been the essential time and time again for the Pro Series for the entire year. But now we get 2 teams who are so evenly matched. It means we need a reset in this Grand Final to actually find out who's the best. And this is exactly what we wanted. We wanted Europe to get to a spot where Grand Finals weren't just a blowout, and we got 2 teams going toe-to-toe.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag captured.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Before the break, the bracket was indeed reset by Online Warriors, who are really staying true to their team name so far. They catch Quadrant off guard this time around with a solid life fire strongholds. Respectful and Snaky really leading the charge for the team here. And they continued their run on Street Slayer, where the pace was unmatched as they aggressively take the dub 50 to 41, there. And Quadrant, they answered back with a close recharge King of the Hill, finishing this game the way they started it on the first two hills. But I tell you what, Destiny had a plan for us all tonight as Online Warriors take game 4, and they do indeed reset the bracket despite the odds in this final Aquarius CTF. And I've got to say, you know what? I'm not that surprised at this point in time. I'm really not. You know, they've taken out all of the big dogs. I'm not surprised that they have reset the bracket. Clutch, I got to go to you first, mate, because you said Quadrant are going to take this. Are they going to take it in this second best of 5? Are they taking it in this resetted bracket? Because right now, my mental would be gone. I'd be checked.
Wait, Wes, you about to be wrong?
Are you about to be wrong, mate?
Wes?
In front of everyone.
You guys, as much as you guys think that I predict the future, it's not like that. I just tell you what I think is going to happen. So love to see everything is out of the Online Warriors so far. I mean, it's an absolute blessing to kind of watch their come up as a team, and hopefully these guys use this as momentum no matter what happens in this next best of 5. But I mean, even being able to beat Quadrant, now you've been able to check everything off the list. I mean, whether it's beating Navi in a series, beating Ascend in a series, beating Quadrant in a series, those are 3 big check marks that these guys get to come away with no matter what happens in these next 5 games. I like to favor the Warriors here as they can use momentum. And Quadrant, they kind of look like they're out of pace.
He can't do that. That's not fair. He can't switch back now. That's not the way things work. He said Quadrant take it. He can't just do that.
Look, he just did, but I'll leave you two to work that one out because Shurzy, Clutch, you're on the mics, man, for this bracket reset. Best of luck to both of you, and I tell you what, best of luck to these 2 teams. This is going to be absolutely nuts. So I hope we're in for an incredible best of 5 here. So fellas, take it away.
Well, Wes, for the first time in European Halo Infinite Pro Series history, the bracket has been reset. They threatened to do it, and they have done just that. And one thing we can say about Ascend is they're very conscious and respectable of all of our times. But Online Warriors have come in here like spoiled brats and spoiled the party, and they want to send us to 1 a.m. So kudos to them. But we're going to another best of 5, and Oddball Street is game 1, Wes.
Time to dig deep. How bad do you want it? How much fuel do you have in the tank? Both these 2 teams now having extremely long days. And Online Warriors, I mean, you can feel the momentum in their gameplay. How long will that momentum and that adrenaline last them is the big question. We're going to hop into game 1. It's obviously going to be on the streets, and they have made a name for themselves on these same streets throughout the day. So I love the fact that this second best of 5, the fact that they get a reward for winning that first best of 5, they get to start it off with one of the best game types from what I've seen so far, and I couldn't be more excited.
Online Warriors then, born and raised in these streets, it would seem. Quadrant have to come here and get a result in game 1 because momentum is very much against them. Starting strats have favored Online Warriors. Will we see the same thing here? First pick goes for Respectful, and they're already rolling.
What a day he's having. If you took a look at the highlight reels as we jumped into this last section on the desk, it was Respectful double kill after double kill after double kill. So no surprise he starts off that one right, but SLG doing a good job to secure these rockets. The ball in the hands of Quadrant, so maybe a little bit more of an impact needed for the rest of the boys to get a good start going. And SLG finding a double is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Picks up 2, and Flux in trouble of being the latest victim. Shad will drop though. That will thin the hair just a little bit, but the frag grenade, the fade away. SLG rolling here on a tear, but Mose with a thruster pack in the back pocket. But the damage that SLG put down for his team has meant that they have ball and they have got a tram setup.
Barely a quiet first best of 5 from SLG. It's good, but he's been able to step up for Quadrant. What can the rest of the team do now? 33 points and counting. A good setup, a good rotation into Tram has benefited them well so far. But they're under a lot of pressure here as Online Warriors look to push, and we know how successful these pushes can be.
Always eliminates Nurix from the equation for now anyway, for the moment. And now we see the Bulldog in Snakey's back pocket. Chick, couple of crouches, gets himself out of dodge over towards Garbage, but nobody able to put their hands on the ball just yet. 34 seconds to 3, prioritizing Slays. 3v3 now on the map. And Snakey just waiting for someone to get touch tight before he takes the Bulldog out, and here it comes. And it barks, and Urix somehow scampers away, but is ultimately taken care of. This should be and result in ball time for all.
Good job to flush out Tram finally from the Online Warriors side, just as rockets are coming up as well. So that kill on the SLG could be the opening pick to secure these rockets, you would hope. If you're an Online Warriors fan, I know this may not be many of them, but they sure as hell have added across today's work. Tournaments like these, runs like these, upsets like these create fan bases. I promise you, we're going to start to see. SLG looked like he got the rocks to start that one off, but unfortunately loses his life, forced to trade. And not the worst thing from Quadrant fans to see as they take down 3 as well, break the setup outright. And Online Warriors, although they did a good job to come back, it looks like Quadrant are going to jump out to another lead.
Yurix was the first pick, though. He's back in the fight now. Can he get close to his team? Give them the helping hand. Ball has been fumbled out, though. And that's going to give the opportunity for Online Warriors just to milk this for as long as they possibly can. Flux finally taken care of. And that's going to mean more ball time as now. Round 1. Quadrant tip past the halfway point of securing it. It's been all one-way traffic for the last couple of minutes. Online Warriors have been unable to break the setup. Play is going in the right direction if you're a Quadrant fan also. The push coming down driveway from Online Warriors. Shad recognizes that. Flux will eliminate him though, but Ball will immediately start to rotate out.
Yeah, great job by Quadrant to rotate that out of tram, to understand the situation perfectly. The killing spree for SLG in the meantime, and look how far that ball went. It went all the way to tower, and although they lose multiple members, they at least subdue the push from Online Warriors for now.
Push subsides. Online Warriors come out on top so far. Rockets nearly ready to come out of the oven. You won't hear an audible cue. There'll be no ding, but trust me, you'll know when they're out. You'll smell them around the map. They have just popped up. Snaky inside C has lines of sight on them. If he chooses to play aggressive, Flux though, heads up play from him, recognized exactly what the situation was. But Rockets have been scooped up elsewhere. They're down bottom middle. Yurix has fallen with them in his hands. Snaky, the last man alive. And with the stock rifle in SLG's pocket, he will pass the information on. Those Rockets are still up for the grabs.
Yeah, what a great job by SLG to stay alive there. Love the route that he took. Doesn't prioritize the Rockets, understanding the situation perfectly. Because of that, Quadrant continues this lead now up over 40 and counting. SLG's gonna have to drop it and slay here because he feels the pressure coming from Cafe side of the map.
A couple of shots of the stock rifle and takes the battle rifle out instead to finish the job. Heads up play from him. Snaky slides in though, scoops with that stalker rifle, but the seconds favor Quadrant by double. 80 to 40 even here. Yurix, a couple of shots of the stock rifle will almost crack his shields, but both back down and will live and engage once more. Double kill in the feed for Quadrant though, with Flux the Moes fading to black. The Bulldog in the back pocket's been doing damage all series long, all tournament long, and as Shad finally shuts them down. 15 seconds required for Quadrant.
Yeah, Snaky needed a little bit of help back there. Unfortunately, Quadrant just seems so much more impactful here in at least the first round of this second best of 5. This is the Quadrant you know that can control the pace of the game, that can win this entire tournament. They're gonna punch their ticket here as that clock for the points hit to 100 for Quadrant, and that's a very strong performance to rebound after that poor performance in the first best of 5 series.
Round 1 on the board then. Round 2, fight. As we get underway, thick and fast then is the attention on Rockets. And SLG again with the stock rifle will back that player down top tower. Moes will lose the drop shield. Heads up play by SLG just to shoot the frame of it. Shoot the base, and that will mean that the drop shield will no longer play a part. But Rockets remain down bottom middle. They have finally been scooped up and they're in the hands of Yurix.
Yeah, once again, it feels like Online Warriors do a good job to win what appears to be the opening starting strat, but somehow, some way, Quadrant sneak away with Rockets. They put them to use, deny any opportunity really Online Warriors would have had with the map control they earned, and Yurix perfectly using these Rockets, and he's found the opening to find not 1 but 2 kills at this point, and that at least just delays any opportunity from Online Warriors throughout this entire time.
Shad gets Snaky in the feed. They've answered back. It's 2v2 on the map. Flux down to no shields. So advantage will be for Quadrant. As Flux is all alone in the cafe, and he's not interested in dishing out any sorts of coffee. He's only death as he picks up 1. Yurix will also fall. Numbers advantage once more. Tip back over towards Online Warriors, but no team yet able to put down significant control on the map to put down any real points on the board.
It was a flying Flux with the AR that really made the difference there. That kill he was able to secure allowed his teams to get that numbers control, and with that numbers control, we're seeing a completely different story here in round 2. It's gonna be Online Warriors jumping out to the lead. They got a PD set up. The big question is, how long can they hold it off?
And Mose, for a moment, eyed up his former teammate and Flying Dutchman, Shad. Those two know exactly what each other are capable of. But it's Mose who falls inside PD. This setup's being blown wide open. Bulldog again in Flux's hands, respectful. The last man standing over towards Cafe. Nurix recognizes that, picks up the ball, and will start to score points.
Yeah, the difficult piece here is that Rockets were coming up as soon as the setup started to become broken. No play ball, no opportunity to really compete for Rockets either from Online Warriors. And now Online Warriors are going to have to break that same setup that they just had. But the difference is SLG has this set of Rockets. It's going to be much more difficult to try and break through, especially if you're trying to push through B Stronghold.
SLG has been playing this tires area expertly as he picks up 2 more. That's 3 for the life. SLG roaring to life in grand finals now in this bracket reset, and they need him.
Another great rotation towards Cram too with the ball. They're going to keep it over towards the shotgun for now, but you can already see how proactive Quadrant are trying to be with this objective. Online Warriors stuck trying to chase the path, and unfortunately Quadrant on the back of 19 from SLG, just too much to overcome as of yet.
And what we're seeing here, and every single time we change POV, is unlike the first series, Wes, Quadrant are winning those 1v1s. Again, SLG comes out on top and lets Flux know.
Quadrant's looking like a much different team this time around. Much more control, much more teamwork across the board, even the individual skill. In that Aquarius game, we were seeing Online Warriors just dominate the 1v1s, and it's a triple kill out of Respectful that could be a momentary spark.
Oh.
Unfortunately, he tries to advance with the ball, can't quite finish the kill or follow up on his teammates' damage, and Quadrant, they're going to punish Online Warriors right from that mistake. It's going to be one last push from Online Warriors in this game 1, and Quadrant, like I said, a much different storyline here, at least at the start of this second best of 5.
The push is coming. The ball is desperately trying to rotate away. SLG, it's been a one-man show at times, but he's ran straight into Online Warriors. The setup has been broken, but is a long and arduous task now for Online Warriors to really claw back at this deficit.
You want to talk about miracles, you want to talk about something special, it'd be a comeback here and now, but we'll see if Quadrant even allow that thought to go any further as Nurix picks up that ball, turns the corner, almost ends the game in his team's favor, but Slays are going to come through for the Online Warriors for now, and it's a 1v1 between SLG and Respectful. Fortunately for Online Warriors fans, SLG's across the map, and Respectful, he's got ball in hand.
SLG biding his time, waiting for his teammates to go back off the respawn, not trying to head in there single file. 2 kills though go in favor this time of Online Warriors. Flux down to half shields. Will Nurix be able to capitalize on that damage? Respectful pops back out. Ball has been dropped. They're opting to have the gunfight here and now, and they've been rewarded as it's now 55 seconds to 97, and all of a sudden questions are starting to get asked.
Absolutely. At what point do you start entertaining this comeback's potential? Snaky, he's been the main slayer for this team throughout the day. Stalker rifle in hand, dealing a ton of damage to multiple players, make it a 3rd even, as he helps take down Chick. Another one, Chad, he gets removed from the map. Nurix, he's forced to back up and go towards the commando hall from the front. He gets taken down. 25 points, Jersey.
2 dead though for Online Warriors. Is this the push? Respectful though locks in a killing spree, and Shad only has intentions of the ball. He tried to pick it up and whisk it away, and he's paid the price by only adding 1 single solo second to his team's tally. But the Rockets have been picked up in the meantime, and here they come. Here comes the pain. Will he opt to pick this ball up? Mo's down to no shields. Will get taken care of, and a triple kill for Nurix to end round 2. And Quadrant are in the ascendancy in the bracket reset. 1-0 lead.
Big triple kill out of Nurix, the new guy on the roster. That's what you need out of him, right? You need somebody to step up and make a play, put a punctuation on game 1. That's exactly what Nurix gives you there. It took a set of rockets. It wasn't pretty, but Quadrant looking much stronger there. I feel like in game one than they ever did in that first series. A lot more of their pace, right? A lot more slow pushes, methodical pushes. And when they had control, they were able to keep it with great rotations. That's what you love to see out of Quadrant. That's the Quadrant that can compete with some of the world's best. On the side of Online Warriors, I really needed to see more of their teamwork, more of their ability to set the pace. It was really respectful popping up in the kills category. Did the most damage on the team as well, but not enough noise, not enough plays being made from the entire roster to get a win there.
One player making a lot of noise on the map is SLG there, Wes. Nearly hitting 8k damage. What a performance out of him in game one. The rocket launcher played a big part, and more often than not, he seemed to be able to pick them up, not only in the game, but for his team, driving them forward. But like you say, SLG and indeed Quadrant, they're a real momentum-based team at times, and now they get off to this series with a 1-0 lead, and that could really change the complexion of what way this game goes.
Yeah, I think this is a big confidence game for Quadrant, right? I think especially after that first best of 5, the way that Online Warriors put a punctuation on it in that Aquarius game with how strong they looked individually, there were definitely momentum shifts towards Online Warriors knowing that they were the better team in this series, and Quadrant probably scratching their head. It was a really big statement for them to come out strong in this, to win the 1v1 battles that they won, to have the control that they had. But I think the most important piece of that is those strong starts to each round 1 and 2, to be able to secure rockets, to put those rockets to work, to just create some space and maybe relieve some of the pressure that felt like Online Warriors were able to apply throughout the entire first best of 5. Like, to be able to push that back, to push back and to show that you can, when you play your game, you can be just as dominant. I think that that was a massive statement from Quadrant there in game 1. And we'll learn a lot about Online Warriors here in game 2, because this is almost a must-win game if you're talking about, I mean, the feeling of how long your day been, how long your day has been if you're Online Warriors, and the fact that you're going to have to try and reverse sweep a team after beating them in the first best of 5. That's a lot of energy. That's a lot of focus that's going to be needed. You don't want to put yourself in that situation. It's going to come down to a Catalyst Slayer to stop that from happening. So we saw them have a strong performance against Ascend earlier today. We'll see if they have a similar strong performance, and if they can do a better job to get this overshield and put it to work and deny Quadrant from the map control that they had there in game 1.
Starting strats are so important, and they've gone the way of Online Warriors certainly here. An overshield is up for grabs. Respectful tries to get his hands on them, but he has been taken down. The shield will lay on that mid bridge. Which team will step out of line and try and pick it up and secure it? The information no doubt will come through. This map can be so hectic at times. No real meta has developed just yet, still in its infancy, but Flux has got his hands on the overshield, and Online Warriors are looking to roar back into life here.
Risky play by Flux, but we'll see if it pays off. He gets a free flank with that repulsor, and now it's 6-3. Flux just looking to do whatever he can, wherever he can with this overshield. A great start for Online Warriors so far here in game 2.
Yurix down the half shields, will back away. Flux traversing the land, trying to really push the pressure and dictate the pace with this overshield. He has to be the first line of contact here, and unfortunately 2 of his teammates have fallen around. The swords charging towards him, but he manages to get it and secure that kill. But he's not long for the world, but that trade might have been best case scenario if you're doing damage control there, Wes.
Yeah, picking up that kill onto the sword player is one thing. Couldn't quite find the sword immediately after, so he kind of staggered his next play, but he was kind of caught out in that sense. Respectful. A beautiful skewer shot there, and you love to see that create some space for his team potentially, but only a 2-kill game, so as strong and as dominant as Online Warriors have had as a start to this game 2. Quadrant doing even almost a better job now to take the lead with the double kill of their own, make it 3. 13-11. Online Warriors against the ropes now, and Nurix is going to show you how he can use overshield to his advantage as well.
And those slays came at the perfect time, right as overshield was about to pop. Still a 2-kill game after such an impressive start for Online Warriors. But Nurix is playing a little bit hesitant here, a little bit tentative with the overshield, and hasn't been able to get into the action. And as a result of that, 3 members of Online Warriors charging him down. No more overshield to play with, and that was a complete waste.
Yeah, couldn't quite find a target to kind of walk onto and deal damage to. He kind of just stood there, a couple of circles spinning around, and all of a sudden your overshield's gone. So a good job by Online Warriors to negate that overshield from impacting the game. Unfortunately, with how strong Online Warriors have looked at the start of this game, to find yourself down 2, things still need to change, and that may be the change they needed with some great shot from Moze there.
1 kill game. And Snaky almost evades the attentions of Shad's crosshairs, but ultimately the Frenchman will spare his blushes for now. 2 kill lead then. Skewer in control of Online Warriors, in the hands of a man who's been playing really well all tournament long. What can he do with it here? Can he find the chest of SLG? He tries to reach Al, but it was a mistake. Double kill for SLG, making a triple as he lines up respectful now in the crosshairs and tries to get the overshield, and Shad's gonna hear about that.
A 4-for-1 trade for Quadrant. They extend the lead to 6. Big opportunity for SLG to find a pick with this Skewer. Unfortunately, he just narrowly misses the quick scope, and respectful and Flux are going to make his teammates pay for it with some kills of their own. Flux actually finding a second as well. So this one not over yet, but Online Warriors, like I said, they need to keep this one close, and unfortunately close but no cigar so far for the Online Warriors here in this second best of 5.
2 members then positioned over towards the Ivy side. Sword is there if either one of them need it. Flux though tries to impale the overshield player, but it's a swing and a miss this time, and you will not be making kebabs out of him. SLG though, he's got intentions of slicing and dicing. Moses is in big trouble, but opting to use his BR here instead. Somehow SLG comes out on top, and that's a huge kill to extend the lead to 7.
1v1s that Quadrant were not winning earlier in this grand finals. They have turned around and they're starting to click. SLG specifically being one of those guys that is so important. The repulsor to knock him back is unfortunate for SLG, but it's made this just a 4-kill game, and the Online Warriors may have some momentum. Let's see if they're able to successfully push into the space, because this is like a new dynamic that they're probably not used to with how little they played this map.
4-kill game. Extend the lead back to 5. SLG will not peek out once more and wait for a teammate to take care of business there. It hasn't come though. The Shads in the world of hurt, not long for the world. That will be traded out. It's a 1-for-1, but ultimately 4 kills the difference between these 2 teams as we head into the latter stages of this game here. Nurix goes back base, plays that deep pocket, calls for the cavalry. Will they be answered? Chick is standing here ready for the beef, but unfortunately his teammates falling around him. Trades once more, but it's a 1-kill game. The lead that Quadrant once held has been completely evaporated now. It's a distant memory.
I really like what we just saw from the Warriors right there, right? They were able to back up, collect some grenades, and maybe collect themselves even before pushing back into the base. They found themselves in that 2v2, end up going 3-for-1 in that exchange, and because of it, you're talking about a 1-kill, make it a tied game now, Shurzy. The Online Warriors have woken up here in the second best of 5, and they've taken the lead.
There's blood in the water now. It's open season, as the overshield will not play a factor once more. We're all tied up, and Online Warriors are here to play, and grenades going down. Those 1v1s they were winning before are starting to not get traded out this time. But what can Flux do for his team? SLG again with the Skewer, fires the cross map, but it's not going to connect. We've seen a lot of them whiffed, a lot of them missed. Lovely shots onto Snaky. What an angle that was for him, and Snaky, you can see, was unaware that was ever going to be a possibility. Mo was caught unawares as well, but respectful will help to keep his duo alive. But for how long, the question remains.
SLG staying alive, choosing not to use the Skewer just yet, but great damage from SLG. 3-4 dead for Online Warriors, and what looked like was a potential comeback is immediately shut down. Quadrant slow it down. They control where Online Warriors are going to be able to go. The Skewer still can't quite find that kill, and as we see players continue to attempt to master the Skewer over time, I'm sure SLG will become a nuisance with this thing, but for now, not the best shish kebab being displayed here.
SLG just has not been able to get anything going with that skewer. It's been swinging and miss. He's almost staring at the gun going, am I firing blanks? Because he has not been able to connect so far, but still a 4-kill game here, Wes, and Quadrant very close. Very, very close indeed from making this a 1 game away from taking grand finals at the second time of asking.
3 kills, all Quadrant needs. What are Online Warriors going to be able to do? Snaky, that's a big one. Snaky can get a 3-kill game. Unfortunately for Snaky, Mose gets caught out. Does get a kill before going down, but trades are exactly what Quadrant want to see in the kill feed right now, and respectful. He gets 1. SLG wisely backing down here. I like the fact that Online Warriors are grouped up, but another overshield in the hands of Quadrant spells disaster.
Disaster it is, as the overshield finally does some significant damage, and game 2 goes the way of Quadrant, and all of a sudden we're on board here, and it could be a clean sweep. If an Online Warriors are in big trouble, Wes.
Big trouble. I mean, how many overshields did we just see Quadrant get in a row? Even the skewer, although it wasn't impactful, it was out of the hands of Online Warriors the entire game. And that kind of control, when you have it, not only are you sometimes not able to put it to use, but at least, at the very least, you are removing it from your teammate, the enemy's hands. And because of that, the game is much easier, right? The amount of pressure that you're allowed to apply just by presence alone with the skewer and the overshield do dividends in your ability to take control of the map. I think that's what we saw from Quadrant that game. It was perfect overshield control paired with skewer control that maybe didn't amount to a lot of kills, but you better back up and don't make this easy for SLG, because you know he'll eventually hit it. I mean, even with all those missed shots, 4,800 damage, leading the lobby entirely. SLG really starting to show his superstar form here when his team needs it most, because Quadrant, I was worried about them, how they looked in that first series, but this second series, they're looking like that Quadrant you know and love.
The captain of Quadrant, SLG, up against the captain of Online Warriors, and they almost split the damage, almost tied it up evenly. I think separated only by 8 as Respectful managed to get just a fraction more damage, but ultimately, Wes, what's happened is Quadrant have taken the lead. 3 kills was the difference between these two teams at the end. And now we head into a very, very pivotal objective game. We spoke about how Quadrant are a momentum-based team, and they've got all of it going their way now as we head into strongholds on recharge.
Yeah, it may just be a case of Online Warriors kind of running out of gas, or Quadrant starting to figure out the play style a little bit. Probably a little bit of a mixture of both, in all honesty. Quadrant didn't really look like they were in their form in that first best of 5 for the grand finals. They looked really strong so far here through these first 2 games. And Online Warriors, like we said, it's getting late over there in Europe. It's about bedtime for these guys, I'm sure. And although these guys are gamers, they grind. What energy and like the passion of winning a lot of these series will take out of you is so difficult to try and continue to figure out ways to gain more of, right? You beat the team that dropped you, if you're respectful, in Navi. You beat a Sin not once, but twice. You beat Quadrant in the first best of 5. That's got to be an exhausting road to go down, especially all in one day. And to try and muster some strength up, to try and figure out a way to create a reverse sweep. You got one opportunity. It's this game 3 that it has to start with. It's going to be recharge, and you need to see more out of everyone on the team. It's been a quiet series for Mose, so I'd love to hop on board with him and see what he's got in store for us.
Well, it looks as though SLG is actually on the wrong team, and unless he's really trying to help Online Warriors secure this next game, we will have a small break. But perhaps they were speaking about how it's late in the day for both these two teams, and maybe it's time for a Dave Walsh induced or endorsed energy drink to get these teams over the line this final game, because with Stronghold Recharge going up next, and with how good the French teams normally are, and indeed Ascend and Quadrant, they've normally pretty dominant on these Stronghold game types, but we have seen Online Warriors already break the mold and take down games of Strongholds against Ascend already, and indeed Quadrant. So this is not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination, Wes.
It's not done, but there's got to be something. There's got to be a play that's made. There's got to be something that allows Online Warriors to gain some momentum, for everybody to like start clicking again, because when they're clicking, you can see it in their gameplay. Everybody's not missing. Everybody's playing fast paced. I feel like we really haven't seen that from their point of view so far throughout this second best of 5, and they're starting to slow down, be a little bit more predictable in that sense. And whether that's Quadrant doing a much stronger job, or that's just a need from Online Warriors to find a spark, right? Someone needs to win a fight that they shouldn't have won. Somebody needs to hit a shot that they typically don't hit. And things like that, when teammates see that, that fires you up. I feel like we haven't seen any sparks from this Online Warriors squad throughout this series. And because it's almost been quiet in a sense from their end, it could be a quiet series overall if they don't figure out a way to like step up, make a play, make a statement that, hey, our tournament's not over yet. This is not how we wanted to end.
It's a really important point you make with the way the energy levels might be starting to fluctuate now. We have perhaps Online Warriors, they've been through the absolute ringer now playing against the top teams in Europe and have already taken Quadrant to the best of 5 and won the best of 5. Now we're looking at, okay, well, there's a situation, like you say, that they need to hit that crazy shot. Does someone need to get an overkill just to let out a roar and maybe throw some more wood in that fire? Because the way it's been going for the first series in that best of 5, every single time we looked at the POV of Respectful of Flux, they were winning all their 1v1s. They were winning all those games. Double kills here, rocket kills picked up left, right, and center. But now all of a sudden, that script is starting to flip the other way, and we're really starting to see something that we didn't think Quadrant had, and that's a bit more resilience.
Yeah, you got to talk about the power control too, right? In the first game, to your point, how every single time rockets were coming up, it felt like they went into the hands of Quadrant.
Yeah,
the kills right before rockets were coming up went in the hands of Quadrant. It's been a completely different story than what we've seen all day from the Online Warriors, where they have capitalized on these moments, these key specific kills that they need to get, these battles that they need to win, these timings that they have to hit. Online Warriors aren't hitting their timings here. How many overshields were just picked up outside of the first one from Quadrant throughout that game too? I mean, you have to prioritize these power-ups and power weapons better, and it's something that we haven't been able to knock Online Warriors for all day, because they've been on top of it. They've been dictating that story hands down against anyone that they played. But somehow, some way, Quadrant have figured out ways to get their own in this matter. And that's a massive difference in the opportunity you're going to allow not only yourself, but your team if you don't secure those.
Because also what we've seen in the first best of 5 in that game, Streets, I think Flux got 4 unanswered sets of rockets in his hands, and you start to pick them for free all the time, and you start to really, ask questions to the team. How am I getting these for free? And it shouldn't happen. But then in that last game in particular, we seen SLG, of course, he didn't start to hit those shots with the skewer, but every single time we switched to his POV, Wes, he had it in his hands, and he was the one that was in control of it. So he had the skewer, and then Nurix picking up overshields, Shad was picking them up. So at the whole time, it looked as though Online Warriors were playing reactionary Halo for the first time all day, when most of the time we watched them, they've been proactive.
Yeah, it all comes together, right? It's all in the same pot as far as momentum, as far as confidence, as far as energy. All of that needs to be at a high for this. I feel like for this Online Warrior squad to be clicking on all cylinders, to be at their ceiling, at their apex that we've seen them throughout today. That hasn't taken place yet in this best of 5, but I really do think that on a map like Recharge, find some momentum, get a shock rifle in the right player's hands. He starts hitting some shots. The boys start getting loud. Everybody's having a good time. Maybe we can push this series the distance. But I mean, the saying's as old as time. Every reverse sweep starts with the game 3 win. We'll see if they're capable of it shortly.
And of course, we don't have to look that far back from you spoke about shock rifles, and we're going to Recharge. And last time these two teams played, it was a Slayer on Recharge. And what happened? Well, SLG picked up that shock rifle. The game was in his hands, Wes, and he started to find those faces. He started to get those picks, particularly on Flux, who was it feel like he was coming off the respawn and he was getting headshot again. Didn't seem to matter what decision he made. So with that in mind, is it very important now for Online Warriors to recognize, okay, where it's been going wrong? They've been getting all the power-ups, they've been getting all the power weapons. Let's start, getting in the thick of things here and start to dictate the pace and start playing our game a lot more than we were before.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as low as it looks like Online Warriors have kind of played throughout this second best of 5, I mean, I think Quadrant has also stepped up. SLG has really stepped up, has started to win a lot of the pivotal 1v1s that he's found himself in. He gets his hand on this shock rifle. You need to know that as an Online Warriors player, that if SLG gets the shock rifle, he gets comfortable. He can take this game over just like we can. So denying that storyline from ever happening is going to be one of the key victory points for this Online Warriors squad to stay in this series.
Nurix face to face with Mose will get eliminated. First 2 picks in favor of Online Warriors. First camouflage in the chest of Respectful. That's exactly the kind of start that Online Warriors needed to do.
Yes, sir.
Just to stop and just to quell this momentum that's been all one-way traffic. It's been all one flow. They need to try and get that pendulum to swing back the other way, and another kill goes in their favor. And Quadrant yet to register a kill so far in the first 30 seconds of this game.
Unfortunately, Respectful goes down, but not without being traded. It's going to be a potential trip cap situation if they can get him out of B. Unfortunately, they're going to lose B for now, but constant pressure is a recipe for success on recharge strongholds, and that's exactly what we're seeing out of the Online Warriors here so far.
Now shock rifle in the hands of Flux, but not for long, as it has been taken care of this time. Snaky, though, sitting top gold.
That's a wall, Snaky.
That is a wall, Snaky. You're gonna have to get yourself out from behind there. And we'll pick up the shock rifle, though. I know we've seen Mo's already find his way into the drink once before, and we don't need to see that again. That much is for damn sure, but what can the man from England do now with the shock rifle? This game has slowed down, and the points have gone significantly in Online Warriors' favors. They take a 55 score lead, but pressure starting to be applied. B and C now in control of Quadrant, and they finally start to break the deadlock.
They flipped the whole map without Snaky really being able to find some impact here. Somehow he's got to get involved. I'm not quite sure how you go from a trip cap situation to being trip capped without engaging in a fight, but Snaky ripping the head off SLG releases a little bit of the pressure. He's going to need to do it to Shadden, unfortunately. It's close, but no cigar, and he loses his life. How fast can Online Warriors get out of this situation is the question. They built themselves a great 55-point lead, but it's immediately erased by a trip cap of Quadrant's own.
They have steadied the ship, though, and Slays have gone in their direction once more. And second successful camouflage back-to-back in that man's chest. Respectful, but two Slays again once more go the way of Quadrant. What can Respectful do for his team? Still has about 15 seconds or so of camouflage left to play with, but it's not much. He drops into the hill, and that's going to be enough to get the reset. B and C will remain in their control. The Disruptor will do the damage to pop the shields of one. But they're 3 dead again. And Snaky, it's the last man over towards A, and SLG will leave to try and contest this A, but unfortunately for him, spawns are starting to come that way. But here comes the Sword, and here comes the pain as Chick soars in and will take control of A once more.
Chick making the play to transfer A back into Quadrant's favor. They look dominant after the break, after the opening setup of Online Warriors right now. What can Online Warriors do to get out of it? And this is one of my fears for this Online Warriors team, Sherzy, is how quickly can they get out of bad situations? Because you know that they haven't really gone over everything they need to as far as structure and routines and setups. They can be great at on-the-fly play, especially when they're in control, but when they're not in control, what does that mean for their real opportunity to try and break the setups of teams that know what they're doing, like Quadrant? So far, it's been all Quadrant since that trip cap took place, and Shad in a really strong position here with Sword top control to continue to do some serious work.
And when Online Warriors open up the playbook, the only thing it reads is kill. And unfortunately, when plan A hasn't gone according,
it's the Shad show.
It's a one-man show right now. It's a one-man band in Shad. And that Sword has been playing a beautiful tune all game long. B and C remain in their control. And this bleeding, they have been unable to stop here. Snaky will soar up towards top batteries, but it's the first camouflage the Quadrant have been able to get their hands on.
He denies
the contest will come through. B and C then in control for now of Quadrant. The fight will come down, a scrap over towards C. Will they be able to get the reset and continue this momentum? 2 kills in their favor. Shad with the shock rifle has been unable to find the face of Mo's in the last 3 times of asking, but might still win that BR fight. He doesn't, but Mo's made a meal of that one. And when you start to see things like that, and they're starting to make the really easy kills look more and more difficult, the writing's on the wall here. 157 now as they look to lock in yet another triple cap.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, Mo's has no business having that fight last as long as it did, but it just shows you the struggle, right? You can feel it in the combat loop for Online Warriors right now. Not as crisp as they once were earlier today. Not as aware, even as Snaky gets flanked right there from control. It's a trade, but it's a successful trade. Good shots out of Mo's to redeem himself transfer over into his team's favor, but unfortunately, in the meantime, B and C, they've been flopped. Quadrant rotating perfectly. They seem to have really hit their stride here in game 3.
Okay, you win that one gunfight mode, but the problem is, while you've taken A and you've put so much resources into capturing it, Quadrant have recognized that and said, okay, you can have A, we're just gonna go take C. The only resource we're gonna send your way is one player to maybe get a hero stop. But it means they continue to score. Momentum, all one way. And it's for the Frenchman. Online Warriors need to step up here, or they're about to get clean swept.
Camo would be big. Can Mo stay alive? It's the big question. Unfortunately, running into multiple players wherever he goes, Quadrant is there to shut him down. And Snaky, even with sword in hand, you can't be confident that this is going to go in their favor. And I mean, SLG just erases any story that Snaky had thought about putting into practice there with that sword. Respectful does clean up A. They continue to score, but I mean, Shurzy, just so much work needs to be done to stop Quadrant's momentum, to potentially get back into this game. And unfortunately, you just don't see the openings that we saw earlier from the Warriors.
It's one thing to break the setup. It's entirely a different thing to keep control of your very own setup. And look at this, every single time those hero trades are going one direction. And it's all going towards Quadrant. A triple cap now, and they're really starting to crank the pain. The guillotine is coming down, and they're looking for the Online Warriors' heads.
After such a strong performance in Kansas City, Quadrant come out in our first Pro Series here in the EU region, and they make noise. They continue to create opportunity with this roster. We wondered, what was this roster going to look like with Nurix and Fragger? They're answering all the questions here today. Beautiful shots from everyone that's on board. Chick with 18, SLG with 18. The big time players, they've come to play here.
And Quadrant reigns supreme. A 3-0 clean sweep in their second best of 5 in the bracket reset. What a performance out of them. And it has to be said, congratulations, not only for the first time in Halo Infinite history has a different team other than Ascend actually won. It's been Quadrant. It's still in the same country, mind you, so we haven't gone far, Wes. But commiserations to Online Warriors. What a display those boys have put on today.
Yeah, I think there's a lot we can talk about that occurred all day today. But first and foremost, for Quadrant to come out and take this entire series, congratulations to them. They played lights out. You wondered if it was going to happen after that first best of 5, but we saw the best of Quadrant there in that second one. They woke up. They made sure to capitalize on their opportunity to take this Pro Series, to win their first, I'd say, big tournament, even if it's online. To get that notch on your belt, that's a massive mile marker for all of these guys. And you know, they had to be wondering how successful that their ceiling is capable of with the team change that they made from Nurix to Fragger, or from Fragger to Nurix, I'm sorry. And you're seeing it showcased right here. They can win this region outright.
I mean, you're looking at heading into this reset in the best of 5. Your head turns, Wes, to the leaders, to the players who have had the most experience, and to the best players. And in that final game, Chick and SLG, they both performed admirably. It seemed to be, and not only that, Shad at one stage, it was a one-man wrecking ball. Every single player on that team towards this series won every single gun engagement. It seemed every 1v1 they came out on top.
Yeah, and like we touched on, Online Warriors maybe not giving us the best show there in that best of 5, but
yeah,
I mean, for what they gave us all day, they're able to take that one off. They should be able to walk away with their heads high, knowing that, hey, this one might have gotten away as you weren't able to really capitalize in that grand finals moment in that second best of 5. But I mean, from what they were able to accomplish today, I think that there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of optimism going forward.
Well, Lottie, Dan, it's a Quadrant clean out sweep in the bracket reset, and Online Warriors have a fantastic foundation now, not only for these next few online tournaments, but for Valencia ahead. So we're in for a great show come Valencia in Europe.
Yeah,
Terrific stuff.
100%. And I think I kind of said it before with Quadrant, if they had actually previously lost their other series a little bit earlier on in the bracket to Online Warriors, I think that they would be kicking themselves, honestly, just in terms of, how far they've really come this season, the growth that this team have really had, and kind of obviously in Kansas City having a pretty damn good turnout and turn up at that competition. Incredible stuff from Quadrant across the board. And I think, honestly, regardless of who won tonight, with a bracket reset and a different champion of the EU Pro Series, I think as a fan, you're happy with the outcome either way here. But I've got to say, Quadrant just kind of going about their business. It's really been about Online Warriors this entire EU Pro Series start here, back up again. But Quadrant 3-0 in that finals reset, when the odds are against you in those circumstances, you're going into that reset thinking, all right, boys, we've really got to do this time, because we can't be having a similar kind of story, the best of 5, as we did the first time around in this grand finals. And I think that shows you a lot about their resilience mentally as a team as well. Like you said, Gaskin, they're going to be really tired. They're going to have to find the energy. My goodness,
French
they certainly
roast.
did. They
Got the
certainly
coffee
did.
beans out, a few cups of coffee, and bam, they were back. And I tell you what, I don't think that the Online Warriors were expecting that kind of response in a bracket reset. You expect to sometimes just deflate your opponents when you take them in that initial best of 5, but some teams just need a little bit of a wake-up call, and that's exactly what Quadrant they received. And boy, did they show up in that 3-0 sweep. But I think that maybe Online Warriors ran out of steam. It was the exact opposite of what I expected. I thought the Online Warriors could play through the night, but I think they hit a little bit of a wall. They had got to their very core, where they had just done so much to get to that position. Unfortunately, just couldn't get across that last hurdle. But what a performance. I mean, the real winners, fans of European Halo, us as commentators, as hosts. Like, we got to experience one of the best European online tournaments we've had in quite a while. So thank you to the players for putting on a show.
Yeah, they certainly did put on a show. And I think, I've got to say, Online Warriors really did kind of show up today. They showed exactly what this roster is made of. And I'm really looking forward to next week to see how far they go once again, and things to obviously work on going back and forth, obviously, out of this competition today. But, looking at Quadrant right now, Shirzi, what was the main difference for you from that bracket reset? We really did see a completely different team. And I know, French roast being tied has a lot to do with it, but all in all, I mean, 3-0, that's pretty impressive for the reset here.
I think actually the most important thing from those two teams in that second best of 5, the most important thing was game 1. That was really going to set the pace and set the tempo. And I think if Quadrant actually go down in game 1, I think momentum well and truly shifts over towards Online Warriors, and we see a different mentality come out from Quadrant, and maybe they sink into themselves. But the fact that they were able to come out on top and show exactly why they're in grand finals to begin with, and why they came to the winner's side. I think, like Wes and I touched upon it in commentary, they were winning all those 1v1 engagements. Not only that, they were getting all the power-ups. They were really starting to control the sandbox, and really Online Warriors had no answer for it.
They certainly didn't. They figured them out in that bracket reset for sure. And Clutch, honestly, I think it would be amiss if we didn't speak about Online Warriors a little bit here. And I've got to say, Respectful for me has really come into this team as a main character. He's really given me main character energy today so far in this competition. Obviously going from Na'Vi to this new squad. And, I think partnered with the lack of pressure, the lack of expectation on their shoulders at this point in time, I think it's really allowed them to really kind of do what they want to do as a team, but also as individuals. And I think we've kind of seen that rotation happen from every single player on this roster so far. I think they're phenomenal. They're working together really well. Is there anything that you would kind of give them going into next week that really could be a difference maker?
Yeah, it's difficult to give you this, but you have to figure out ways to keep that underdog mentality, to keep that chip on your shoulder, that extra motivation to beat the people that just dropped you, to beat people that you never beaten before, right? I think that all those combination of factors can give a team so much energy, so much opportunity, as far as like the want to just want it more in this moment, right? To figure out ways to want it, because you've had a successful day. You kind of made your statement on the scene. You're an established team at this point. You just beat the other 3 best teams in their retrospective series, and Quadrant obviously gets the better of you in that grand finals, but not without it going the distance. And for me, watching this team, it will be, all right, you did this without any expectations, like you said, Vlad, and with no pressure at all. You just got to kind of play with house money, is what I call it. But now you got expectations coming in the next week. Now you have a level of, you need to bring it, and we're going to expect to see you go the distance with the teams like Navi, Ascend, and everyone else in this region. And Quadrant, I expect to see a performance and damn good series, right? And good Halo. How can you get better? How can you, now that you've put yourself on the map, continue the same level of success, not be that one time we had that great, what is it, a Wednesday of Halo? Yeah, you got to transition that into being consistently
Technically
good.
Thursday at this point, but yep.
Yeah, Thursday for some of us. Yeah.
Well, they only play good on Wednesday, so we'll leave it on Wednesday.
One thing I will say, respectful on Navi, you have 2Foxy, who is the IGL, and it seems like him and Respectful, when you listen to comms, when you can hear sort of inward fighting between the two teams, Respectful and 2Foxy almost had two different styles in how they wanted to play the game. They almost clashed at times. And I think what's happened here is Respectful step back, and he's now the IGL in his team. He's the main man. So I think he's been able to come out of his shell and play the Halo the way he wants to play it. And that is why it's almost the best decision that's happened to Navi, and indeed the Respectful, is that they've parted ways, and now they can see what way what way history and what way the future holds for them.
Yeah, 100%. I wish all of our teams in Europe, obviously nothing but the best. And I got to say, the best prevailed this time around. Quadrant, they managed to do it. They have sealed the deal. They take a Pro Series title. I'm really excited about this team and what they have to offer for the rest of the season. That's going to do it. And gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us yet again. It's so lovely to see your lovely faces back on the EU Pro Series. I can't wait for next week. And folks at home, I'll tell you what, we've had quite the welcome back to the Pro Series here in Europe, haven't we? My goodness, today has been filled to the brim with edge of your chair action, and honestly, it's only making next week even more exciting. So thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you guys have enjoyed it, and as always, we'll see you in a few days for week number 2 of the HCS EU Pro Series.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.